DJ in the morning roast.
Final score will be 113-92. Golden State gets the win. A much-needed victory with Houston on fire over an undermanned Miami squad.
That's it. All right, Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. I guess, a win's a win. And I'm not going to nitpick about that. The Miami Heat had 4 guys out. You knew it would be a tall challenge for them. But it's about how the Warriors are playing. The rest of the way over the next 11 games is about how they're playing heading into this play-in or playoffs if they can hold off the Houston Rockets. And they do that for another night. Houston plays at OKC tonight. The Warriors in Orlando. So we could have a 2-game separation here between the Warriors and the Rockets. And don't forget the Warriors do own the tiebreaker over the Houston Rockets due to the first 2 games they've won. They only played 3 times this season. So tiebreaker 1. You're still up a game, essentially 2 games on the Houston Rockets here. And your form look good. And Klay Thompson enters the starting lineup, which, again, I don't go crazy over this stuff. He's going to get his 32 minutes. But to go back to and I kind of understand what's going on here. As we say, good morning to everybody out there getting after graveyard shift, Shasky. What's going on here is I think Kerr's going to go down with his guys at the end of the day. And when he goes down with his guys are Klay, it's Curry, it's Draymond, it's Wiggins. And now Kuminga's part of being his guy. He played 32 minutes last night, 18.7 rebounds. And then you see less minutes from Podziemski. You see less minutes for Chris Paul. And you see a little bump for Kevon Looney, who was playing in place of Trace Jackson-Davis. So you know what? Lou Dog looks solid. He looks solid. So I'm not going to nitpick about who was in, who was out. He's got to get a win, and the Warriors got one yesterday.
Yeah, and down the end, crunch time, they already had built up a big enough lead, and so you subbed in Chris Paul with 3 minutes to go. All made sense to me. All made sense. Klay Thompson was great yesterday. I mean, he looked great. But Andrew Wiggins, whatever happened at halftime and what they did coming out of the break, where it felt like, to my eyes, I don't know about the numbers and the data supporting this, it just felt like an assertiveness from Andrew Wiggins to attack the rim and to be aggressive without hesitation, and not like late in the possession, nowhere to go with it aggression. I'm talking about I'm going to the rack hard. Over and over and over again to start the third quarter. I thought that was awesome. And it was just what the doctor ordered. Well, I don't give a damn if it was the G League Ignite. They needed a win to stop the bleeding, to your point regarding the Houston Rockets on their tails. Every win gives you just a little more breathing room.
It does. It does. No doubt about that. With 11 left. And again, they're in Orlando today. Klay Thompson gets to start. He also brought up Andrew Wiggins. You bring up Andrew Wiggins. Klay Thompson mentioned after the game. There's no secret, folks. The Warriors want to get to a destination they want to get to. You need Andrew Wiggins. So, I know we were having a conversation on Monday about Andrew Wiggins. Maybe you just don't. No, you're going to play Andrew Wiggins because you're going to see what this season. You're not going to waste opportunities when you have Stephen Curry in your lineup to make the playoffs. And we may think the situation is dire. A lot of fans may think it's, they don't have a shot to make any noise in the playoffs. And that may be true. Who knows? Who the hell knows? I could play the other side of it and say, well, you lost 3 games to OKC. You should have won 2 of them. I could play the other side of it and say, well, at least should have tied Denver in the season series. You blew 2 games against the Denver Nuggets. You could say that you should have won one of the Minnesota games. Whatever. The city can do that. We'll see what happens if the Warriors do advance to the playoffs, but there's no secret. If Andrew Wiggins doesn't play like last night, they don't win that basketball game, even against the short-handed Miami Heat. So he gets 17-7. 100%. He's 7-12. He's efficient. Didn't have the 3-ball rolling well, but he was going to the basket. He was attacking. He was aggressive on both ends of the floor. The fact is, this team has no shot if Andrew Wiggins doesn't play like the Andrew Wiggins that we've seen maybe before he even stepped away from the team for 3 games when he was playing well for a 16-game stretch.
The word that I want to use today when talking about the Warriors is sustainable. What is sustainable? You know what I'm saying? You're talking about Wiggins in the effort level.
Right.
And that's on him. I don't think that's on anyone else other
just production.
And mindset.
I need production.
But wouldn't you agree mindset for him is important?
Well, I don't know where his mind's at.
No, I'm saying the mindset of I'm going to attack and I'm going to be aggressive and I'm not going to settle for deep jumpers when I have the mismatch on the floor.
Well, part of the reason why he settles for deep jumpers, I believe, is some of the spacing on the floor. So some of the spacing, when the paint is compromised, and that's why Draymond has to get aggressive offensively, and that's why you go to Klay Thompson over Brandon Podziemski, because Klay Thompson provides more spacing. It's just it is what it is. He provides more spacing right now in pods than Brandon Podziemski. So when you got spacing, all of a sudden Wiggins has more room to operate. That's. I mean, come on.
Because of availability yesterday, there were a few lineup. And look, people are going to lose their minds. I was listening to the station you can't blame lineups. Guys, they've constructed a roster where they're going to have some funky, weird lineups. And it is important to have a short leash on some of these lineups because you don't have the margin of error as old. So what I'm saying is there were some heat check shots from guys like Klay Thompson. And I'm looking around, I'm like, where is he supposed to go with the ball? Look at it's Kevon Looney, Draymond Green, and GP2 out there with him. Who do you want shooting the ball? Where's the spacing coming in? You're talking about Draymond Green. There were a couple of possessions where he's doing the same things. Dre, you got to take a couple dribbles into the paint, man. You got to square up to the basket, and you're going to have to take some of these shots. And so, look, it got hairy. I thought they handled business and then made the last couple of minutes irrelevant. A win is a win. I'm going to take it. I'm not going to critique it. I just want to see where can they roll over the effort level. I didn't even think it was that great of a Kuminga game, but I thought Draymond did a great job getting him involved.
He was solid. The starting five was solid yesterday, and this starting five with Klay and Wiggins and Curry and Draymond and Kuminga has actually been really, really good and really, really efficient. Anthony Slater will join us at 8 o'clock to speak on that in the small sample size that they've played together. They've been highly efficient together, a lot more spacing, a lot more cutting, a lot more driving. They figured it out here. What does it mean for Brandon Podziemski? Not a damn thing. Just continue to play your game, kid. You played 22 minutes last night. You're playing fine as a rookie.
No problem.
It's whether you start or come off the bench, everybody's got to be ready to go. That's what happens on a team like this. We don't have a clear-cut number two. So just get a damn win. And look, in the second half, first half, I can already feel it.
What's that?
They're only up. They're down 2 at the game, at the half, and everybody's like, oh, God, here we go again. Now scored the Heat by 23 in the second half to take care of business. So what happens today in Orlando? That's going to be a big litmus test. Huge litmus test.
The effort level coming out of the break, I'm telling you, man, just seeing Andrew Wiggins play like that, it was all right. That's the Andrew Wiggins everyone fell in love with. And again, I always go back to there's all these variables in life and in sports that you can't control. The one that you can't control is your mindset and your effort and your dedication on a particular play and a particular facet of your life. And so I'm watching the way this guy was playing yesterday, and I don't know what happened, but he's got to bottle that up, and I want to see him carry that over. You're going to miss shots. You're going to have possessions where guys blow by you. Those things do happen. You're going to have a possession like Kuminga did where he goes for the steal, and then Draymond picks up the 5th foul, and it's just, it happens. It's ball, right? You're going to make mistakes. But continue to be persistent. And the way he was attacking the rim, it was all right, here we go. He had a couple of nice floaters in traffic over Bam that were just that was playoff 2022 Wiggs.
So consistency here with the Golden State Warriors. Now, it's interesting with the Dubs, right? Because Curry brought it up the other day after Minnesota said all it takes is a spark to go on a run. He goes, look at the Houston Rockets. They've won 9 in a row. It took them a spark, right? Well, I think back, and they've had some hot streaks, right? 5-1 going into the playoffs 2 years ago. They were rolling last year going into the playoffs. And I know this is different. And people are going to laugh at this, and I really don't care. But look at the We Believe team. People forget the We Believe team when they got to the playoffs if they weren't 9-1 down the stretch. It didn't lead the league in points per game down the stretch in those last 10 games where they were scoring 117. And that was 17 years ago when scoring wasn't up. Maybe the Warriors over the next 11, and you got some big boy teams here. Can they get hot and go on a run of, say, 8-3, 9-2? Hell, even 7-4, we'll take it. If they can go on that little run like that, all of a sudden you start feeling good about yourselves. And look, man, in today's NBA, you can't go from play-in to the playoffs. You can't go. Would anybody be surprised if the LA Lakers ended up in the Western Conference Finals?
Would
you be surprised? I wouldn't be surprised.
No, but to your point, didn't Miami come out of the play-in and go right to
elimination to the NBA Finals?
Yeah, so I mean, the team that you faced last night has already kind of accomplished that and proven it, to your point.
The Lakers last year was a play-in team.
And got right there to the brink.
They went to the first round, beat the Grizzlies, beat up on the Warriors, and got to the Western Conference Finals. So you can make a run. Now, Can this team make a run? Let's take it game by game. But I like the energy yesterday. I like the form. I like that Klay Thompson got rolling here.
Yeah, me too.
Klay Thompson starting. I don't know why it's become such a big deal over these last couple of years about who starts. Guys are going to see their minutes, but Klay is important. And he was asked about how good of a rhythm he's in because right now he's on a hot streak.
I feel really good. I would like to repeat this performance in Orlando tomorrow night because these games are so crucial, obviously. I think it's just about enjoying this, obviously, but once we get on that plane and we leave Miami, we got to turn the page because the NBA does not wait for you. So we got to focus, man. Orlando's playing really good, too, so we got a big task tomorrow.
Klay Thompson was feeling good, had the Miami little button-up on, little short-sleeve shirt. Klay was feeling good. His last 19 games, Klay's averaging 18.5 points per game, shooting 47% from the floor, 42 from three. Last 19.
There was one little subtlety that got me worried about just in general when it comes to the Warriors last night. And I don't know how many teams can even employ this. They were mixing and matching some of their presses. Yeah. And I thought that really stymied the Warriors, whether it was
Miami.
Yeah, lack of attention. They had an 8-second violation. They turned it over in the backcourt. They got to button that up. And I credit Spoelstra for being, he was like, here, we'll throw it here. We'll not throw it there. We'll throw it back there. They did a really good job on that. But they've got a funneler, like a guy in Bam Adebayo. You could do that because he's at the rim protecting. Warriors can't do that.
I mean, look, Miami's going to throw the kitchen sink at you, right?
It's just such a fun team to watch.
When you hear some of the rhetoric post-game and even pre-game, they were expected zone, press, traps, everything. They're one of the few teams that does that. Nick Nurse, I remember he was running zone with Toronto, but Spoelstra does it all, man. He'll run a box of one. Yeah. He'll run a triangle in two. He'll run a three-quarter press. He'll run a full-court press. You name it, man. I love the way they play defense in Miami. So if they do get whole and wholesome, look, Miami right now is in the play-in. Would anybody be surprised if they ended up in the Eastern Conference Finals? They're a matchup nightmare.
Exactly. And then you have Jimmy Butler, who elevates his game from the regular season to the playoffs unlike anyone.
Tyler Herro's not bad.
Yeah.
Duncan Robinson to play. So, look, Miami was without a ton of guys. Let's see what happens tonight, I guess later today against the Orlando Magic, a team that's fifth place in the Eastern Conference, and they need shooting. Orlando cannot shoot, so I'm eager to see how the Warriors defend them. Can you shut off the paint against Pablo Banchero and Wagner? Can you close out on three-point shooters? Because you don't want to let these guys who can't shoot all of a sudden start feeling comfortable against you because we know the Warriors struggle at times closing out on the three-point line.
Yeah, they absolutely do. And there was a lot of three-point graphics last night. Not sure how many people caught them. NBC does such a great job. They throw these graphics up, and I swear to God, once, twice, sometimes even 3 times a game, I go, wow. I'm surprised. Did you see the graphic last night about most three-pointers off the bench?
Oh, yeah.
Did you see who number one all-time was?
Oh, yeah. Did you see it?
I did. Kyle Korver. I couldn't believe it. My jaw dropped. I was like, that's a graphic just for me.
Just for you. Kyle Korver off the bench.
It was funny. I laughed. No?
He's a team player. That's what that tells me.
I saw it. I thought of you. Not going to lie. I thought of you.
I will say, they did miss the Trace Jackson Davis athleticism. He's a shot alterer, but I also believe that the way he gets up and down the floor, it provides another layer of athleticism that this team desperately needs. And with him not out there, obviously Kevon Looney I thought was, he was fine. He was totally fine. They just missed that extra body, and then you're forced to play a lot of various frustrating 3-guard combinations because you don't have a lot of front court help.
No, you don't. But again, I'm looking at this. I'm looking at Andrew Wiggins again. It all goes back to Wiggins for some reason. It's becoming. It is.
It does. No, you're right. It does.
Here's Klay. Here's Klay on the Warriors winning without Andrew Wiggins.
That's why we won the championship a couple years ago, is because of Andrew's two-way play. We obviously need him to be that, to go where we want to go, and he's so vital to what we do. Without him, we cannot reach our full potential. So we all love Wiggs. We know what he's capable of, and like you said, his defense is, when he's playing tenacious defense, it's going to fuel his ability to get to the rim, and just his confidence will improve as well.
So confidence, aggressiveness, whatever it is. And I know a lot of people, Andrew, you say Andrew Wiggins, people just kind of slump their shoulders and, oh gosh, here we go. But again, the players know it. If you're watching the game, you should know it. We all know that he's one of your better, if not best, individual defender, especially at the point of attack. if you want to do anything, if you want to make the play in, you want to get to the playoffs, you need Andrew Wiggins. It's just, you can't, I don't care about what happens in the offseason. I don't care about what people want to trade for him. I'm just talking about this year for these next 11 and whatever. I need Andrew Wiggins to be Andrew Wiggins. The Andrew Wiggins that we saw during the 16-game sample size when he shot 53% from the floor, 46 from three, and was playing lockdown defense. Not the guy that's been inconsistent for most of the year. We need the guy that 16-game sample size. And last night I saw a guy, okay, this guy's ready to roll. But the fact is, they kind of go, it's kind of wild that he's the glue. He's the secret sauce that, okay, if he's playing well, it puts him over the top. No matter what Curry does, no matter what Klay does, no matter what Dre does, kind of need Wiggins in the 17-7.
What was the point total combination back when they had Durant? It was Durant, Klay, and Steph. There was a magic number that they had to hit.
Oh, well.
What was
they
it?
Were dropping like 70 a game.
So it was 70 a game.
No, it wasn't the magic number, but
I think it was more than that, wasn't it?
Well, Klay.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Curry had like this 25, 26. KD had his 27, 28. Klay had his 20, 21, 22. So you're getting damn near 70, if not more than 70. But maybe the magic number was 65. I don't remember the magic number, but they were capable of just erupting at any point.
I would agree. And last night, Steph didn't have the most explosive night.
Right.
But I'm looking at Kuminga and Wiggins, and I was listening to Fitz toward the end of the game, and he was like, the 35 points or whatever it was, 36, 37.
He said 35,
Yeah, that's the magic number. If I told you Kuminga and Wiggins combined for 35 plus moving forward,
that's a good thing.
Is that because I know the defense is going to be very important.
Right.
I don't want to diminish defense. I believe that there's like a rebounding number that I'm also looking for the two of them. Like if they can combine for 15 rebounds, now I think we're cooking. So 35 and 15. That's to me showing that they're active on both ends of the glass. They're playing D. They're hustling. You're going to get the easy dunks with Kuminga, but do you get some of the mid range stuff? So is 35-15? Is that is that a good barometer?
That's a hell of a barometer. 35, 7 rebounds each there. 35 points. Hell yeah, it's a barometer. I heard Fitz when he said that. I said, it's something I'm going to monitor the rest of the way. If they get 35 and they can crash a glass and do what they're doing. By the way, not to mention, we play Klay. That price tag for Klay Thompson. Boy.
What's going on?
Yesterday's price is not today's price. Yesterday's price, Spinoni, is not today's price.
Who's the guy who is now the host of Price is Right? Is it Drew Carey?
Correct.
Yeah.
We need to get you one of those giant wheels and just let me spin it every day.
Why is that?
I don't know. Where the price is right, bro.
Here's Curry on Klay starting.
Obviously, his gravity, his ability to give us, spacing on the floor. It was an effort to unlock JK and Wiggs, give them driving lanes and, get them more involved early in the game. Obviously, they're really kind of sneaky in some of the defensive schemes they have and zone and, different coverages, bam, protecting the rim. So it's helpful to have, Klay out there doing what he does. And it's a credit to him just in general on being able to respond to whatever he's been asked to do this year, whether it's coming off the bench, whether it's starting. Most people think that maybe they think it's easy to just transition from one to the other, and it's not. You have to kind of prepare your mind to, and your body to be ready for whatever, is thrown at you. So it's credit to him and his attitude and his preparation and going out there and hooping the way he does.
He was brilliant yesterday. He just was. And I think he set the tone early in the game, but consistently hitting shots. Because I don't look this deep into it. People are like, he only averages this many points in the fourth quarter. And it's like, all right. Like,
who's handling the ball in the fourth quarter? Let's take most of the shots in the fourth quarter. Yesterday in the fourth quarter, he's 2 of 4.
Yeah, I thought he was excellent. He had a 3-pointer in the corner that was a dagger, I thought. Set them away.
Overall, they shot 55% in the fourth quarter. So,
But I'm saying like
the data, no matter
keep
what.
moving the bar post.
Yeah, I know.
That's what
trust me, I know.
Alluding to.
I know when it comes to Klay Thompson, the goalposts do change. Guy gives you 19 game sample size and shooting 43%. Somebody would pick his game apart. Somebody would say something about him. So it was very interesting to see him start. And then all of a sudden you needed spacing, and you go back to Klay Thompson, and Klay Thompson erupts from 28 points, a game high, and he's feeling good about himself. He's been really good, though, off the bench. He's been really good over the last month and a half.
Yeah,
2
exactly.
months. Again, when I hear people say he sucked over the last 2 years, I kind of question whether or not kind of question what you're watching. I really do. I just can't help myself. All right, anyway, shout out to YouTube and Twitch, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Comcast Business Text Line, as well as our friends at Flowing Water, Plumbing, and Drain. If you're going to call into the roast, 888-957-9570. You better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water, Plumbing, and Drain. So got a lot going on with the Warriors, obviously. Anthony Slater's going to join us at 8 o'clock, preview today's game against Orlando. We'll get to that a little bit. But Jed York said some things yesterday at the owner/coaches meetings. And he said something about Brock Purdy that has everybody up in arms. I'm not going to go crazy about it, but we'll get into it here on the roast. Jed York, who's now basically the principal owner, bought out the rest of the stakes from Denise DeBartolo. He's going to be the front man moving forward. It already felt like he was a front man. You haven't seen much of Denise over the years, really, so she's really going to be in the background. This is Jed's baby, and he spoke yesterday, so let's get into it. 888-957-9570. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
Celebrate and save at Ashley.
Pine Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy. And then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
All right, Draymond, 2 of 5 yesterday, but 9 rebounds, 8 assists. I thought his defense on Bam Adebayo was exceptional. A lot of one-on-one defense, forcing Bam Adebayo into a lot of tough fadeaways yesterday. I thought Draymond Green's defense was excellent. Kuminga was solid. Wiggins did his thing. Starting 5 overall. Outscored the Heat 42-13 in their small sample size together on the floor. Of course, the bench didn't get a lot. Moses Moody, by the way. Saw Moses Moody and Kevon Looney for the first time in many, many years. Many, many days, I should say. Many, many days.
It's been many moons since we've seen those two.
Since we've seen Moody.
A fortnight.
3 of 3 from the floor, 9 points from Moody. Looney, 7.6 rebounds. They're going to need his size at some point. You know they will. But Looney maybe getting a lot of cardio in off the court. Hasn't played in a while, but it was good to see him smile and run around the floor yesterday down in South Beach, Miami. So the Warriors win. But if you're looking for the best Giants talk, and before we get to Jay York, I do want to ask you guys about something.
I also had a dilemma this morning.
I will get to that. Make sure you subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Love me to ask you for the best damn Giants talk in the Bay Area every week, all season long. Win or lose, go back and listen to their 2024 season preview now. Subscribe today on iTunes and Spotify or wherever you listen to your podcast. I was going to ask you about Pablo, but now I'm more intrigued about your dilemma this morning.
So I woke up, took a shower, and I'm in the shower, and I realize the water level's starting to go up in the shower.
Oh, my God.
I know. And I go, oh, God. Now, look, this is not...
What do you mean water level going up?
I will explain.
It was going down the tube?
It wasn't going all the way down.
It wouldn't go down the drain, so you're basically steady. It was like you're steady in a flood or something.
Exactly. And there's clearly a clog of some sort. Now,
it wasn't flowing water plumbing.
It wasn't flowing water. You need to call flowing water.
Well, that's what I'm going to hit up today.
Yeah.
Well, being the son of a plumber, I go, son of a gun, let me pull out my Phillips and let me, take off the top of this bad boy and let's take a look. Now, about a couple of years ago, had a similar problem, all right? Reached out. This is brand new. The bathroom we remodeled, I don't know, less than 5 years ago, okay? It's beautiful. It's brand new, all right? It's gorgeous. My wife, and I'm not just blaming her, this is the process of elimination here. The hair is all over, women, the hair starts to shed a little, and
I don't know, Joe.
I know, and she's going to kill me for putting this out there.
Hairball. Yeah.
A giant clog. So I went to go pull it, and I went to go pull the clog out, and I had to grab a little putty knife or whatever to scrape it off or whatever. Went to go pull it out, and the clog, the portion that I was going to pull out, fell back down into the pipe.
So this all happened at 4:30 in the morning?
Absolutely. And of course, what do you think I'm doing? I'm like yelling, waking the baby up. So I get in trouble there. It's all my fault, of course. So
why don't you just wait until, why don't you just thug it out and just wait until this afternoon?
Because you know what I know what's going to happen? Well, first off, my OCD won't allow it. I had to do it right then and there and fix it. And I also know that she's going to hop in the shower and be oblivious to it. And then we're going to have water all over the place.
See, I would just rather have water all over the place. I'm not doing anything at 4 in the morning.
Really?
I'm taking my shower. I'm putting on my clothes and my deodorant.
Would you tell your significant other?
Text her. Yeah, I would text her and be like, hey, the tub's flooding. The shower's flooding. Just be careful with the shower. We got to fix it. I'm not doing anything at 4 in the morning. I'm not taking out
It was literally just a couple of cranks of the screwdriver.
Nothing.
You pull the little top off.
Nothing's getting done.
And I even have one of those. What are they called? It's not a dream catcher, but
you got problems, dude.
Hair catcher.
You got problems. Yeah, dude, I know what you're doing because I have to do it in my shower. We all do it. Ed has got hair all over the place, but I ain't doing it at 4:30 in the morning. I'm taking a shower. I'm gonna flood. Like that sucks. I'm gonna get out, but I'm not doing anything. It's at 4:30 in the morning.
It's a constant. I'd say every 5 to 10 months. Conversation between me and my wife where she gets very mad at me.
Well, they have the things where you like the Drano stuff.
I call it no, do not see. This is the problem with Drano. See, as let me tell you, you pour all that stuff down. There's acid or whatever. It
breaks it all down,
and it'll break your pipes down over a long period of time as well.
If you use it once a year, but if you're using it a lot,
or every 5 to 10 months.
I mean, you got to understand also, like when we pulled out these pipes back in the day, 80-year-old pipes.
You got the little snakes.
House
you
was
get
built.
the snakes.
That's what I need to go get.
Right.
Is the snake.
Get the
but
snake.
that's why we have flowing water and plumbing.
Get
So I'm going to hit my guys up today and have them come by and
this is all
this bad
you
boy
know.
out.
Flowing water, plumbing, and drain.
Thank you.
flowing
Sorry.
water, plumbing, and
Specifically the drain part here.
Drain, and not only that, you're going to waste Brian's time coming out to do something that you could do by
It
yourself.
fell down the pipe, and it's whatever, a 2 to 3 inch pipe. I can't stick the hand down to get it.
Get the snake. Get the steak.
He's the butcher boy, not the plumber boy.
Exactly. That's my brother. Used to be my dad, my grandpa, my uncle.
I mean, I get down and dirty, man. We're not going to
Really?
waste somebody's time.
Really?
We're not going to waste somebody. Go call Lana. Ask her about me in the house.
Just not at 4
Ask her about me. Just not at 4 in the morning.
Could you notice? I'm dead serious. Do you know the difference between a Phillips and a flathead screwdriver?
No, I don't. I know the difference
I'm just
between
asking.
a flathead and
Some
a
people
Phillips
don't know.
screwdriver. Yes, a flathead is flat, and the Phillips has got the screws in there. Yeah, come on. I'm the guy who knows how to change a tire, not you.
I don't.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. You got to ask me what a Phillips is.
But that's not everything.
But see, the problem here is you're doing it at 6 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and you are waking up people.
It's my OCD. I want to get it done right now.
But you got a little one in LJ who's what, 4 months?
He was
5
already
months?
up.
You got Michelle who's trying to sleep and just chill, and you do it at 4:30 in the morning.
I know.
Honestly, you're selfish.
I'm selfish.
Yes, you're the selfish one here.
I'm selfish because it backed up again after I've had a lot of conversations about how we can dispose of some of the hair and whatnot, and how we need to be cognizant of a brand new floor drain and a brand new drain in the shower.
Well,
and I don't want it to get clogged like the previous one from 80 years ago that had so much tar in it.
Well,
It was
buy the hair
ridiculous.
thing. There's a hair blocker
I have
over the drain. She doesn't use it?
No, there's like a screen that goes over it that you put it on, but it's still. I'm telling you, B, it's a problem.
So it sounds like you just don't have your home in control.
Well, I admit that. I'm not going to argue that one.
See, that's the problem. See, Anna knows. I'm like, babe, this was going to happen. And what I do, this is what I do.
Be careful.
If it's certain, no, I'm fine. I'm good. I'm good in the hood, baby. The couch ain't seen me in a long time. Listen, I let it flood for a couple of days to teach her a lesson.
Are you serious?
Without even, you don't have to say anything.
So this is
it starts flooding and be like, hey, this is what happens when you don't follow the protocol.
Yeah, but see,
this is what happens when you let the hair fall down the drain.
This is
and
how
so
you get mold.
no. You clean it up, you do it. But if it happens, and it happens about every 16 months, the whole flooding thing in the shower.
Okay.
What I do is you let it roll for a couple days. It's just like, babe, to flood. It's like, this is what happens. So you let the actions do the work.
This is where
this is where you're hurt, because sometimes people don't hear you. Sometimes the words don't do enough.
Here's the
Sometimes a significant other just doesn't even listen.
Stop it.
So I'm telling you, you just let it ride, and then they're like, "Oh, I get it," and we don't have those problems anymore.
Yeah, see, as the son of a plumber, I've been to many situations where people let it ride, and then you come in, and now you have dry rot, and you have mold, and things need to be removed.
That takes a long time to happen.
You'd be surprised.
It takes a long time. That if the mold is happening, that means people aren't cleaning up their tubs.
Well, I'm just saying in general, like you have these seams in tiles and things like that where cracks can get through, and then you get water, and then you have. I mean, it can become a nightmare. That's all I'm saying. It can become a nightmare. So no, I'm not going to let it ride. That's just there's two different kinds of people.
But then you're going to still be trying to clear a drain at 4:30 in the morning, which is psychotic.
I know. I sound like. Am I wrong or is Bonte right?
I can understand the desire, just like I can't leave here unless I unclog this drain.
Exactly.
Because it's going to be stuck on your head all day long, and that's all you're going to be thinking
about. And as a great husband and the quote unquote head of the family, and even though
you're still going to get yelled at. So
well, that's inevitable.
Matter.
Do you want to get yelled at with a clean drain or a clogged drain?
You know what I should do?
I would rather get yelled at with a dirty drain so then we clean it. But I'm going to get my shower and I'm getting the hell out the house at 4:30 in the morning.
Could you imagine if there was a beat reporter reporting on the Shasky house? It's the young guys. It's LJ. It's the young guys. They're not good enough to help the veterans, Joe and Michelle.
Than you.
So it's not this is not a right or wrong situation. It's just a situation that I would handle differently. That's all. It's not about being right or wrong here. We're both right. We're both wrong. You're both right about the part where you're going to get yelled at.
That's true.
But
that is true.
We also, I know I have leeway because we have 2 showers in the house. So,
well, we do too. We have one downstairs, but I've never used it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be humble in this one. That's what I would have done.
I'm not trying to go downstairs.
So see, this is where your other mistake. You had a shower downstairs. You should have just took the shower downstairs.
I was already in the shower once I noticed.
Just take out. Just leave. Leave. What are you doing? All right, we're going to break, damn it. Nobody listens in the 6 o'clock hour anyway. It's the Warriors game day presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. What's coming up with the game brought to you by Fremont Bank Full Service Banking. No compromises. 888-957-9570. Before we get back to Shasky, we'll get to Pablo as well. So Shasky had unclogged his drain at 4:30 in the morning. I say hell no.
Hey, Bay Area, find your fill at Jack's Restaurant.
Sandoval. Oh, my goodness. He just took a deep breath. And we're going to get a pinch runner for Pablo.
He had to put that bat on the wall of fame here at Oracle Park. That's what we all wanted to see.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
Well, that's it for Pablo Sandoval. That is it. He last played for the Atlanta Braves in 2021. Bat at 178. Did not have a good year. Stepped away for a couple years and got invited to spring training at the age of 37. Pablo Sandoval was turned 38 August 11th. Yesterday, he got one last send-off at Oracle Park. You heard Kruger Kuip right there. Base hit. Classic Pablo base hit. He looks great, smiling, laughing. Players said it's been great to have him in camp, a two-time All-Star, and, of course, three-time World Series champ. He's going to call it quits, obviously. He's going to try to make a roster, but he's 37 years old. How realistic is it going to be for Pablo to make a big league roster? But classic Pablo at bat. Bat explodes. Fans give him a standing ovation. It's pretty cool to see Pablo.
Physically, he looked amazing.
He did. It's the best he's ever looked.
Right? And so, he's I know we're not allowed to quote-unquote body shame and talk about things like that anymore, but the reality is your body and the condition that you're in, I mean, it has an effect on your performance in sports. Like, that's undeniable. And I look at someone like him and think about where we were a decade ago with the Camp Panda stuff with him. Over a decade ago now. I forget. God, we're getting old. But I truly believe, and this is just my thought, had that guy stayed in shape, he would have been a 10, 15-year San Francisco Giant on his own accord. And they would have offered him whatever they needed. He was so, unreliable in terms of his dedication to getting himself in order. And look, I understand there is an element of genetics, right? But if you talk to people that were in the know when it comes to Pablo Sandoval, there was a lot more to it in terms of his own discipline or lack thereof. And so, his body betrayed him in that sense, and he betrayed himself. And he was better when he was the size that he looks like now. 2011, look at his numbers. 2009, look at his numbers. Look at his 2010 numbers. Like, there's a direct correlation there. And he's not the only one. There was a guy by the name of Prince Fielder, and it came out that, he had went vegan. Remember that?
He did go vegan.
He did not go vegan. He was on the road, and he was having the clubhouse guys.
Somebody snitched on him?
Everyone was. He had the clubhouse guys.
Were they doing that in real time? Because I thought he was vegan. I bought the story.
Yeah, everyone did. And they're like, well, why aren't you losing any weight? And, you're dedicating your life to fitness. And then coming to find out he was having clubbies when he was on the road, go get him McDonald's and Jack in the Box and Burger King.
That's pretty legit. So you heard
they don't have vegan options at those places?
Probably not.
This is also a decade ago. I don't even know.
Did you hear the big Victor Alexander story from Gary St. Jean? So Big Victor Alexander, Big Vic, we all remember Big Victor Alexander. For you kids under 30 who just started watching the Warriors in 2015, go Google Victor Alexander. Now, Big Vic had
52?
50 or 52?
Yeah.
He had a big eating problem, but he had a weight issue. So I think they were in San Antonio. Saintly told the story. Woolley actually told the story too, but Gary St. Jean told the story. They got to San Antonio, the hotel, and Big Victor was on punishment. He couldn't order room service.
Okay.
They were watching his weight. So Don Nelson told the kitchen, hey, if this room calls you for room service, call me ASAP.
No.
So Big Victor, I think it was in San Antonio back in the day. He calls room service. He orders like a couple sundaes, bacon double cheeseburger. I mean, he's ordering the works. I mean, he's about to go to town for room service, right? So he makes a call to room service. Room service calls Don Nelson. Don Nelson and Gary St. Jean, who's the assistant coach of Don Nelson at the time, runs down to the hotel kitchen. They put on the chef hats.
No.
And they grab the food and say, let us deliver it to this room. So then they knock on Big Victor's door. Boom, 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 boom. Room service. Big Vic opens the door. He's got a smile from ear to ear. Then he sees Gary St. Jean and Don Nelson. And he goes, oh, snap.
I lost, I'm out.
And next thing you know, he's running the stairs in the hotel room.
That's incredible.
He's running the stairs. They basically walked up from
That is an incredible story.
On his chef hat. It was like, if this guy calls us, you let us know ASAP.
I'd be so devastated.
He was
That's
he was
so
running
forward to that food.
Oh, dude, he had a bacon double cheeseburger, sundaes with the cherry on top, you name it.
That's essentially like the plot of Pina Colada, the the musical song where you put out an advertisement and then it ends up being, for a lover, and it ends up being your wife. You know what I mean? Showing up at the door. Victor Alexander wore number 52.
52. There you go.
The El Duque and Levon Hernandez doc. What was it called?
30 for 30.
Is it not Made in America? What was it?
I
what was the name of that one?
I know. Okay. It was a really good one.
It was excellent. And Levon Hernandez was talking about how, where he came from, having food was like a sign of wealth.
Brothers in Exile.
Brothers in Exile. Thank you. It's one of the best ones. But anyway, they were explaining about how, his weight had fluctuated and where he was going with that. And he was like, you got to understand, like, where I came from, like, we didn't have 2 meals a day.
No doubt.
Let alone 3 meals a day. So I come to America, I pick up the phone on the road, and I just order, and someone brings me food. It's like,
he was
imagine what 20-year-old, like, I grew up in poverty. So I'm always a little more like understanding, not that we all aren't, but like I'm a little more understanding. Like, imagine like culturally how you grow up, and then you come to America, you got millions of dollars and you can eat whenever you want, and they're bringing you food in a silver platter and tray.
Listen, let me tell you, Shasky, you don't have to be from outside the country. You could be from San Francisco. Yours truly, knowing that, man, when you get somebody to buy some food, let's go. Room service, buffet, free food. Oh, we're going to town.
When you were poor, because when I was really poor, I know exactly the 3 meals I ate in rotation. What did you eat?
When I was poor, McDonald's had the big chicken and the big double for 99 cents.
It was a go-to.
It was a go-to. $2. Totally I'd maybe have $5 in my pocket. I'm getting the 2 burgers. Boom, I'm good to go. Good to go. 2 tacos, a Jack in the Box. What's going on here? Jumbo Jack, late night munchie meal. You name it. Those were my go-tos. It was all day long. And I was eating McDonald's for dinner and breakfast because when I was doing Uber in the mornings, I do the airport runs, McDonald's be open. I get the $1 sausage burrito, the $1 McMuffin, call it the day. Maybe double up on them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so mine is very simple. It's the Top Ramen. When you'd get the box, like it was like a flat of Top Ramen. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Just all the extra sodium in the world.
Oh, yeah.
And then the other one was Hamburger Helper. You can get, 50 boxes for $12 and then just get a couple of pounds of ground beef for dirt cheap. And you've got meals for a month.
Top Ramen, you get the case, 24-pack, the Progressive clam chowder soup. I get it from Smart and Final. They're like 5 for $6.
Yes.
And then I get Ruffles, sour cream and onion, and crunch the Ruffles up into my clam chowder. Yeah, that's what you had to do.
Well, the Top Ramen, you'd put the flaming hot Cheetos, you'd crush them in there. That is the jail go-to.
Yeah, the jailhouse
I want to add some. You get tortillas. You got to get the Mexican blend cheese, too, if you're going there.
Yes.
All right. And then PB&Js. You always got to get the bread and the PB&J.
Yeah, no doubt, man. Boy, we've come a long way.
We have.
We've come a long way.
We really have.
I haven't even looked at Top Ramen in like the last year and a half. Anna sometimes makes ramen late night. I don't know if you saw it on Instagram. Ramen. She'll post her little food spot because Anna can cook. She comes up with some stuff. I'm like, damn. But she made some ramen for us one late night. We had a date night. She's like, you want some ramen? And we were watching Sopranos and just cut the egg up. We had some chicken in it, spices. I was like, man, this is going back. But Pablo's not eating like that no more.
No.
Some people may say Pablo is on the soda diet.
He looks phenomenal.
SLTAweightloss.com.
In terms of most fun athletes the last 20 years.
Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. In terms of most fun athletes last 20 years, he's somewhere in that top 5, right?
Yeah, I always watching Pablo last night.
Overrating him.
Watching Pablo last night. I didn't get sad, but I thought, what could have been?
I totally agree.
He's one of the biggest what ifs for me.
What
if he had stayed with the Giants. After 2014, he was rolling. I knew going to Boston, it's just a different culture. It's a different philosophy.
He should never have listened to Hanley Ramirez and Big Papi.
Pablo, yeah. You went out there. Oh, I do remember that. And he went out there and it just did not work out. A different beast. He was our lovable guy. It was okay for him to be the round mound.
Yeah.
He was like Charles Barkley, the round mound, the rebound, or whatever it was, or whatever his nickname. Barkley's got like 20 nicknames. But Panda was our guy. So for him to leave, you kind of knew that, boy, it's not going to work out in Boston. And he lost himself for a second, got depressed and lost his confidence, came back with the Giants with a minor league deal and was a good Giant. He really was, but he's one of the biggest what-ifs. Because even in the 2010 World Series, he didn't play much. He didn't play much at all in the NLCS.
Uribe took a spot.
Yep, because he was out of shape, and that was coming off his big-time year. And I saw him before that season in 2010. He came to City College in San Francisco. He knew a kid on the team. I think the kid's name was Oscar or whatnot. He set it up where Omar Vizquel and Pablo Sandoval came to talk to the team at City College in San Francisco. Yeah. So Pablo came separately, and he's out there. And he's out there taking batting practice in his Louis Vuitton. Or no, did he have Gucci's on or Louis Vuittons? May have been Gucci's. And I'm like, damn, he's just out here taking BP and some $1,000 shoes like it's nothing. But he looked physically out of shape. And
Already.
He looked like, I was like, boy, he looks, I remember telling Big Dog City, I was like, boy, he looks like he put on a couple pounds. It doesn't look right. And he comes back into that season and he struggles.
I'm looking up his numbers right now. That 2009 year, I'm not going to click on it yet. I want you to pull it up. But off the top of my head, okay, his 2009 year, he came out of nowhere, really, when it comes to like prospects. I believe in 2009, his first full season, he batted like 289, 25 jacks, 89 RBIs.
No. He was better than that. He batted 330.
Was it that high?
Yeah, he batted 330.
Give it to me. What was it?
Well, it was 25 jacks because I think it was like the most home runs for a long time, but 90 RBIs and a 330 batting average.
Wow.
He batted 330.
So he did have 90. Okay, I was close on the home runs in the What? He batted 330.
He batted 330 that year.
Oh, my God.
He was 7th in the MVP voting that year.
Yeah, he was legit.
He was spectacular that year.
He was.
Spectacular.
He bounced back in 2011. Had a really good season.
That was the Camp Panda year. Remember when he really dedicated himself to shape?
He had a really good year, 23 jacks, 315 batting average, 70 RBI. So it was cool to see Pablo get his send off. I didn't feel any like emotions or whatnot because I was like,
I felt sadness, because I felt sad that he kind of robbed himself of his own, excellence.
He went out on his own terms.
That's true.
He went out on his own terms in front of the fan base that grew to love him. But I was telling a little bit last night on the call after you guys got off the phone. I fell asleep right after the game. I was out for a second, just woke up, and I heard a Kara say something, and I was like, "What the hell happened?" There was like 40 minutes of this post-game show. So I rewinded that and kind of steal some notes from that. But 48, his number 48.
Yeah. Like Russ Ortiz,
no doubt. But if he would have stuck with the Giants and put together a couple more years, we're talking about a guy who may get his number retired with the Giants.
I agree.
Wall of Fame, everything. Like he'll probably still get Wall of Fame because of what he's done. Yeah. But like we're talking about his number 48 being in the rafters as being one of the best Giants we've seen since they moved to San Francisco.
What's your image, the still image of Pablo Sandoval in your head? Because I have two.
It's catching a foul ball at Kansas City.
That's one of them. Okay.
Didn't he get thrown out in that 18-inning game in the ninth inning?
Yeah.
I kind of like that image because he was hustling around third base. My guy was moving. My guy Pablo was moving, but he got thrown out of the plate to go to extras in the 18-inning game.
I'm not mad at him on that.
I know everybody's going to take 3 home runs or whatnot. No. What's yours?
Mine is him at second base, pine tar all over the helmet, slapping his chest, pointing to the dugout after he had a big-time double.
Against the Phillies?
And just at any time, whenever he would do it, the whole crowd would go crazy. There was an energy when that guy batted.
Well, the double he had at NLCS in Game 4 against the Philadelphia Phillies.
That was an incredible
moment. They clinched out because he wasn't playing much, and he got one of those crazy little doubles, got to second base, with the clubhouse, he's doing all that stuff.
Remember when he would do that? He was one of the first guys for the Giants that would actually go back, point at the dugout and do all the wild stuff.
And I know a lot of Giants fans were ticked off because he said some bad things.
He was hurt.
But really, from Pablo's perspective, I always thought this. The Giants went out and they paid her to pitch right away. They gave him a 5-year, $90 million deal.
They acquired him and then extended
him. And Pablo felt like, well, what about my money? I've been here just as long. I've watched Kane get paid. I watched Lincecum get paid. I watched Posey get paid.
Yeah.
I watched all these guys get paid. And I didn't get paid. Why? Because of Camp Panda? Because you guys are worried about my weight? And so I get why he was a little annoyed by the Giants, and he says some of the things. Now, he didn't mean them. He didn't know. I don't think he meant that. He was hurt. He said some things, but he made up for it or whatnot. But to me, I never, Pablo said bad things about that. I understood why he was ticked off. He didn't get his money.
Yeah.
He didn't get his money.
Well, and I also believe that it's a great lesson just in life. Money doesn't always equal happiness. It can help. No one denies that. But I would always say to people, if you're professionally miserable and personally miserable, all that money, you can buy a lot of nice things, but that doesn't make you quote unquote happy, you know? And I looked at Pablo in Boston. He was miserable, wasn't he? Miserable.
Yeah, he was miserable.
And clearly playing
the belt exploded.
Dude, I mean, B, he was humongous.
He was huge.
He was. What's crazy is a guy his size, the athleticism and the dexterity that he has at third base. He was a great third baseman.
He had great hands.
He really did. And a great arm.
He had great hands.
And a great arm.
Great hands. Great hands.
He was ambidextrous. He would throw pitch. When he first came up, I believe he was the emergency catcher.
He was a catcher. He was a catcher coming up.
I mean, God, he was one of my all-time favorite Giants. And one of the best parts about him, bad ball hitter. I mean, you throw one a foot in front of the plate, he could yank it into left. You throw one 5 feet over his head, he could pull it down the line. The guy was just a monster.
You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. So I got to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you're there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line as well. It is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Some funny things about the plumbing situation. Bonte, would you leave your toilet clogged in the morning? No, I would just, that takes 2 seconds. It just boom, 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 boom.
Sometimes it can be tricky, but I hear you.
Oh, plunging a toilet's never been tricky.
No, but if you have water backup, sometimes what'll end up happening is it can back up in other parts of the house.
Nah, I'd be all right. That's if your trading situation. It sounds like a bad trading situation. Sounds like bad piping.
Well, again, when you live in an 80-year-old house, you're going to have some old, rusted, nasty, moldy, tar-filled pipes. It just happens. It's natural. You think cast iron just stays perfect
I'm just saying,
for 80 years worth of flushing?
It's not difficult to unplunge a toilet. It's not difficult.
And if it is difficult, flowing water, plumbing and drain
will help you.
They will.
Yeah. It's not difficult. I don't anticipate myself calling Brian and the crew to come fix my toilet. I could do that myself. But people like Shasky need help, so go ahead, call Floyd.
I'm now imagining him as Jim Carrey in Dumb and Dumber when he goes to the guy's house and floods the toilet.
Oh, no, never flooding toilets, baby.
At somebody else's house.
Boy, I mean, I may not know much.
Fear right there.
I may not know much about rock music and Pandora's Box or Disney with Dad or anything like that, but I could change the tire. I could put it on the jack it up, change the tire. I could change some oil, and I could unplunge a toilet. That I know I can do.
Bonte the Handyman Hill.
I mean, seriously. Might as well call me that. Call Santa. We got some things going around the house. Go ahead. What are you going to say, Spadoni? What do you want to say? You got something to say?
He's just fired up about that Laker game yesterday.
You got something to say?
Double OT down 18 coming back.
That was a gut punch for the Warriors. Let's just keep it a buck.
Why are you mad?
We're going to get into Brock Purdy.
I was rooting so hard for the Bucks to win that game.
All Warriors fans were. That was a gut punch.
I know.
No, it wasn't.
And then Giannis travels on the final play.
Oh, please. You come in today. They're only a game and a half back of the 9th spot.
No, I'm not bringing that up. We're all worried about...
and LeBron jumping onto the court.
Well, now the realistic possibility is that the Suns, they're in trouble.
They are
2 games ahead. The Lakers won that season series. Could we have a KD versus Stephen Curry?
That'd be great.
That would be incredible.
Nurkic again?
And Booker versus Klay.
Yeah,
Nurkic, I forgot about.
I totally forgot about Nurkic.
Nurkic trying to say after the last game, ain't nobody worried about Golden State no more. Remember that?
Nurkic's been healthy for like 5 seconds.
Oh, man.
I mean, come on. Don't hurt yourself at the mic.
I was thinking about this, Shasky. Some people say, I was talking to somebody. I was talking to actually Matt Nahiga because Carter was in yesterday.
Okay.
I was like, when we come in, we got to stop complaining because we are the luckiest people in the world. We got the best jobs in the world. I was just talking to Nahiga. It's like, was telling Carter, it's like, man. But I actually have dealt with a lot of adversity in this role as a Sports Talk radio host, now that I think about it.
Okay.
I had to do a show for a year with a Cowboy fan, and Daryl the Guru Johnson. That's hard. That's very, very hard. It's hard to look at him during football season. It's hard to talk football with him. He's a freaking Cowboy fan, for crying out loud. I hate the Dallas Cowboys. Sports hate. Now, in the morning show, I've got to look at Joe Spinoni wearing his Laker jersey every other day and some Lakers sweats every other day and bring up the damn Lakers. I cannot stand the Lakers and their fans. I cannot stand. Gosh. This is adversity, folks. The hell was Spinoni and the Lakers? I'm telling you, man. It's like God is saying, hey, I'm going to give you this Sports Talk radio show, but you're going to have to work with a Laker fan. Back-to-back, working with a Laker fan and a Cowboy fan. I'm distraught.
To go biblical on you, it's the cross you have to bear.
Shout out Easter Sunday coming up.
Yeah, I knew you'd like that.
Suffering from success.
I knew you'd like that.
It's like, man, one end, I'm happy as hell, but then on the second end, I got to look behind the glasses. Spadoni is wearing a Laker jersey, and I can't stand those colors. I can't stand the logo.
I went to Palm Sunday, and it was a very long mass on Sunday.
Always, yes.
Before Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys. And Lubman, you want to talk about adversity. Lubman not checking out to make sure that, I actually could broadcast from home. Oh, boy, a lot of stress.
What happened? Did you guys not get on the air?
We got it all settled because we have the great Tim Jordan here at this station who can make sure that anyone can go on air at any time. Without Tim Jordan, this station wouldn't exist.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't.
This entire, what do they call it, a cluster? This cluster wouldn't exist at Radio Odyssey.
Ponte's trying to work part-time at Kirby for Kirby? No, I can't do that. A backlog needs a toilet hawker.
Bullcrap numbers.
What's that? Who was that?
That was Florio.
Oh, that was Florio?
That was me when I hopped into the shower and I realized it was rising.
Well, that happened to be in Boston. Remember the Wyndham Hotel?
No.
It was the worst hotel. You were in the Uber with D. Wright and I.
Yeah, they thought I was an agent and you were both NBA players.
We were both players. And of course, Shasky laughed and said, you think that one guy's a player? You can't let him go by. You can't just play with it. The guy thought I was a player. I felt good. I was his point guard.
So offended. He totally racially profiled me.
He was so offended. By the way, I got a story about the stretch lab yesterday. I went to a stretch lab next to my barbershop. They stretch you out.
Oh.
So at first they get you in front of the screen and you do like these, they have like your mobility, your flexibility, your posture. It's like matting rating numbers. Yeah. My rating for mobility.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. It was very
Tease it.
It was pretty bad. It was pretty bad.
I can't wait to hear this on the other side.
It was awful. That and Jed York on Brock Purdy. Oh, Brock Purdy. Jed York said that he expects Brock Purdy to reset the quarterback market with his next contract. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. We're going to get to that, brought to you by Safeway.
Are you serious?
Head to Safeway this week for Challenge or
I'm happy with Brock Purdy.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, we're going to get into Brock Purdy right now. Brock Purdy, Jed York, owners' meetings going on. Is it the owners' meetings or is it the coaches' meetings? Orlando, Florida is where it's happening.
They call it the owners' meetings, but we always see the coach's picture, but it's everyone. Yeah. It's owner, GM, and coaches.
Dude, Dave Campbell looks jacked up in the picture. I always love the pictures. I like to see where guys are slotted, who's standing by who's sitting by who. So you got Andy Reid sitting right next to Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh's running material. He's cheesing. It's good to have Jim Harbaugh back in the league.
It's great to have Jim Harbaugh
He is running material. He's out of his mind. But he did say some real things about the offensive line, you know. I did like what he said about the offensive line. Basically said that, look, the offensive line has to play good. Other position groups rely on the offensive line. It's not the other way around. So that's how he's built this team down in L.A. with the Chargers. He's also talking up J.J. McCarthy. Has that it. You know, he always get you a guy who backs you up like Jim Harbaugh.
Seriously.
He protects his players at all costs.
I'm very interested to see what him and Herbert look like.
Yeah, I am too. Especially in that division. But you got Antonio Pierce in one corner.
Yep.
Wasn't he standing next to Shanahan? He was standing right next to Shanahan.
Talk about like the top 3 guys you do not want to mess with in that picture. Antonio Pierce, Dan Campbell, and I'm trying to think of another one. Maybe Bob Saleh, but he seems like a nice guy.
Gannon's low-key jacked.
Oh, yeah, Gannon is jacked. He looks insane.
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
He looks insane. You got McVay in the front row, cheesing left and right. Mike McDaniel in the corner.
The best part
was McVay.
I'm not going to lie to you.
You like McVay,
I'm warming up to McVay, but he does drive me kind of crazy.
No, he always cheeses, and he's always looking.
And then, his voice is already hoarse. Like, dog, you ain't coached in 2 months.
Can you imagine Shanahan, McVay, and LaFleur? They're all just going out to the town in Orlando, just hitting up something. Dude, they're getting after it at these things, too. You see Jed York when he's talking in this? It's disheveled.
The amount of Little League McVays I see all around, coaching, who drive me insane. It's just like, come on, dude.
You guys always said I love McVay. You kind of secretly like McVay. I could tell.
Well, I'm more of a Pete Carroll guy these days. The older I get.
No, Pete Carroll. By the way, consultant in Seattle. Sources tell me he ain't been in Seattle in a couple months since he's been fired. So no consultant for Pete Carroll in Seattle. That's all, Jack. I'm looking at the photo here. Who's this? That's McDaniel and LaFleur. Who's that between them?
That'd be Mike McDonald, the new head coach, former DC.
Oh, yeah, that is him. He's kind of jacked, too. So it's Raheem Morris, Antonio Pierce, Kyle Shanahan. Antonio Pierce being in the picture is so funny.
With the chain?
How long is that going to last with the Raiders?
Why are you asking that?
Because he's talking a lot.
Yes, he's saying he's the gatekeeper. He's not letting evil in.
I'm not letting evil in.
He's the gatekeeper?
Yeah.
Now I go Ghostbusters.
He's the gatekeeper.
Hopefully Michael Penix is the team master.
We're doing things the Raider way. The Raider way, this and that. Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. We need him to talk more. Blah, blah, blah.
The key master. Dude. Where is Zool?
Dude, look at Jim Harbaugh. He's like, dude, Tim Harbaugh.
The juxtaposition of Dave Canales, the new head coach in Carolina, next to Andy Reid is so funny.
Is Carolina the worst job in sports right now?
Ooh, it's up there.
Well, we'll see. Bryce, I got faith in Bryce Young.
No, but I mean, like, I'm just saying, like, in terms of what you're inheriting.
Oh, I mean, Deontay Johnson's not bad. You got Deontay Johnson.
Okay, but can you name another team in sports where the situation is more dire?
I mean, the A's, but that's different.
Yeah. By the way,
Geloff's going to be good, though. By the way, you're talking about drafting? Zach Geloff is a guy.
Shortstop?
Yeah.
He fields the ball very uniquely at shortstop, like one-handed. It's a very unique setup. But I was gonna say they got a guy, the A's, who they're calling the next Bo Jackson in their system.
Who's that?
Is it Lawrence Butler?
No, Clark. I want to say we brought it up yesterday. Lubman, what was the guy's name?
The next Bo Jackson?
Yeah, there was an article written about him.
Yeah, no, his name was Denzel Clark.
Denzel Clark. There you go.
Right.
Oh my
They're
God.
saying physically he looks unlike anyone that they've ever had. I'm like, you did have Cespedes.
He's 6'5", 220. This guy's a monster.
Yeah, he is a monster.
They also had Canseco, like who was also physical.
So their payroll is lower today than it was 25 years ago.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
20 years ago.
It's embarrassing.
15 years ago.
Some people say the Sharks might be up there. The Sharks got no hope.
Well, they might get the first overall pick.
Carolina didn't even have a pick.
They might. Yeah, Carolina did trade their pick. Chicago's looking pretty right now. So, real quick, before we get to Brock Purdy, I went to the Stretch Lab yesterday. Shout out to the Stretch Lab.
Yeah.
Brandon, big-time Warrior fans. Love everybody that helped me out there. What's my girl's name who helped me out? What's her? Let me see. What's her name?
I want to shout
Alazan. She stretched me out, man. She went to Sacred Heart Cathedral. Shout out to her, Eugene, and the rest of the crew up there at the Stretch Lab on Brandon Street. But they did the numbers, right? So you got to do some squats. You got to look like your posture and everything right there. So they screened me before the stretching for 15 minutes. And I heard a pop in my back. I ain't heard it so long.
Where?
It sounded like
up,
a 12 gauge.
Low?
Yeah, lower back. Just pop. And I was like, ooh. I felt looser right away. Because my mobility before the stretching was 18.
Okay. On a scale of what?
On a scale of like 1 to 80.
So 80 is great. 1 is not great.
Yes.
So 18's not good.
18 was horrible. But she said she see worse.
Okay. And when you mean mobility, do you mean like agility?
Being able to move, mobility, agility, all that stuff. So
can you touch your toes?
I could touch my toes. I could do that.
I've never been able to touch my toes.
Really?
Yeah. It's just not something. Yeah.
So my mobility
all the way,
was
like
awful.
Straight leg to down to the.
My mobility was awful. By the end of the stretching, my mobility went up to 30.
Okay.
So it already improved. My posture was good.
Okay, good.
It's at a 62.
Okay.
So I'm going to go see her for the next month.
How do they judge posture? Is it sitting down, standing
Sitting
up?
down, standing up.
It's a combination.
Do it. So it's like they set it up on the screen, so it looks like my name ratings. You know, acceleration, speed, everything. I was like, man, this is so cool.
And
then the numbers came out. I was like, oh my God,
you look like Danny Gray.
No wonder I got hurt during the Warriors World Tournament. No wonder I got.
Did you get hurt?
Yeah, well, my right ankle. When I got a massage at the Olympic Club, my girl Anita was like, boy, your right ankle's really swollen. I didn't even know it.
You were playing in the wrong shoes.
But,
I'm being
you
real.
know what? But this shit just shows how tough I am.
Yeah, that's true.
I played through injuries.
High ankle
I didn't even know. I
sprains.
had a high ankle sprain, didn't even know it.
Yeah.
I'm walking around just fine.
You're built different.
Dude, I'm cut from a different cloth.
Yeah.
Unlike you and Guru. You guys don't play hurt. You guys get hurt and this, my injuries, right ankle, my Achilles, You know? Just built different. That's all.
You're like Brock Purdy, some would say. You recover quickly.
I am like Brock Purdy right now, where I'm probably underpaid, but it sounds like in a year or two, Brock Purdy will not be underpaid.
Could you imagine coming in here and telling the bosses, I want to reset the radio host market.
I want to reset the morning drive market. I want to reset it right now, Matt. My contract's coming up. I need the bag. It's Jed York. Jed York sounds like he's going to give Brock Purdy a bag. And why do I bring that up? Well, let's just listen to Jed himself down in Orlando yesterday discussing Brock Purdy possibly resetting the quarterback market.
And I think it's a good problem when your quarterback is one of your highest paid guys on your team and in the league. So there's a lot of planning that goes into it. I'm glad that we have Prague, JL, Kyle. Like they're the ones that will figure out the details of it. And I just have to sign the check. So my part in that's pretty easy.
That's kind of hard too, isn't it?
It's not hard. I mean, it's what the market is, right? Like it's not like Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. You have, I don't know how many players making over $40 million as a quarterback right now. And when we signed Jimmy several years ago, you know, it was the largest deal in the history of the NFL for 3 minutes. But we were paying Jimmy 26 or 27, and you see like the market has it's changed. And whether I like it or not, like that's what the market is. And you have to accept the reality of the world. And to me, the quarterback is the most important position, not just in football, but in all sports. And those guys should be paid a lot of money.
All right, so Shasky just put his head down and he shook his head. I'm not even going to guess. I'm not even going to guess.
It's just unnecessary. If you want to leverage someone, like if you understand negotiating on any level, all right, like why would you? It's unnecessary to say this out loud. Well, like what if he has a stinker season? Is he going to reset the market again?
Well, my question is 888-957-9570. How does it make you feel that the owner wants to help Brock Purdy reset the quarterback market? Now, we're going to break down the numbers of the highest paid quarterbacks in just a second here.
There are 10 guys making over 40.
I understand.
At quarterback.
But resetting the market means you're getting Burrow money. You're getting Deshaun Watson money. You're getting Lamar Jackson money.
Well, we can all agree when you bring up Deshaun Watson's name, and he's the 8th, in terms of AAV, 8th highest. He got $230 million guaranteed. Every single football fan across the country would say, gross overpay. And then have you seen the moves that Cleveland is able to do the next couple of years with how much is guaranteed to him?
It's not good.
Not pretty.
Trust me, I play with them on Madden.
So you
their cap for the first 3 years is terrible.
It's a nightmare.
You have to let everybody go, basically.
It's a nightmare. So, like the Deshaun Watson contract, is it gross overpay? So we could talk about market and all that stuff, but it also has to be value for you, and you have to also see, you have to let it kind of play itself out.
So, because I want to get into all this.
Yes.
So Joe Burrow is going to be making $55 million.
Yeah, I'm looking at this. Yeah.
Justin Herbert, 52 and a half. Lamar Jackson, 52. Jalen Hurts, 51. Kyler Murray, $46 million. He's going to make 50 the next season. Deshaun Watson, 46. Patrick Mahomes, 45. Kirk Cousins, 45. Josh Allen, $43 million. Daniel Jones, $40 million. So when Jen York says Brock Purdy's going to reset the quarterback market, how does that make you feel as a Niner fan? Is that the right move? Now, if he wants to reset the quarterback market, maybe they already have it planned that they're going to put in the Jimmy Garoppolo clauses, and I call them the opt-outs, where the team can get out of it in April. Now, if you want to do that with Brock Purdy,
Cap had that too.
Yeah, I'm not going to be mad at that.
Yeah,
if you do that with Brock Purdy, but if you are talking about resetting the quarterback market and giving Brock Purdy at least $55 million per season, I don't know about that.
Well, I'm glad you made that distinction.
$55 million a year for Brock Purdy. I like Brock Purdy a lot.
Save that. Just save that.
I like Brock Purdy a lot. I don't like him at $55 million per year. Now you're telling me this is a quarterback who can carry your entire offense. You don't need Debo. You don't need a lot. You're that good. You don't need premium weapons outside of you. That's what $55 million screams to me. And why is he older? And I understand Jen York's talking and he's feeling good about himself. But why would you? I'm with you, Shasky. You don't have to bring this up right now.
It's unnecessary.
How about we deal with Brandon Ayuk first? Can we get Brandon Ayuk done first?
It's so unnecessary.
Now we're talking about Brock Purdy resetting the quarterback market. Folks, we're not talking about $30 million a year. We're talking about being a top 5 paid highest quarterback.
Let's do the math.
Now, Brock Purdy, Niner fans, seriously. Is Brock Purdy a top 5? Is he worth top 5 money at the quarterback position?
Not yet. And let's see what next year happens. Like, to me, this is all, we're getting way ahead of ourselves. Let's see another year. Let's see what ends up happening. Did we not learn anything from the Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson contracts?
Apparently we did.
I mean, like, you have to be 100% certain in these circumstances. $55 million. Let's just say, even if it's a 1-year guarantee. Do you know what $55 million is on the 49er offense currently?
What's that?
It's $20 million for Trent, $20 million for Debo, and $14 million for Brandon Ayuk. So you tell me, are you willing to sacrifice, and I'm asking 49er fans, are you willing to sacrifice 3 of your top, 6 or 7 players for just the quarterback, even if it's for 1 season of guaranteed money?
How do you feel about Brock Purdy?
I'm very reluctant on that. Like, first off, the comment is unnecessary because this is the thing. I have the franchise tag in my back pocket. Do I want to go down that route? No. But I can if I need to. And so to me, you're getting way ahead of yourself. Right, way ahead of yourself. So it's all about the guaranteed money. That's the number one thing. The franchise tag, the one negative about the franchise tag is if you are like the top 5 money right now, give me the top 5 quarterbacks. It's an average of those two. What's the guarantee?
It's Joe Burrow, 55, Justin Herbert, 52 and a half, Lamar Jackson, 52, Jalen Hurts, 51.
Okay, so let's say it's 53. For the sake of this argument, you have to have $53 million to hit your books that year, right? So that's where the franchise tag is difficult. But to me, it's the most underutilized tool in football. Like, I look at Jalen Hurts' contract, and I love Jalen Hurts. I'm betting on him to be better next year. I love him. That one makes me wheezy.
Well,
doesn't it?
Well, what's the guarantee going to look like? Because here's the guaranteed money. Joe Burrow's getting $219 million guaranteed. Now, fully guaranteed is $146 million for Joe Burrow. Fully guaranteed for Herbert is $133 million. Fully guaranteed for Lamar Jackson is $135 million. Fully guaranteed for Jalen Hurts is $110 fully guaranteed. Now the total guaranteed goes up even more. Total guaranteed money for Joe Burrow is $219 million. Justin Herbert's at $193, and I think Justin Herbert's overpaid.
I agree with that.
Justin Herbert, to me, he has not proven to be a $52 million quarterback per year. Brock Purdy, 888-957-9570. Jen York went out there yesterday, said he expects Brock Purdy to reset the quarterback market. When I saw that headline, I said, whoa, first of all, why are we talking about this now? Maybe you got to ask the question. But number two, what if he struggles next year? But are we sure? And then what does this mean? I got so many questions about this.
But as a negotiation tactic, why would you even say this? Why would you say that?
And then, what does Shanahan think?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Shanahan's got the final say.
That's a great question.
Does Shanahan believe that Brock Purdy's going to reset the quarterback market? We sure Kyle's on board with that?
What do you think the Seahawks, Rams, and the Cardinals want? They want you to reset the quarterback market. Oh, my gosh. Don't they?
Oh, my gosh.
Like when Kyler got – and I probably like Kyler more than the average fan. Most average fans don't like Kyler.
Yeah, I like Kyler.
I like Kyler more than the average fan. And even I'm like, yeah, I would have a hard time paying him the money that I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't. He hasn't done enough. He's always hurt. I wouldn't do it, right? That's just me. I don't understand this. Everyone needs to get paid years in advance thing that we see from the media and certain segments of the fan. Let it play out.
Yeah,
why are we quick to cash everyone out when it hurts the team?
No, but then I look at Brock Purdy and we look at this postseason run. Did he look like a $55 million a year quarterback in the postseason?
I mean, let's just compare him to Mahomes in the Super Bowl. There was a clear difference.
Clear difference. I mean, night and day.
Right, and so
there could have been the difference in the first game against Jordan Love.
Well, I mean, I would say
for 3 quarters.
He did, but in the fourth quarter in money time, he looked better than Jordan Love. Right? Like we could play both sides of that coin. I would agree with you though. He did not look like one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the league in the postseason overall. Right? That's like Lamar Jackson had a monster year this year. He looked terrible, absolutely terrible in the AFC Championship game, but I'm still paying him that kind of money, right? I just do the simple math this way. I watched it happen with Dak Prescott. I've watched it happen with other organizations like Russell Wilson with Seattle. You have to be unbelievably confident that guy can create when others aren't around and can elevate the entire roster when you're investing that kind of money.
So,
like Josh Allen.
I'm eager to hear from Niner fans on this. 888-957-9570. I hope we're not the only ones who feel like this, but I also want to hear from people who feel like he's deserving of resetting the quarterback market. Again, Jen York said this about Brock Purdy in the quarterback market. I want people to chime in on this. 888-957-9570. Read some of the comments on the Comcast Business text line and YouTube as well. Jen York said this about Brock Purdy in his upcoming contract.
And I think it's a good problem when your quarterback is one of your highest paid guys on your team and in the league. So there's a lot of planning that goes into it. I'm glad that we have Prague, JL, Kyle. Like they're the ones that will figure out the details of it. And I just have to sign the check. So my part in that's pretty easy.
That's kind of hard too, isn't it?
It's not hard. I mean, it's what the market is, right? Like it's not like Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. You have, I don't know how many players making over $40 million as a quarterback right now. And when we signed Jimmy several years ago, you know, it was the largest deal in the history of the NFL for 3 minutes. But we were paying Jimmy 26 or 27, and you see like the market has it's changed. And whether I like it or not, like that's what the market is. And you have to accept the reality of the world. And to me, the quarterback is the most important position, not just in football, but in all sports. And those guys should be paid a lot of money.
I think it's extremely important. Here's the question I ask you, Bonte. Is the quarterback the most important position on Kyle Shanahan's team?
It doesn't feel like it.
I think it's extremely important, but I do feel this situation might be a little different.
It doesn't feel like it at times. It feels like the quarterback is just running. It could be a function of the system. You know what I'm saying? But no part, and I know I don't want to disrespect Purdy. Purdy played very well outside of structure.
He was awesome.
He was awesome last season.
Awesome.
But boy, when I look at the injuries he's already had, and I watched that Super Bowl back, and I'm saying to myself, boy, is that a quarterback I want to give? I mean, we're talking $55 million a year. I mean, Joe Burrow's total value of his contract is $275 million. Justin Herbert's total value of his deal is $262 million. Lamar Jackson is at $260, right? Jalen Hurts is at $255. Kyler Murray's at $230 million. Is Brock Purdy a $200 million quarterback? Like, think about that. Is Brock Purdy really a $200 million quarterback? Are we just up here bloviating and saying, being disrespectful?
No, I don't
know. I have a hard time. I think Brock did a lot of good things, man. Over $200 million and over 100+ guarantee for Brock Purdy. It seems extreme.
If you pay a quarterback that kind of money, what's the next most important thing that you do?
Get the offensive line to protect them.
Nail the draft. Because you need cheap players to contribute on good salaries. Would you agree?
Well, Jay York brought up the draft.
You have to make sure that the draft is the lifeblood, right? That's the only way to have sustained success. And we made a decision to invest 3 first-round picks into a quarterback that didn't turn out to be the right choice. We got very lucky and very fortunate that a guy that we drafted in the 7th round made up for that. So, in my mind, we invested 3 first-round picks into the position, not into necessarily the one specific player. That's the most important position that exists. But you can't rely on filling your needs through free agency for an extended period of time. You always supplement through free agency, you supplement through trades, but you have to continue to build your team through the draft. And, having, I don't know how many picks we have, but I think it's 10, 12 picks, something like that this year. You have to do well with those drafts.
He is right about building through the draft.
100%.
You're going to build through the draft.
Kansas City.
Kansas City, all the good teams.
So,
they Green Bay right now.
Yeah,
who's
Green
coming
Bay.
back. Detroit has had great drafts. They built the nucleus in their team through the draft. You look at who else is out there. Dallas has had good drafts. Give them credit. Jerry Jones, he doesn't do a lot of things right, but they do draft well down in Dallas.
And the philosophy of this team will change forever, because even when Jimmy was making the money that he was making, after a couple of years, after I think a year or whatever it was, it dropped significantly because the cap exploded, and then the quarterback market exploded almost immediately after Jimmy Garoppolo signed his contract and then sat the year out with the ACL injury. But just think about it this way, 49er fans. The second you give one guy $55 million as an annual, contract, you're missing some combination of, and I'll just do these ones to start with: Trent, Debo, Ayuk, or Kittle, Warner, McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw.
Right.
That's what you're sacrificing. You're not sacrificing one player. If you give that quarterback that money, you will be unable to probably retain 3 or 4 of your other top players.
And
that's the trade-off.
It's going to be just put more emphasis on the NFL draft to select the right players, to keep players, because now all of a sudden you're talking about replacing some premium talent here. So that could be the future here. I don't know why. Look, do you have to go down this avenue? I guess he was asked a question, Jay York, that is, and Brock Purdy reset the quarterback market. You think about that, Brock Purdy resetting the quarterback market. At one point in the future, Brock Purdy may be the highest paid player in the NFL. Just kind of wrap your mind around that.
That's crazy. So let me ask you this. Let's go to a couple of the recent contracts. Today, if I pulled 100 Niner fans, is Nick Bosa worth all the money he held out for?
I would say 50 will vote no.
Really? That many?
At least 50.
Wow.
At least 50.
Both hit the ground running in terms of impact immediately, Brock and Bosa. And I would be lying to you. I was all about pay Bosa, pay Bosa, pay Bosa. And I probably still, given everything I said, I probably still would end up paying Bosa. I probably would. But I think we can all agree, once you pay that guy, boy, you expect a lot from him. And the way you view Bosa, has it changed 1 year, calendar year, Niner fans?
Me? Oh, I speak for myself.
Okay, speak for yourself.
Absolutely. When you get paid big money, and you hold out for big money, which you deserve.
Yeah.
And I know about, the Niners went out there and they bent over backwards and gave him a few extra on top. They didn't think they were going to have to pay him that much money, but they did. And they brought him in. And now when you hold out, I don't want to hear excuses. And I heard Bosa make multiple excuses about slow starts, about not coming to camp, about the defense, about the scheme, about not being prepared. And yeah, I'm down on Bosa right now. I'm saying to myself, I watched you in the final drive of regulation be on the sidelines.
I thought he had a really good Super Bowl. Other than that,
he was solid. I thought he was solid.
The 4th and 2 it was on him.
I mean, solid, but no, hell no. I'm not. I got to see it again. So when I look at Brock, I need to see it again. I need to see it again for another season before we start talking about resetting the quarterback market. What if he goes out there next year and just throws 30 touchdowns, but he throws 18 picks? He turns the ball over a total of 22 times.
Exactly.
What if your offense doesn't score 30 points a game?
Or let me play the other side of the coin. Debo goes down, Kittle goes down, and we still win 13 games. Okay, now I know. Now I know I can pay you.
But
right?
if Debo goes down and Trent Williams goes down, and you go 17, 17, 17, then I'm not resetting the quarterback market with you when you're going 17, 17, 17 against man defense. Like, come on.
Yeah, I want to just make sure we're playing both sides of the coin.
No, here. I know. But if he does ball out, then you got to do what you got to do.
I've had this conversation with Guru a few times. I believe Dak is a good player, a really good player, actually. But when you pay him that kind of money, doesn't everything get viewed through that prism?
Yep.
Oh, we can't afford Amari Cooper anymore? What do you mean we can't afford more defensive players? Wait a minute. The quarterback is going to get $60 million next year, guaranteed?
The conversation...
It makes it so much more difficult.
I just don't get why we coming out here talking about resetting the quarterback market at the owners' meetings.
It's unnecessary.
Let's keep that close to the vest.
Well, it's something that we would laugh at Jerry Jones for doing.
Right, we would.
Let's just call it what it is.
But no, it is. And it's like
let's just call it what it is.
I get Jed's feeling himself because he is the principal owner now for the 49ers.
I mean, I think it's just a move from a family standpoint to just keep this team in our family for generations to come. I think it's reflective of sort of how we've operated. And my parents are going to say that co-chairman, I don't think you're going to see really any change. It's much more of a long-term family planning thing and making sure that this team stays in our family for generations to come.
Has it been in the works for a while, Jed?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Estate planning stuff it's always a unique process within families, and it's just something that we've always discussed. And I think watching different family successions and seeing how reading a will can be very different than having a conversation when everybody is still around and available to walk through and talk through and sort of get from where we are to where we're going. We just thought it was a better process to just sort of like transition into it smoothly. And again, being a very close family, I don't ever anticipate any problems with my family. But it's just it's an easier, smoother transition to make sure that this team stays in our family.
I've had to go through a couple of these on both sides of the family, my wife and I, regarding, he is right on some level. And there's this whole legality of capital gains and the financial hit that I'm not as sophisticatedly aware of that some lawyer would be, but he is right on that level. For a fan, I think it just provides clarity. Now we know, like, there are no other people. It's just Jed. We're good to go. We'll move forward.
I felt like that for like a decade.
No, I did too, but there was always the murmurs. Yeah, I also put it this way. I believe, and people could say I'm wrong here, but I believe that there are, age groups of Niner fans. There's the older guard who maybe won't ever give Jed the benefit of the doubt for a variety of reasons. You're not Eddie. Your parents gave you the team, but even though Eddie's parents gave him the team, you moved the team out of San Francisco. Like, there's this entire rhetoric from the older fans. And then there's like the younger fans. Like, Sam Lubman probably doesn't remember a time when the DeBartolos and when the Yorks were owning the team. That's all he ever knows. So I think there's a differentiator. I also look at it this way. Someone like Jay Monahan, who runs the PGA Tour, I don't even know if he's good at running the tour, but I know this. When microphones get in front of him, I look at him sideways. Adam Silver, when I hear him talk, I'm always like, I don't think you're David Stern. I think David Stern in front of a podium was a little more captivating. Yeah. And these things can change. There was a time I didn't believe in Roger Goodell in front of a podium, and now I kind of like Roger Goodell. I think for a lot of people, if they hear Jed York, they're triggered one way or the other.
Well, they were, because I remember the Super Bowl when he spoke and you guys were like, oh, why is he talking right now? Why is he talking right now? And it's like, and I'm just saying to myself, well, Joe Lacob talks all the time, but we adore him. We adore Joe Lacob when he talks.
They're viewed differently.
They're different because of the banners. I get it.
And we just view those people. Some people are charismatic in front of a mic, and some aren't.
But Jed is taking a step back.
No doubt.
He knows his strengths. He knows his weaknesses. I think he's done a great job of taking a step back and letting guys run the team. And he said it in the Brock piece. I'm just going to sign the check. That's what I do. I'm signing the check.
Some are more charismatic.
That.
Would you agree with me, though? Like, when you have a skill set, everyone has different skill sets.
But a lot of owners are like Jed.
No question.
It's rare that you get a charismatic owner.
Bob Kraft is not charismatic in front of a microphone.
But think about it. For every Al Davis you get 10 Jeds.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? You don't get a lot. These guys aren't used to talking like this in front of podiums on a mic. Cal McNair, or whatever his name is in Houston. I mean, come on. Charismatic.
Mike Brown.
Doesn't exist.
Mike Brown. You think you want to hear him talk? No doubt. But I will say this about Jed.
We're talking about Mike Brown from the Bagels, not from the Sacramento Kings.
Yes. It make good clarity.
Got it, you know.
No, but like on this Brock Purdy thing with the contract, I think that I just wouldn't have said anything about resetting the market. It's unnecessary when you're in a negotiation, even if it's a year out, 2 years out. Just why would you say, like, for example, if he had said the same thing about Brandon Ayuk, wouldn't we be like, why are you doing that?
What are you doing? By the way, you're not talking about Brandon Ayuk. We should be talking more about Brandon Ayuk. I want to play 2 more cuts
Which is another reason why you don't say anything about Brock, because right now the real pressing issue is Brandon Ayuk.
Jed York, if he's backed off on the We Only Raise Super Bowl banners.
I just think you can't be ashamed of a successful season, right? And our goal is always going to be to win Super Bowls. And even if we won the game, it's not like, okay, well, we can take off 2024 because we won the Super Bowl in 2023. Our goal is always going to be the same. But what I've learned in my time as CEO, it's not a complete failure to not win, where I had probably more of a, you either win the Super Bowl or you 100% lose. You can't not celebrate the fact that we've accomplished some really good things with this team. And I would trade a lot of good seasons for winning a Super Bowl, but we've collectively had a very, very successful program. And I want to make sure that we continue to do that. And the only way to win the Super Bowl, you have to get there first. And we've obviously been very close several times, and you have to keep building off of it.
All right, so that's that off the raising banner situation, and I want to play one more here.
That's the most poignant thing he's ever said, and I totally agree with him, and he's proving his maturation through how his own opinions have evolved.
Here's Jed on the difference between him and Eddie.
There's a difference between when he ran the club and with us. Like, you guys bring up, how do you pay Brock and salary cap? Like, Eddie didn't have a salary cap, right? And if we didn't have a salary cap, like, Brandon would have been done 3 weeks ago or whatever it was, and like, you wouldn't, like, he's a guy that you love, that you'd want to keep, like, but it's not always a question of, like, do you love these guys? Eric, like, you wouldn't let a guy like Eric Armstead go if you had no salary cap. So those are things that have changed, and it's trying to accept the realities of what the NFL is, and knowing that there's only so many things that you can control when you have a fixed cap.
All right, so that's Jed York there speaking at the owners' meetings down in Orlando about a plethora of things, the Eddie D stuff, the banners, the Brock Purdy, everything like that. I know a lot of people don't enjoy listening to Jed York, but I don't mind Jed. Jed York, he can do whatever he wants. He owns the team. He's done a great job owning the team. He does it. I always believe he was the point man anyway. But
most people agree with you.
Legally and on paper, he's the guy now, the de facto guy. He's done everything. They've spent money, the guaranteed money they spent on these players to keep this team together. Debo, Kittle, Jimmy Garoppolo, Trent Williams, McCaffrey. If McCaffrey was smart, he'd hold out and get more money for the way he was used last year. He's underpaid, probably the most underpaid player on his team outside of Brock Purdy. But Fred Warner, all these guys have gotten paid, and Jed York has done that. And they've sold out Levi Stadium. They're bringing a lot of events to Levi Stadium or whatnot. So I don't have a problem with Jed York speaking at all. I didn't have a problem with him in the Super Bowl. Didn't have a problem with him yesterday. However, to say that Brock Purdy, I'm stuck on a whole Brock Purdy reset the quarterback market.
It's just it's a sentence you should never have uttered. Like, you're negotiating against yourself now. You gave him all the ammunition. If I'm part of Brock's representation, I'm saying, well, I mean, the owner did say that the quarterback's going to reset the market. I'm sure whoever the person who, I don't know if Parag still does that specific task.
Parag is involved.
Yeah, but whoever's in that negotiating room was probably no.
I mean, on one end, you could say, hey, they've identified their guy. They have their quarterback. And that's one thing that I've been happy with, or distraught with the whole Shanahan era. The entire Shanahan era, I've been a little discombobulated because I don't know who the quarterback is every single year.
I would say that in this NFL that I'm watching now, I've learned more than ever. Like, Justin Fields, 2 years in, yeah, we're not feeling you.
Right.
You know, Trey Lance, 3 games in, we're not feeling you. See, Russell Wilson, 2 years in, mega deal. Doesn't matter how much guarantee money, you're out of here.
There's no doubt.
There's no need to ironclad yourself in years in advance in the modern NFL when the league tells us every single season wild stuff happens.
But they will pivot off of that.
No doubt.
That's why I'm not going to go crazy over this comment about resetting the quarterback market, because I realize there's a season to be played.
I just wouldn't have said it.
Probably, but you know what? He's going to say something that you could look at it as a vote of confidence for Brock Purdy. For Brock Purdy, he's probably throwing the football around today saying, wow, owner said that about me? Reset the quarterback market? Oh, they really want me. They really want me here in San Francisco long term. On one end, you can look at it like that. On the other end, you can say, dear God, are you really going to give Brock Purdy all that money? Let's go to Doug in Berkeley real quick before the injury report. Then we'll get to Slater.
Hey, Doug.
Doug, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. Hey, I want to try to be really clear about 2 points. One is, I agree with you. Jed didn't have to say that. But Brock's going to have to prove it over the next few years in order for Jed's comment to actually be relevant. So we got to think about that. The other point I want to make is, and I'm a little disappointed in you guys who all season were saying how great Brock Purdy was, and he was, undervalued and people aren't recognizing him. How did we do in the Philly game in, the NFC Championship game 2 years ago without a quarterback? Regardless of what you think or what you want to say, even on Shanahan's team, the quarterback is the most important player. I feel that strongly. Thanks for taking the call.
I might argue, and again, I hear your point on the quarterback, but they were down to, at that point in the year, I think we've lost context on that NFC Championship game. Brock didn't head into the season as the number 1. He was the number 3 at that point in the year. And Josh Johnson was off the streets weeks prior. And it was still a 7-point game when Josh Johnson got collapsed and walked out of that game. I know history has forgotten it.
Listen.
They were right there.
Listen, there's a lot of callers who
and
feel
believe
like
me, I think we would have been a lot better with Brock.
There's a lot of callers who feel like Doug in Berkeley. I want to hear from those callers. 888-957-9570. Are you okay with Brock Purdy resetting the quarterback market once he's up for a new contract?
And what if I told you it's CMC or Purdy? Forget like 5 guys. No. I give you all those.
Well, one of those is going to happen. Let's just start with the quarterback before we get to the context, because we don't know what player is going to be here. Could be Devo. Could be who the hell knows?
There's a lot of combinations.
Who the hell knows? But it all starts with Brock. Do you believe that Brock Purdy is worthy enough at the quarterback position to reset the quarterback market? And when we say reset the quarterback market, we're talking about guys like Burrow making $55 million a year, Justin Herbert making $52 million a year, Jalen Hurts making $51, Lamar Jackson making $52. We're talking big boy money here.
As long as he doesn't get injured.
Don't like this. Warriors had to beat the Heat last night without Trace Jackson Davis, and he's questionable again tonight with knee soreness, according to Anthony Slater, who will join us on the other side. He's questionable for tonight's contest against the Magic. Even if TJD does miss tonight's game, there's little indication that he will be out for a long period of time. They need Trace Jackson Davis. He was playing very, very well. The injury report brought to you by Boxer Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's come up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Anthony Slater, your phone calls, 888-957-9570 is the number. Is Brock Purdy worthy enough to reset the quarterback market? Chad York said he is. Do you believe that, Niner fans? That's coming up here on the roast.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the 3 brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. We're talking about Brock Purdy. We'll get back into that in just a second. I wonder, 888-957-9570. Are Niner fans even awake out there? Do they even care? We'll play the cut again of what Jed York said, but, Jed York said that he expects Brock Purdy to reset the quarterback market when he's up for a contract. So,
do you like the new beard on Jed?
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's got the big ball spot. I don't like the key because I got mine. My ball spot too is coming.
No, his hair looked pretty thick.
Did it?
Yeah.
Well, the back of the head.
I didn't see the back.
No, not the back, but the front. The plugs have been working for sure.
Oh, that's not fair.
I'm not going there.
That's okay. Why are we shaming people for that? I could get if I had the money for him. I would.
I would not be doing that if I had the money. Nope.
I'm not going there. Not
going there. Okay.
By the way, good morning to everybody out there getting out the graveyard shift.
Good Lord.
You want to talk, Spinoni?
What did I do? I'm supporting the guy
out
there.
He won in double overtime last night.
Take off that damn jersey. That's what you did. You wore the damn jersey.
Kobe Bryant, show some respect. Rest in peace.
One of the most ball hog, selfish basketball players. Great player. Rest in peace, Kobe.
But yeah, there you go.
Let's be real. He shot you guys out of a lot of playoff games. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal.
Credit 5 championships.
Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. Shaq.
I love Shaq.
Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing and Trade.
4.
If we're going to call into the roast, so you better bring it because if you don't, you will be flushed. Flush Spadoni's ass.
Shaq won in 2000.
Flushing this Kobe take.
Flush Kobe.
He won the 3 with the Lakers and then 1 with the Miami
Heat. Get him out of here.
I think your boy Wright was a rookie on that team.
Who, Darrell Wright?
Yeah,
he was a rookie on the Miami Heat.
Yeah.
That flush was brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Shout out to them. Maybe they can help out Shasky in the morning. Anthony Slater on 95.7 The Game Insider does a great job at The Athletic. Anthony. So Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain said they would be willing to come to Sacramento to help your boy out. They'll do anything for you, Anthony. Now, Shasky had a situation this morning before we break down some basketball. At 4-something in the morning, I guess his shower was flooding because his wife's hair was in the drain. So at 4:30 in the morning, he wanted to be a plumber. I say to hell with that. Just wait until later in the afternoon. I'm not doing anything at 4:30 in the morning. What would you have done? Had your shower been, not going to water, not going down the drain, 2 wells, going down very, very slowly. What if Anthony Slater have done? Would you have written an article in the shower? Would it have stopped you from writing an article? Or would you grab the plunger, said, you know what, I'm going to get my plumbing on?
I would have gone to another shower in the house, honestly. But I don't know. I wouldn't have written a story in the shower, I'll tell you that.
No doubt. No plus minuses, no X's and O's. Like Shasky's out here going crazy, waking up the household at 4:30 in the morning. It's just some things could wait, that's all. Could wait a few hours.
He woke up everybody, including the baby?
Yep.
Technically, the baby was already up.
Okay, well, yeah, then he was up. Then the house was up.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, Klay Thompson was up yesterday, too. He had the flower shirt working, the button up, and he was inserted back into the starting lineup. Now, a lot of people have been making a big deal about the starters and the bench all season long, kind of driving me crazy. I only care about the finishing lineup, but were you surprised that Steve Kerr adjusted his starting lineup yesterday against Miami?
Not really. He kind of said it was matchup related, and they knew with who Miami had available to them, which was all defensive players, and Eric Spoelstra available to them. He figured they were going to kind of muck the game up, and that meant just more spacing. But also, it's what the trend lines have shown him, I think, should be continually done, which is, Klay Thompson is shooting it better than pretty much anyone in the league over the last 20 games. And yes, the Podziemski starting lineup has been really good, but so has the Klay Thompson in his spot starting lineup. I think they've been they're 42-19 was their score yesterday. They were plus 23 in 12 minutes. And just that lineup works with Klay. It's worked really well with Klay, and Klay has been playing 30 minutes off the bench anyways, basically. Podziemski's minutes have been going down a bit as his scoring's gone down a bit, but so it doesn't matter too much necessarily how you deploy Klay's 30 minutes, but I like him with that unit, and that part of the reason that they did the Podziemski unit was because what the numbers said. Well, the numbers also say the Klay unit works, so maybe keep going to it.
And I thought that Wiggins was excellent at halftime. The adjustment to come out and it felt like a concerted effort to feed him and for him to be aggressive. How can that sustain?
Well, it's a little bit on him. They kind of try to implore him to be aggressive. At times, Steve Kerr kind of tries to blame himself, saying he could run more actions to get him downhill more. But some of it, right, was just Wiggins. Like, he got to his mid-range a couple times. He went down rim. I think he got a putback. He had 8 points in the first 3-4 minutes, and he was good on Rozier, too.
Yeah.
But, the question of how to sustain it is the question of the last decade, right? I mean, it depends on the night.
The spacing, you bring up the spacing. Is Pods kind of clogging the drain? When you have clogging the drain, we're talking about showers and toilets here, but clogging the paint, Anthony, when you have Draymond and Pods, it does feel like it restricts the spacing on the floor for guys like Wiggins and Kuminga, especially you think about Kuminga in that Indiana game. They were sagging so far off of Draymond that Kuminga's going in, and he's got to do a better job at attacking the paint in that situation. But 4-17, it does feel like the spacing was compromised with Draymond and Pods. And we know Draymond's not leaving the starting lineup. He's your best defender, especially team defender and communicator right now on the Golden State Warriors.
You're a constant advertisement right now.
You like that?
Yes. I think that, Kerr made the point. It was for spacing, which would indicate, that getting Pajemski out of there for Klay helps the spacing. And that helps Kuminga, gives him room, helps Wiggins. But, like Pajemski is their best plus-minus guy this season. He's plus 217. Nobody else is more than like plus 130. So he does do a lot of stuff that generally helps the guys out there around him. But, his three hit, I would say, what's crazy, I remember when they drafted him, as we're breaking down film, as we're figuring out what type of player he's going to be, you're sitting there going, well, it looks like he'll hit the three, the open three, but, how will he survive defensively? How will he survive in the margins, athletically, all these various things? I think he's been good defensively. He obviously leads, the NBA in charges, the rebounding, the assists, the connectivity, whatever you want to call it. The shot has been the one thing that I think has hurt him, because I think long term that, for him to reach his ceiling, he has to be a feared shooter that does space the floor. He's still willing to take the three and at times hits it, but I'd say that's the part of his game that kind of needs to probably sharpen up the most, right?
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, he had the little push shot in the lane that was nice, and Fitz was elaborating on how he's going to have to do more of that little push floater, not the hook shot, the push floater, and I'm kind of with him. It's his little 3-point shot it's very high arcing. It's not Tim Hardaway-esque, if you will, but he really shoots it up into the air. I don't know. It's an interesting release. I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just...
he's been better off the dribble from three this year than catch and shoot, which is odd. That's opposite than what you think. And then, the hook, I've talked to him. He wants to go to more mid-rangers. And the hook was something that, through the team they thought was maybe something he should try this year. I think that's been scrapped. When's the last time you saw him try one of those?
5 or 6 games.
Yeah.
Yeah. It seems like that's been kind of quietly, nixed from the repertoire. And you would think if you watch this game, he's the type of guy who doesn't want to do mid-rangers because you never see him. But then you go talk to him and he's like, no, I want to get to that. That is something in my career I would like to have in my game.
Yeah. So, Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game, our 95.7 The Game insider. We think about the Warriors here, and I'm thinking about Sunday after the game with Draymond's basically saying, I'm not happy. I don't give a damn about the Rockets, but we're not playing well. We're too quiet. Now you get a game in Miami, and obviously they're missing 4 of their big dogs, and Jimmy Butler and Tyler Hero and Kevin Love and Duncan Robinson. They're missing a lot of guys. Tonight, they're playing the Orlando Magic, who have the best defensive efficiency rating since the All-Star break. Their rebound percentage is first in the league. Opponents are not shooting the ball well. Opponents are turning the ball over against the Orlando Magic. This feels like a real good litmus test for where the Warriors are at on this road trip here. Are they? And look, we've seen it all season long. They've kind of lost these games this season, but I'm really looking forward to another young, athletic team and the Warriors trying to navigate and figure things out against the Orlando Magic. This win will go a long way for them.
Yeah, I agree. This is their hardest remaining game on this road trip. They go to Charlotte, to San Antonio. Nothing's a gimme,
Right.
But this is, we these daily check-ins we have with this team. But they're talking last. I thought they had the right message last night post game of not being too happy with the win, just knowing, hey, look, 24 hours from now, tough team in Orlando, and they've had good wins this season, but not sustained excellence. And not that last night was excellent, but a win tonight would be good. You know, I obviously tracked the Kings. The Kings came into Orlando and won the other day, you know, and it was a nice win for them, and it was just a professional performance, because I think that the Magic are a team that they are very beatable if you just bring, you know, again, a professional approach. That's been, you know, eluding the Warriors at times this season. So, especially on a back-to-back, older legs, we'll see what they do.
Orlando does not shoot the three ball well as Shasky. They don't shoot at all. So be wary of Markelle Fultz and Jalen Suggs having the games in their life from the perimeter. They don't shoot the three ball well. I think they're one of the worst teams in the league, Anthony, in three-point makes and three-point percentage.
Jalen Suggs hurts the Warriors from three, though. I can remember the game last year. Yeah. He hit two big ones late, including the game winner. They never win here.
Yeah, when was the last time they won there? 2017?
You should have the stat if you're hosting pregame live tonight.
Well, I'm asking you, Mr. X's and O's.
X's and O's. Hey, my history here. I feel like they always play afternoon games here. It's not tonight, obviously. But you know, it's a little sleepy at times. But you know, it should be a better atmosphere tonight. So maybe they'll be more alert, because this is the best Magic team they've played since probably the Dwight Howard era.
Wow.
Rashard Lewis, Jameer Nelson, Hedo Turkoglu. God, what an era that was. Did I mess something up there, Joe? You were looking at me.
No, I wonder who beat them in the finals. Crazy.
Kobe. Wow, we go full circle. TJD, any update?
He looked fine yesterday when I saw him pregame doing a little workout, postgame in the locker room. I think you'll have like a will he play, will he not play update in about 2 hours or so from now. But it was clearly very minor, and I wouldn't expect him to be out long, even if he misses tonight.
Just a random one, but I noticed last night, I mean, defensively, to Bonte's point earlier in the show, like the kitchen sink was thrown at the Warriors in terms of they were trapping, they were blitzing, there was a box and one. I mean, they did a lot of different things. Zone.
How about the full court
press?
Press?
That's what I was going to ask you about. There were 4 or 5 occasions, not only did they press at a perfect time, the Warriors had zero sense of urgency, knowing about the 8 seconds to get across the half court there, and like it felt like it was a wrinkle that more teams should employ. Why isn't the press more employed?
Well, you got to remember they were playing a Miami team last night that, you know, while they were missing their floor spacers, Duncan Robinson and Tyler Hero, missing their best player, Jimmy Butler, Kevin Love, another guy, those aren't their, like, athlete defenders. The Heat are loaded on the back end of the roster with, like, you know, well-conditioned, 6'7", you know, wings that are super hungry, that when they get their opportunity, and Eric Spoelstra runs, like, basically a military program there, are like, you know, go attack defensively. You're not going to score much, but if we're going to win tonight, you're just going to bother the heck out of them for 48 minutes. So I just think it's like personnel based. You know, you're not going to, you know, be able to get LeBron James and Anthony Davis to you know, pick up full court all game, or even if it was Duncan Robinson or Tyler Hero. While the Heat may have threatened the Warriors more yesterday and won because those guys were hitting threes, they wouldn't have been pressing them as well, right? You know, Tyler Hero's out there trying to, you know, take Chris Paul's dribble, and Duncan Robinson's on the backside of the press. So I just think it's personnel based. It's just Heat based too. So like I don't necessarily disagree that I think at times teams should spring that on guys, but it just depends on who you have out there defending.
The Warriors have not won in Orlando since February 28th, 2019. They've lost 5 straight games in Orlando, Anthony. And you're right. They've had some Sunday morning games, some Saturday afternoon games, some weekday games. It's always a weird, murky time. The back-to-backs with Miami and Orlando. So they haven't won there 5 straight times. It'd probably be my opening monologue. Looking live in Orlando, and the Warriors haven't won there since 2018.
I remember about last year's game. It was part of that 0-5 road trip at the start of the season.
Oh, yep. Jalen Suggs, 2 steals.
Yes, but it was also, I remember Wiseman had a rough night.
Oh, yes.
And Kevon Harris was like ripping offensive rebounds from him. That was like, and they changed the lineup the next day. That's when they moved Wiseman to the bench. They put Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome in, and it was just like they completely overhauled the rotation.
Oh, yeah, they lost. I'm looking at the score right now, 1-3. I can remember all the games. The year before, Draymond hit like a 3 before the end of the third quarter, he was barking at the Orlando bench. And then late in the game, Curry misses a three. Draymond didn't even look at the basket on the three-point shot. All these games have been murky. They've come down to the wire, it feels like, down in Orlando. Just a weird place. Just a weird place to play.
It is a weird place, and it's loaded with Warriors fans typically, like almost as much as any opposing arena. Like all the Florida fans just come here and descend. And then they have like a bar restaurant that's like on this tunnel to the locker room.
Ooh.
That it gets wild in there. They're basically walking out to like a parade at times.
All right, last question. Since you all are also our baseball correspondent for the American League with your Guardians, give me your MVP and Cy Young predictions out of that area.
Jose Ramirez, Shane Bieber. How's that work for you?
For the Giants, you guys making a deal? I give you Marco Luciano right now.
Yeah, there you go. Seriously, Shane Bieber might not be on the roster, but wait, are you asking me my Giants MVP?
No, I'm asking you American League. You're our American League correspondent, all right?
Okay.
So American League MVP and Cy Young prediction.
Wow.
Ooh, how about Juan Soto as a big year for the Yankees?
I do like that. I like that a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a bad one. I think Shane Bieber is going to have a monster year.
I love Shane Bieber.
Yeah, I mean, you still got him on fantasy?
No, I don't. You wouldn't want to hear what happened to my fantasy.
That's a whole nother segment for another day.
Yeah, I boycotted my keeper league. I'm not playing.
We're up against it.
They did some things. They did some things that that I'm not too thrilled with.
That's a sad state. So I'll go with that. How about that?
I like it. I like it, and I'm holding that against you.
And we'll go to a game this year, Anthony. We will make it. Well, you're all the way in Sacramento. Maybe we'll go to a Rivercats
game at Rivercats Stadium.
Right? You know where Cleveland opens?
Where?
4-game series in the Coliseum starting tomorrow night.
What a way to get the fans in. Cleveland versus the A's to start the season.
And Anthony will be on the road. Unless you're going to cut your road trip short. You're going to cut your road trip short?
I actually am cutting my road trip short. I'm going to Kings Mavs on Friday, but I'm not going to Guardians A's game. Sorry.
By the way, Kings got blasted last night. I haven't heard from King fans this morning. 5-point game at the half. Next thing you know, they were not lighting the beam in the third quarter. Man.
Bye, Anthony.
Why you kicking Anthony off? I can't talk to Anthony. Brock Purdy. Hey, how you feel about Brock Purdy resetting the quarterback market? As Jet York said yesterday, Anthony. Brock Purdy resetting the quarterback.
I'm much more worried about the Tua Tagovailoa market. Let me tell you. But, yeah, I mean, that's going to change some things for the Niners. How's Brandon Ayuk feel about that? That's my bigger question.
Anthony, you're like, man, that's why I love you, man. By the way, they haven't won in Orlando since 2018. Mark it down. I better see it in the story tomorrow morning or later on tonight.
All right. Well, will it be after a win or a loss?
Oh, what if they lose? They've lost 6 straight times in Orlando, according to Morning Roast correspondent Ponte Hill. I just want to make your article.
I'll see if I can slip that in. I'll see if I can slip that in.
All right, tell your editor not to chop that off. Anthony Slater on 95.7 Game Insider. Have fun in Orlando tonight.
All right, y'all.
All right, man. Anthony Slater. It's my guy. It's my guy right there. Love his stories. Love his insights. Love that we could talk baseball, football, have fun with him.
Orlando Magic history versus the Golden State Warriors.
They haven't won there since 20. I told you, I've been on this. They haven't won there 5 straight times. This is a tough venue for the Warriors.
The last time the Warriors won in Orlando, Scott Skiles was the point guard.
And you know how I feel about Paulo Banchero. I'm going to be a little conflicted today. I will be. That's like my guy, you know? I'm a little conflicted
today. Can I ask, who isn't your guy?
There's a lot of guys who's not my guy.
I know.
Like James Harden's not necessarily my guy. You know? Paul George is not my guy.
Really?
No, I'm not a Paul George. I don't hate Paul George. I'm a Kawhi guy. I have my guys. I'm a Kawhi guy.
I like to sit at a dinner and bring a bag of apples and just eat them randomly.
Absolutely. He's my guy. Hey. Talk music and shoes with Kawhi Leonard in the Toronto locker room.
What about Kobe? I thought Kobe was your guy.
Kobe was never my guy. I respect Kobe, but he was never my guy.
But LeBron was your guy, and then now he's not?
Yeah, you had to be either Kobe or LeBron. You couldn't be both.
So you were LeBron?
LeBron was my guy. Was.
Can only be one king.
I mean, seriously.
Gunnar Henderson, my guy. You know?
Speaking of the king.
Wait, who's the other guy on the Orioles that's your guy?
Give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Audi Rutschman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
I was going to give you Jackson Holiday when he comes up. or Colton Cowser.
Well, they got Tony Kemp now, so look out.
I mean, seriously.
Oh, gosh. Who's my guy, Cedric Willis Jr.? He's a baller. Well, Paulo Banchero.
Traded for your other guy, Corbin
Paulo
Burns.
Banchero. Yeah, Corbin Burns is their ace
The
now.
Bonte, guy team is so stacked.
Dude, my guys.
Who's
Paulo
the Mount
Banchero.
Rushmore of Bonte's guys?
Mount Rushmore right now, my guys. Ooh. It has to be non-local teams,
What
right?
sport?
What sport? We'll go baseball. Gunnar Henderson. Bobby Witt Jr. Acuna Jr. Austin Riley. I do love me some Will Smith. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air down in Dodger Stadium. He's legit. One of the best catchers nobody talks about
Not
for
Will
whatever
Smith
reason.
With the Royals?
No, not that guy.
The pitcher?
Yeah, the lefty.
Used to be the Giants?
The lefty. Yeah, the lefty closer. Who else is my guy?
Wasn't he on the Rangers last year?
Who else is my guy? My guy.
Now, the one thing that was great about Saturday was met a lot of guys.
What? Oh, my goodness. With all of the cancellations going around in the music industry right now, don't play that ever again. That could be repurposed.
This is the guy conversation.
The guys. My guys.
So keep going.
So who else?
So you're basically an Oriole Brave stan.
No. Player stand. Verlander, Max Scherzer, my guys.
Okay. 2 Hall of Famers.
Oh. My new guy coming up. He's already my guy. Josh Young from the Rangers. But Evan Carter's going to be my guy. Nathaniel Lowe's my guy. Who else do we have? I ain't going around the league here. We keep going. Let's see. Julio Rodriguez, I do love. Jay Ross.
I mean, you're just picking all the good young players.
No, but that's what I do. Bobby Witt Jr. is my guy. My guy. Trey Turner, always been my guy. All right? Nick Castellanos, kind of one of my guys. This Albert kid who's pitching for the Reds, kind of my guy.
Wait, kind of my guy? How do you go from kind of my guy to
kind of my guy?
Bonte is essentially Scott Boras. He controls everyone.
He's kind of my guy. You know? Manny Machado, kind of my guy. It's my guy. I got a lot of guys.
I mean, the list would be small. This is like when someone goes into a deli and they're like, I'd like, what they called the gym or whatever. There's different names for sandwiches, but I don't want lettuce. I don't want onions. I don't want mustard. I don't want mayonnaise. And the deli clerk's like, why don't you just tell me what you do want on there? So instead of you telling me all the people who are your guys, just give me the 3 people who aren't your guys in baseball.
In baseball, who aren't my guys. Freddie Freeman ain't my guy. That ain't my guy.
Yeah, Acuna didn't rock with him in the locker room.
Ain't my guy. Ain't my guy.
He's a hell of a player.
He ain't my guy. He is a hell of a player. Garrett Cole, not really my guy. Something about Garrett Cole. I love you, Brandon Crawford. I know it's your brother well, but that ain't really my guy.
What is it?
It's just the big gauge.
There's a template here. Keep going.
Big gauge. It's to see him flail and start walking guys.
I'll give you one more.
He's always complaining. Who else is not my guy? Fernando Tatis Jr. is not really my guy.
I love Fernando Tatis Jr.
Yeah, he's not my guy. Not my guy. Nope. Not my guy. Not my guy.
I'm going to say that's like a not my job.
Kyle Nelson, Arizona Diamondbacks, that's my guy.
I played against him in MLB The Show yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah.
Online?
He came in relief and struck me out.
Oh, sounds about right. Bonte definitely hates Trevor Bauer. I don't hate Trevor Bauer. It's just something because dude's a good human. Anyway, what's coming up in the game brought to you by Pacific Coast Termite. My guys, Shasky guys, Jack Peterson, not also my guy. Tommy Pham, my guy.
It's Brock Purdy, your guy.
Oh, it's a hell of a tease. Alex de San Jose, you're on deck. Is Brock Purdy your guy? You want to reset the quarterback market? We'll see.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites.
Kane.
CP3. Not the best game for him yesterday. Didn't need it. Didn't need it from the Dubs. Didn't need it. Played 23 minutes.
He got picked.
Yeah, he got picked. Got his pocket picked. Turned the ball over 3 times. 7 assists. 0 for 2 from the floor. Not his best outing. But Chris Paul's been solid for the most part. Warriors. Orlando today. Orlando's really good defensively. This will be a tough game. Let's get to Alex in San Jose there, and I do want to pivot right back into the Niners. So I do think there is something there with Brock Purdy and Jed York, but let's get to, and yes, all my guys. What's up, my guys and gals? Alex, my guy, what's happening?
What's going on? Good morning, gentlemen. I know, Bonte, you said you were getting driven a little crazy talking about the starting lineup so much, but the reason why I wanted to call was because I called the other day talking about this exact issue with the having the 2 non-shooters out there in the starting lineup. And, lo and behold, Steve Kerr made a change yesterday, put Klay in the starting lineup, and they looked fantastic. I don't want to, get credit for that or anything, but I'm just kidding. That one player made, a huge difference in the starting lineup. You had a lot more space for Kuminga and Wiggins to operate in the lane and around the key. And I think if Klay starts to struggle a little bit, down a few games down, because he's fluctuating between starter, then coming off the bench, now starter again. I kind of think we should go to Moody if he starts to struggle, because it at least keeps the spacing consistent with the shooting. And Moody's shown that he's right, ready to step up if the numbers called. We saw that when Wiggins was out. But just have that consistent spacing with the starters, I think is. Yeah, go ahead.
I do think you're on to something, Alex, with the spacing with the starters. I don't want to go too crazy here about last night because Miami was missing Jimmy Butler, Tyler Hero, Duncan Robinson, Kevin Love, and Klay mentioned that after the game. Was like, hey, they're down 4 guys. We should be able to win this game, Alex. So I don't want to get too crazy. Today will be a good litmus test, though, for the Warriors in the spacing and the starting lineup against Paulo Banchero and the Magic.
Yeah. I was using that same phrase that you used, the litmus test, but today's going to be the real challenge. Yesterday was a game that we just should have won.
Yep. Good stuff, Alex.
What is a litmus test?
It's a test to show where you're at. Where's your team at? Warriors were the 19th best team in the NBA going into last night. 19th best team in the league. 19th best record in the NBA going into last night's game. 10th best team in the West. That's what we're talking about here.
So I'm looking at it right now. The expression, a litmus test, it has a political meaning, which we will not bring up because I don't want to trigger half the audience.
Yeah, don't do that.
The expression is a metaphor based on the litmus test in chemistry, in which one is able to test the general acidity of a substance, but it's not the exact pH.
Yeah, you get the little strips. You guys remember that in school?
No.
Little strips? No, you don't remember that? All right.
No. I don't.
Okay.
I don't remember much from school.
There you go. Stay in school,
cloudy
kids.
Part of my life.
That's a drop. So I don't know how you're going to use it. I don't remember much from school. There's not a lot you should.
I've learned infinitely more on the internet over the last couple of years than I ever learned.
You're street smarts, not book smarts.
Yeah, street smarts. There you go. Street smarts. You got street instincts. Book smart, street smart, and just being smart. Who is that? Shaskin? It sounds like me.
No, that's me.
Is that you sound like me right there?
Okay, I was impersonating you.
Is that what you said yesterday when you read that? I can imagine Shasky right here. 888-957-9570 as we're talking about guys. Chris Hibb said, I'm the type that says, hey, chief, or thanks, boss.
Oh, those
I do that. But I do that.
Why?
What up, chief?
Very disrespectful.
Why is it disrespectful?
I find it to be a completely backhanded compliment.
No, it's not backhanded. I'm calling you the boss. Like, what up, chief? What up, boss?
Yeah, when you're like,
man.
Okay, you're working the register at a particular, you're not the boss probably. And to me, it's like, oh, thank you. And whatever. I personally, when I've worked in service, in food service for many, many years, my wife was a waitress for a long time. I associate saying, hey, boss, hey, chief, what's up, bud? Like, there's this whole backhanded complimentary thing that to me, it's more disrespectful than it is complimentary.
So, 888-957-9570. Is it disrespectful to say, because like I do it all the time, I'll be like, what's up, boss? I don't mean any disrespect. I'm calling him like, yo, you're the man. You're the man. I'm calling you the man. Like, hey, boss, what's up? What up, chief?
I'm picturing the Tiger Woods meme where it says "big dog,"
big dog,
and then Shasky has his hand pulled back like he's gonna punch him.
So right away, we got two disagreements. Michael Taylor on YouTube. I'm with Joe on this. 49er rider. Nah, you tripping, Joe?
I'm not.
Why is it rude? If I'm like, what up, boss? What's going on?
Okay, where am I?
Who the hell cares?
Well, that makes a difference. Like, okay, I go into a gas station, right, and I'm gonna go pay from even though you normally pay at the credit card thing, but like I go in and like, what's up, boss? Like, I think there's a whole way. Like, well, it's the tone, it's the setting, how many people are around, what's the job they're performing. I don't know. I find it to be more disrespectful than not.
Wow, I never knew that. I never knew people thought.
I find it to be like rude. Like, honestly,
really?
Yeah. And I'm just,
why is it rude?
I'm not saying that your intentions are rude. I find it like people in service, to me, we need to treat them well and be respectful.
That's what I'm doing. Like, I'm calling them a boss. I'm empowering them. Like, yo, you're the boss. You're running this store. I respect you. You're making these cappuccinos with everything you got. You're typing in the money or whatever it is. You're the boss. What up, boss? Like, when people used to come up to the restaurant, I was working at Starbucks or pizza as a barista. When I was working as a barista and people would come up to me and be like, yo, what up, boss? I felt empowered. I felt more confident. I'm like, man, this guy's calling me boss. He's calling me chief. I used to feel good about myself when people call me that.
I don't know. I see the same people at Starbucks. I either go to the one on Stockton here because there's not many open, or I go to the one in Westlake where I backtrack, and it's usually when I get gas. And like, I see how people treat the baristas in the morning, and I'm very cognizant. Like, dude, why? Like, these people aren't making a lot of money. Why are you being so mean to them, dude?
No,
like, they're doing the best they can. I'm not saying you are.
That's
but I see a lot of people like talk to them in a tone that I find to be disrespectful on their behalf, and then they'll make eye contact with me, and I'm like, I shake my head. I'm like, dude, I'm so sorry. Like, I'm uncomfortable.
So that's one thing about that. It's like, yeah, sure, people being mean to baristas is not okay.
Like, amongst your friends,
but boss, if I'm like, hey, boss, let me just get a grande cappuccino, that's being mean?
No, I just think that,
because when I was on the other side again, I was on the other side. I was making coffee for people. I was like, I felt empowered and confident when people called me boss. I was like, oh, wow, I feel bigger.
I made sandwiches for people forever, and I would, like, when someone would come in, they come waltzing in, and they're like, what's up, boss? It's like, okay, what can I get you? A turkey with what?
See, I always do it. What up, boss? What's going on? What's going on, boss man?
I don't know.
What's going on, boss?
And like, people are going to have different opinions on this.
Yeah, I know they are. My boy Wet. We call his Uncle Bryant. Boss man. What up, boss man? We always call him boss man. That's how he went. He went by boss man.
To me, it's what's the setting you're in? How do you do it? What is your, like, what's the demeanor? Where's the person working? I don't know. There's a whole, like, you know, level of when it comes to service. So, like, you don't want to be disrespectful to those. I don't know, man. I find it to be more delicate than you're making it out to be.
Yeah, I did not. I was not privy to this. I really wasn't. I didn't. Wow, I'm blown away.
How did this all start? I'm trying to remember. How did we get on this?
I don't know, but you know what's funny? This is how you know. You just don't know what triggers calls, right? You can come up with all the questions. You come with everything.
How are you feeling?
We're talking about Brock Purdy resetting the quarterback market.
Are you kidding me?
We got one person who called. Nobody really. People on the chat are like, whatever. That's a year away. All of a sudden, we talk about boss and chief, and the lines light up. So I'm gonna get into this. I'm sure our boss man, Matt Nahegan.
Yes.
I don't want to disrespect him if he doesn't like being called boss.
We call him
But
coach.
He is the boss in this setting, and we know him very well. So I find that to be had someone just walked in from, you know, another company and like walks into the room and is like, what's up, boss? Like, I don't know. There's just a way.
That's a different. That's irrational. That's like being obnoxious.
That's what I'm saying.
I saw a new guy, that's all I'm saying. Hey, what's up, Dave? Well, good to see you, boss. Like, hey, what's going on?
That's what I'm saying.
That's how I do it.
Like familiarity with the individual. I want to know.
I do it to people I don't know.
Well, like if you go to Pete's or Starbucks or, you know, Timeless Coffee or something like that, and you're coming flying in, you know, flamboyantly hitting people with the boss and the chief who are working the pastry. What about
Playa? You like Playa? What up, Playa?
That's I think that's harmless.
I always liked Playa.
That's harmless. I find that fun. You know?
All right.
It's always about tone.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of my point.
Tone. Like if someone calls me buddy in the workplace.
All right. Look, the lines are lit up about this. Let's just go down the line here.
Oh my God! Not Brock Purdy getting paid $60 million.
People want to know about Buck because again, I was a barista, and these people would not know me. And they'd be like, hey, boss, I'll just do this. And I'd be like, and I felt like I had a pep in my step when people called me boss. I was like, damn, I feel like the boss now. And I knew I was low man on the totem pole.
Here's what I would say to you. You are someone who has positive energy that is felt when you walk into the room. Again, I'm working at a register for as long as I did. Yeah. There are certain people that come in with that negative, like it again, tone and vibe and the feel and how much you know.
So it's more so about the tone.
I think that's the overriding thing.
Tone. It's not about being called boss or chief, but it's about the tone in which you call somebody boss or chief, especially when we're breaking down.
And the setting, you know? Right. Like, for example, you go into fine dining. You got your leg. You might be proposing on that given night. Everyone's suited and booted, and you're rocking and rolling, and the entire place is very quiet and it's dimly lit. You're not walking in like, "What up, chief? What up, boss?" Like finger gunning across the restaurant, are you?
Sometimes I'm like, "What up, boss man? I'll see you back there, boss man. I'll do it." And I do it in a very, like, with a smile on my face. I'm not trying to demean nobody.
Poor guys, like, whipping mashed potatoes.
Like, yeah, that's fine.
Pointing, too.
But you know what, though? But you know what, though? I empower those people. I'm like, yo, man, thank you so much for that, man.
Well, that's different. See, what you just did there, like, eye contact, like, that's what you should do.
But a lot of people do that. All right, anyway, let's go to Gene and Oakland. Right down the list.
Yeah.
I didn't even know this was a big deal.
I didn't either.
This generation is losing me. Gene and Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Well, I didn't call about this, but I'll address it anyway. You know, I live in the hills, but I work in the hood, so I've gotten called boss a lot by the locals, all right? And at first it kind of took me aback. I didn't know how to take it, and now I realize I take it as a term of endearment. I actually like it. So, term of respect. You know, I think that's the way it's addressed to me.
Okay.
Tone, like you say, has a lot to do with it. So, yeah. That's my take on that. Can I say something about Purdy?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Gene. Uncle Gene, go ahead. We are a sports show.
Kinda.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyways, Purdy, listen, I think we've been a little hard. Okay, first of all, Jed York's remark, I think it came across as naive. I don't know why the hell he had to say that now, but at the end of the day, I don't think it's going to make a damn bit of difference. I think what Purdy gets paid at the end of this year is going to depend on how well he does, and I don't see him as the kind of guy. He's not going to be a boaster that's going to hold up the team. He's already indicated he's going to be fair, and it's first and foremost, it's going to be about the team and about winning. So now, I don't know how much more time I got. I'd like to say a little bit in defense of Purdy. Can I speak
go
more?
ahead, spit it, Uncle Gene. You know it. You got it.
Okay, so I think it's been a bit hard on the man. You know, keep in mind, he's only played a year and a half in the NFL. Year and a half. There's only been, as I see it, in the 58 years of the Super Bowl, there's only been 5 quarterbacks that have gone to the Super Bowl within their first 2 years and won. And of those 5, only 2 quarterbacks, Russell Wilson and Warner, they're the only ones that had what you would call very good games. Even Mahomes and Brady had good games, comparable, frankly, to Purdy's game. So I'm actually very encouraged by what we saw from Purdy. I think when you get him in a second Super Bowl, which I fully expect to happen as long as he gets the support he needs, he's going to be better. He's going to take more chances. I think he was a little bit too conservative. You know, and anyways, I wouldn't be so hard on him.
We're not hard on Brock. We're just talking about it. Him resetting the quarterback
again.
We're just talking about resetting the quarterback market, man.
What?
You can't, here's, thanks for the call, Uncle Gene. If we're slightly critical of Brock, it's like you're being too hard on him. I don't even like talking Brock Purdy no more. Because if we're not talking about how great he, like at the Positive Coaches Alliance last Thursday, a fan came up to me and was like, you know, you're pessimistic about Brock Purdy, the 49ers. It's like, dude, you want me to do Paw Radio telling you that Brock Purdy's the greatest thing, the greatest quarterback ever? You can go ahead and compare Brock Purdy to Joe Montana, who may be the greatest quarterback of all time. If you want to do that after 1 year, that's your prerogative. Fine by you. I don't really give a damn. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that with Brock Purdy after 1 year and what I saw in the Super Bowl. So if I'm a little critical of him resetting the quarterback market, which means he's going to make $55 million a year.
If Brock hit you with a What's up, boss?
Oh, I'm good with it. What up, Chief? I'm replying, what up,
so
Chief?
So you're going to go to one of the press conferences.
I don't think you should call him Chief, though.
Thank you.
Why? We call people Chief. All right, we'll stick to boss, because I already know where we're going with Chief. And I can hear the people coming out talking about the tribal stuff and being racist and blah, blah, blah.
Oh, no,
we're not going there.
We're not
going there.
He lost to the Chiefs. That's why.
That's why.
I mean, are you kidding me?
All right, I guess I wasn't going down that avenue.
You want to set me off for a second here. But, I mean, come on.
But would you agree with me? Setting and tone are they lay the foundation for this whole conversation.
No, I totally agree. I wish you would have started with that, because I do agree with that. But damn it, if I'm just a little critic, you want me to wave to pom-poms and tell me, yeah, sure, give Brock Purdy $60 million a year. Sure, why not? That wouldn't be fair to you, the listener. I wouldn't be being me. I wouldn't be authentic. 95.7 The Game, authentic.
Shout out NBC.
Shout out NBC. Let's go to Big Dre in the city. Big Dre, what's happening?
Yo, what up? What up? Thanks for taking the call. Shasky, you sounding real brand new this morning, man. You sounding like you triggered by this, like you had a bad experience, man. I thought you was from the city. You sounding real suburban right now, player. You know what I mean?
It's called I'm older and I've lived a little and I've been in. Have you ever worked in service? I'm asking, have you?
All my life.
Okay.
All my life.
And so you think every setting is appropriate to come finger gunning in with boss and chief?
Every setting, not every setting, but you sounding like you sounding hurt, like you've been hurt by the experience, and you're not from the city, man. What happened? You sounded a little soft this morning.
No, I think I'm cognizant. I'm cognizant of people busting their butt, making very little, and I don't want to disrespect them on any level. That's what I'm more cognizant of.
To me, that's uplifting them. When I'm like, oh, thanks, boss. I appreciate the time, man. Thank you for doing that. They asked me, so, hey, man, what size? Hey, I take a medium, man. And they were like, okay, cool. I'd be like, man, thanks, boss. Appreciate that. That's just how I'd speak. I mean, and I never found it demeaning whatsoever because of my tone. And the way, and like when I was a barista, because I worked in service as well, believe it or not, and I was flipping cappuccinos and making lattes and making them with extra foam, and people called me a boss, I felt empowered. I was like, man, cool, I'm walking on water right now. I feel like I'm 7 foot tall. Seriously. That's how I felt. That's how it made me feel. Big Smooth in Oakland. Big Smooth, what's happening? We're not hard on Brock.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Same thing.
Wow. Not why I called, but you triggered, man. When people call me buddy, I'm hot. I want to do
Thank you.
I want to put you in a Rudy Goldberg.
Thank you.
A Rudy Goldberg chokehold.
The words we're talking about is boss and chief, not buddy.
But that's similar.
Yeah, no. But listen. I get you. But listen, I think it depends on the setting. You know, the greeting and salutation is important depending on the setting. Because if a barista is doing fine by me, or I see a young brother or sister or a young student working their tail off, I'm going to hit you with a good tip.
Yep.
You know, as far as the greeting itself. But sometimes, man, just keep it formal, man.
Thank you.
But Vontae, that's you. Do you. But listen, this is why I really called.
Okay.
Listen, man. Good game last night, man. Okay, you know, we do this. It seems like every other game.
I know.
Oh, we're going to do it. Oh, we're not going to do it. But here we are, man. I think we've been too liberal with Pod's minutes, man. Why is he getting so doggone many minutes? I don't get it. Listen, we are the worst team in defending three-pointers. He is terrible. I was ISOing him in a game, and he's just not there with the defense, and can't have him and Steph out there too long. In my opinion, I just think that it's going to come down to defense. When the playoffs come, the games are going to get shorter. Yep. They're going to get more strategic, and they're going to focus on you. I don't think you can give him 35 minutes. Maybe Curry's is doing this so he can give the other fellas some rest, but dang, why is he getting 30 minutes plus? Right. I don't get it, man. The math ain't mathing for me. I don't know.
I'm with you because do you zoom out in each game? Like, it makes sense that he's playing here and playing there, and he's done really, really well. But then you zoom out and you're just looking at the totals for the year, and you can say, Joe, it's because of availability or whatever, and he's young and he's got healthy legs. Third most minutes played on the team right now.
It's wild.
It's kind of crazy.
But it's
in
what
terms
happens
of minutes per game.
But when you have an older team.
That's true.
And when you have a lot of youngsters and inexperience, and when you have injuries and lack of rotations because of injuries and suspensions, this is what's going to happen. They're going to play a lot more minutes. But I wouldn't, over the next 11 games, Steve Kerr's got to play this league by feel. It's a feel, game by game. Mm-hmm. It's going to look different with this basketball team. Wiggins may not give you 17-7 tonight. Kuminga may not give you 18-7. Klay may not give you 28. Steph may score more than 7. And like every game with this team, when you have an inconsistent basketball team, expect the unexpected.
Yeah.
Every game is going to be different. And tonight against Orlando, it's going to be different. Trust me, you're not playing. They're playing their guys. I got to check their injury report in a second, but they're playing their guys.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the most serious question you'll be asked today.
Okay.
Let's say you go to, I don't know if you saw the Merzimia merger. Krispy Kreme and McDonald's are joining forces.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Oh,
and so let's say you go to Krispy Kreme with Baby Ches, okay? And Baby Ches is 7 years old.
Okay.
What's wrong?
I was going to say, hopefully not in the next 5 years.
Well, so let's say she's 7 years old. And she's like, "Hey, boss, give me that sprinkle."
But see, nobody. That's obnoxious.
What do you mean?
Nobody's finger pointing, calling people bosses.
No, but you're pointing at the sprinkles that you want.
No, but you just say,
you feel uncomfortable.
"Hey,
would
boss."
you
no,
not?
if somebody say, "Hey, boss, let me get that Krispy Kreme with cream," I'd be like, "All right, what else you need?"
I don't know.
That's how I would react.
I'm super cognizant of being as polite and as respectful as possible.
See, I think boss is polite.
Well.
Hey, boss. Hey, could I please?
Again, I think it really matters your familiarity with.
What if you're working at Krispy Kreme? I'll pull up and I'm like, "Hey, boss, could I please get the?" And I add a please in. That's still being demeaning and disrespectful.
Well, the tone that you delivered it right there was pretty good.
Yeah, that's how I
delivered it. That was pretty good.
I don't think I've ever.
But if you're coming in like I'm coming in like
I'm not finger banging like I don't know who does that.
I've seen that happen.
I don't know who does that.
I've seen that happen.
Hey, boss. Hey, this.
I see it because I feel bad. I see these baristas in the morning and people treat them. Not everyone, but like a couple people, and I'm like, geez, can we be just a little more respectful?
All right, Gary Harris, Kevon Harris, Caleb Houston, Jeff Howard out for the Orlando Magic today. Let's go to,
everyone's out. Now the Warriors have become rest day.
Let's see.
It used to be the other way around. We would pick who we want to rest against.
Devin in the Uber. Devin.
Hey, Devin.
What's happening, Devin?
Wow,
good morning.
Full lines lit on this topic.
Hey, gentlemen, what's going on, man?
What's up,
Devin? Feels like a Study Guru show.
So, real quick, about the boss type thing. So, two things. One, I do think that it's a cultural thing, man, because that's how we talk. Like Bonte, if we saw each other dressed up, it don't matter if it's a formal event or a cookout. We're gonna be like, "Hey, I see you, bro. No, I'm trying to be like you, big dog." Like,
that's true.
Good point.
That's true.
Good point.
Definitely a term of endearment. Like that's our way of showing love and then like bigging somebody up.
It's real quick, Devin. It is the setting too. You got to be aware of your surroundings. It is the setting. You got to understand the people in the room or whatnot. So now I know if I'm in a room with Shasky and his people, I'm probably not going to use the boss word. I'm not even laughing. I'm dead serious.
We're all chameleons to a degree of our setting and who we're around. Like we all do this. No, this is not unique to just me.
Well, so I'm gonna bring anime in this. I'm a big anime fan. It's kind of like if y'all know about Dragon Ball Z and the Scouters, right? You reading the power level, right? So I'm looking at you, and I can tell that's the frequency you on.
I agree with that.
So that's how I address.
I agree
you.
with that.
You know what I'm saying? Because when it's my elders, it's always sir. It's always ma'am.
Exactly.
It's always that. You know. But if it's somebody around my age group, and I feel like they're on that type of vibe, then that's how I'm gonna address you to keep your energy up. You know. So that's I just want to
great call.
That. And then real quick. The Brock thing, I think Brock is a very good quarterback. I would give him a B. Like grade period, he's a B. Do we give B's 200,000? Is that
million.
What we do? Or do
200
we give
million.
A pluses? I mean, my bad, million. Do we give B's 200 million? I don't know. I don't know if I could, but he's a solid B. I think he has B plus like plays throughout the season, but it's like he's not an A plus. That's Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is a 200 mil. So I love you guys, man. I love that y'all could just have crazy topics. I'm gonna go back.
This is wild. This is wild. I'm very fascinated. This one. This has got me. I'm fascinated. Fascinated by this. Seth in Oakland. Seth, what's happening? You're on the road.
They're going to call us back to the hotel because we're in too deep on this topic.
Let's stay on track here.
Yeah.
Stick with the matter at hand. 100%, man. Brock Purdy pulls up in his Coles backwards hat, tosses you his keys, says, "Hey, park the car for me, Chief."
Well, that's disrespectful. But that's not what people do. That's not what people. That's ignorant people. I wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I don't even like. Hey,
I don't know.
See, if I'm pulling up, see, that's not fair. Come on, man. I've never seen somebody use boss and chief in a demeaning way. I just don't know who does that.
I've probably seen it 90% in an endearing way to what a lot of callers are talking about. But I'm telling you, it's the 1 or 2 times you see it that way, and you're like, ugh.
Well, we shouldn't let 1 or 2 people ruin.
But that's how things,
I'm not going to let
change your perspective.
I'm not going to let 1 or 2 idiots change the way I
He is right, though. If you flip your keys to somebody.
Well, that's low life behavior.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Exactly. That's you don't have to say anything. It's unexplainable to do something like that.
That's bad. It's a bad look.
But it's more so the flipping the keys to the car. That's the most disrespectful part of it. Here you go, Chief.
I told you I got to take my car to the car wash on 87th or whatever in Daly City. They do a great job, touchless. And I've seen so many people treat these guys so bad. And I'm like, what are we like? Why can't we be nice to people in service? Like they're busting their hump right there, and like a little tip, whatever. Like we can argue about tips till we're blue in the face, but just be nice to people. Yeah. I think is the number one thing.
Yeah,
just be nice.
408 Comcast Business Text Line. I haven't been able to listen as often as I like. Mr. Bonte light years. I'm not whatever happened with your fantasy baseball dispute? Did you get that handled?
Oh,
yeah,
boy.
we handled it.
What did happen?
I'm not playing in the league.
So you've been stewing on this for a couple of days.
No, we're done. I'm not talking about it no more. I'm not giving it more attention.
Well, give me one last little brief statement as to what happened. So you were mad over keepers. Let's boil this down to the cliff notes.
I'm just going to say it like this. I just decided it was best for me to take the year off and take a mental break from this league. That's it. That's all. Let's go to Film on Mike. Oh, Film on Mike's got some.
Here we go. He's not coming at my head.
No, I don't know about that. Film on Mike might disagree with me.
Oh my God, this is crazy. So that's it. I can't believe you, Shasky, by you saying that in no way is somebody calling someone boss or chief a disrespectful term. In no way. You act like people coming up in there in a restaurant or a country club acting like they Rodney Dangerfield and pointing fingers and telling one-liners and stuff like that, bro. That's not talking about, yeah, boss. Yeah. Go get my thing. Go get my bag.
I've seen
it. Yeah. Nobody's Rodney Dangerfield, bro. This ain't the movies. And then, this is disrespectful, right? If I was to come on here and say, "Shut up, Shasky," now that's disrespectful, boss. You feel me?
Yes.
That's disrespectful. But if I said, you feel me? Hey, boss, you feel me? Like, whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. Ain't nobody disrespecting nobody, bro. Like, that's just a term of endearment. Now, this Brock Purdy situation is reminding me of Colin Kaepernick's situation, and I don't know if I like it.
Why?
Because Colin Kaepernick, what did he need? He needed players around him as well, right? We wasn't as loaded on the offensive side, but he still needed players around him as well. He kind of said similar things that Brock Purdy said. Yeah, I want to do with the team. I want to help the team out. And the Niners at that time, they kind of really didn't help the team out. He say he could have took more money, if you guys remember, but he took less money in hopes that the Niners would go get some players to surround him with. They did not do that. So I kind of want Brock Purdy, if you really know that you the man, you're gonna be like, nah, I need my chips. Yeah. You feel me? You're not going to say, I want a discount. Now, you may become like Tom Brady and say, okay, well, let me get a discount because I got my chips, but you got to get your chicken on that first check. If Brock Purdy really know he the man, he gonna have to do what he got to do as far as in the negotiation room and get his money. Now, if he doubt himself, he gonna be like, well, I need Debo, I need McCaffrey, I need Ayuk, I need all these other things. And you feel me? Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal. Y'all be smooth.
Hey, Phil. Rodney Dangerfield and Caddyshack, the amount of one-liners are on point. Am I wrong?
Oh, my God. It's the greatest. I might watch that tonight.
I might watch it tonight, too. I might watch it. I've been meaning to watch that over because it's been a long time since it's one of those movies you got to just watch, bro. At least every 2 years.
It's like one of my dad's favorite movies of all time.
Caddyshack is unbelievable.
He's
unbelievable.
He goes, oh, look at you. He's talking to us couple. Right. You must have been something before they invented electricity. Oh my God!
When the ball hits his arm, my arm, it's broken.
Hey, by the way,
who would wear a hat like this? And one of the guys has the exact same hat on.
Oh, but it looks good on you, though.
It looks good on you.
When you heard Philbo, It's time to read the legal. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HC1 San Francisco. Don't forget you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. Upgrade your savings dividend. Open a First NorCal First Class Money Market today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text Line. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. It's just today since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. I have no idea how we got on the subject, but we're here and we're in too deep.
Rodney Dangerfield has the music inside of the golf bag and everyone's dancing, and he brings the foreign investors onto the course and they're having a great time. Oh, it's just, I'm telling you, Caddyshack, it may not age well. It's hilarious.
Well, we shouldn't talk about it if it doesn't age well. All it takes is one person to say,
you got a pool up there at your place. Yeah, but I got a pond that might be better for you.
Let's go to Bryant in Key West. Bryant, what's happening?
What's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? I cannot believe you knuckleheads have been healing my heart here in Key West with this last season and what's been going on. And I had to jump in on this subject because boss and chief are fine. I waited tables many years ago as a teenager. I remember this one guy saying, "Don't call me boss." And I thought, wow, okay, I offended that guy. That's bizarre. But the only one is Bud. Don't call me Bud.
Okay.
I think of the Buddies. Yeah. I can't feel it.
But hold on, let me get clarity, Bryant. Boss or chief is good. It's okay for you.
Yeah, it's fine.
But why Bud? Out of curiosity.
Just the Bundys. I mean, I love the Bundys. I'm born in '82.
Yeah.
Like it worked. It's just I just think about a hand in the pants. And it just I don't feel it.
My brother had texted us yesterday because we brought up Bud Bundy. We used to call my brother Bud. And here's this exact thing. You called me Bud because it was short for Buddy and AKA Bud Bundy. And Bud Bundy, though he may have struggled in the beginning, he was pulling talent by the end of the show, if you remember correctly.
Yeah, but he still didn't score.
I know. No, ma'am.
Deli boy, it's okay. You can pull them all. We all get phone numbers. We all at times make it to first base.
Bud.
But can you cross third base?
Can
you get home? That's what we're talking about, Deli boy.
When they built him the room downstairs. Oh, God, that show is all time.
That show is all time. The reruns still come on.
It's been canceled 10 times over these days.
I know, dude. Ed O'Neill.
Oh, my gosh. He was a women's shoes salesman.
I know. Pokai, 4 touchdowns. Women's shoes salesman.
It's just the Peg Bundy.
And his boy, who's a black dude, who's his boy?
Oh, I can't even remember.
I forget his name. And then, of course, you got Marcy Darcy.
Yes, the Darcys.
The second husband, not the original. The second one, Jefferson.
No, ma'am. That was the
no, man, yeah. And Marcy Darcy's like, you better not be hanging out with them. I love Mary with. Remember they went to London or like England or whatnot? Everywhere. They went everywhere. They were so broke they still went on vacations.
Love and Mary.
What's the dog? Was it Harry? What was the dog's name?
I can't even remember.
Oh, the dog would have his thoughts and be like, "This family sucks." By the way,
Peg Bundy resurfaced on Sons of Anarchy, and she was awesome.
She was awesome. And O'Neill resurfaced on, I think, Modern Family.
Yeah, really good on Modern Family.
Yeah, it's really good. Had a young wife on there.
Excellent in that, and the dynamic between him, his wife, his kids,
Sophia
and his son, it's just hilarious.
Yep. Shout out Al Buddy. Adam in San Francisco. Adam, what's happening, man?
What's up, Adam?
The real pride of Stuart Hall is calling in right now. Just to chatting about this the boss chief thing. Like, Bonte, I've seen you a couple times in person. You're like, "What's up, boss?" And I'm like, I don't think anything of it. I appreciate it, but everything in life, especially when you talk to people, like I work in sales, it's all about setting and tone.
Yep.
So it's all about how you say it to somebody. So that's just my point on that. It's setting and tone. But what I really wanted to call in about what you guys were just talking about with Pods, I didn't know that he has the third most minutes played this year. Why were Moody and Kuminga not given these minutes last year when Lamb and Ty Jerome were taking the ball? And it's like, I don't want to hear they weren't ready. It's like, no, when they came in spots, Kuminga saved the Warriors' playoff hopes last year, and that's why Alex in Atlanta called a couple weeks ago about the Steve Kerr problem, and it's like, so you're playing Pods all these minutes this year, but why didn't you do it with these guys last year when it's like Kuminga and Moody are a lot better than Podziemski? I like what Podziemski brings. I think he's leading the league in charges taken. I love the hustle, everything like that. But when it comes to like putting players on the court who can contribute and scoring defense and stuff like that, like why has all of a sudden your philosophy changed? So that's my take.
Yeah, no, that's a good take. Good take. Now, I want to bring something up that we're talking about when it comes to Kuminga, Lamb, and Jerome. Kuminga actually, individually, Kuminga played more minutes than Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. And when you think about the games played or the DNPs, Kuminga received 3 DNPs last year, and he missed 12 games due to injury. Anthony Lamb had 20 games in which he did not play, and Ty Jerome had 37 games in which he did not play. So Kuminga did see minutes, it just wasn't the minutes we wanted to see. And the times that Anthony Lamb played, we all went crazy. We're like, why is Lamb in? Why is Lamb in?
He said he missed 20 less, and I believe their minutes were close to 100 apart.
Something like that. He missed 20 less.
It tells you he's getting more minutes per game.
More minutes per game. I get that. But it wasn't like Kuminga wasn't playing. And then once Wiggins left, Kuminga got all the run.
That's true.
Kuminga got all the run there. Let's go to squeeze in these two. Marshall Orange, he just dropped off. Let's go to TC and Sack.
Hey, TC.
TC and Sack.
Joe, Bonte, what's up, bro?
What's up with my bro, man? What happened to Sacramento last night?
Don't call me bro. No, I'm teasing. I'm totally teasing.
Joe, you acting up. Hey, now, look, check it out. Hey, we're going to be all right, man. My King's going to be all right, man. We just ran into a pickle. We're going to blow them out Friday. Don't worry about it, man. We all going to be equipped. The Warriors going to get it together. We're going to mess around and face off again in the playoffs, man, and break records. Don't worry about that.
I like that.
Y'all, listen, man. Y'all chill out. Get ready, grab the popcorn. But look, we talking Niners. Check it out. If I'm Brock, bro, and I'm not giving them a deal. I'm not doing none of that, Bonte and Joe. I'm not paying me, John and Kyle. How y'all keep playing, we keep blowing these Super Bowls. People taking pay cuts every time y'all come to the table. Y'all trying to shortchange people, bro. I'm not giving no deal to nobody, bro. BA, I'm not mad at BA. Get your money, BA. And if they playing, then, hey, get me out of here, bro, because y'all ain't finna win nothing anyway with Kyle out the helm until he get out the way and put it on the players, let the players play and do his thing. Other than that, boy, the Niners ain't winning nothing, bro.
So TC.
Hey, listen, I'm not giving no discounts, Bonte.
Yeah, no doubt. But how do you feel about Brock Purdy potentially resetting the quarterback market? Would you feel comfortable with paying Brock Purdy big boy money like Joe Burrow? That's resetting the quarterback market.
I'm going to be honest with you. Brock is cool. You know what I'm saying? I've never been a Brock dude, but Brock is cool. Brock don't give him no discount. If you supposed to be the real deal, my head coach came out and said, I'm the real deal, well, then pay me like I'm the real deal.
I ain't mad at that. I'm not mad at that.
Couldn't you make an argument? Like, let's say the number's $35 million, right? You make the argument that being the quarterback of the 49ers and getting paid handsomely, and I know everyone's like, haircut, take a little less, but just hear me out. You're the quarterback of the 49ers. This is something I always thought about with Dak.
Doesn't work like that.
Dak, you're the quarterback of the Cowboys. You're going to get Chunky Campbell, soup commercials and all that stuff.
Doesn't work like that. You got to get your buddy.
So Ohtani can defer money, but
Shasky, would you defer money?
I mean,
no, you would not. No, you would not.
Probably not.
So stop trying to get people to take them now seriously. That's got to stop. Stop.
I'm trying to make an argument that I don't even believe in.
Oh, just me. We're the quarterback of the 49ers. We're the quarterback of the 49ers. You could be replaced in 1 week.
Yeah.
In 2 weeks. Trey Lance played 3 games and was gone. The hell with the name on the front of the jersey. At some point, you got to do what's best for you on the back of the jersey. Brock Purdy just played for less than $1 million in the Bay Area.
Well, he did get, I think it was Southwest, Toyota. He got some commercials.
They had to follow that. So it was like, hey, we're going to make you happy here. Let's get you some money.
Alaska Airlines, thank you.
He can't afford a house right now in the city.
Come on.
I mean, with his contract last year, he can't afford a house.
Maybe he should borrow money from Shohei.
Maybe. Or Nick Bosa. How about Nick Bosa? I'm with you, Posy and P-Town. Don't hate the player, hate the game. More coming up, brought to you by Safeway.
You'll regret this day, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy. I'm not your buddy, guy. He's not your guy, friend. I'm not your friend, buddy.
Head to Safeway this week.
game live.
Bonte, it's time for you to do the legal.
We're not hard on Brock.
It's been a great day for drops.
Warriors haven't won in Orlando since 2018. They've lost 5 straight games down in Orlando. They take on the Magic today.
Unless you're P. Diddy trying to drop the feds.
I'm not touching.
Don't talk about that.
I'm not going to. Why do you even want to go down that road, dude? I don't put the suit. That's Joe Shasky the Butcher.
What?
I am Bonte Hill.
Keep it real with me.
I
want
have
you
no
to
wherewithal on what's going on with the Diddy situation.
No one does.
I stick to
That's
sports.
my point.
That's my lane.
I don't even understand exactly what they're like.
I'm just shutting
see
up and
are videos
sports.
on the internet. Am I the only one?
Yeah, you might be the only one. Magic and Warriors at 4 o'clock.
So
today.
me and Guru need to come up with our own little side podcast.
Absolutely. I'm not touching that.
We were talking about LeBron's outfit last night. I don't even know what he was wearing.
Oh, the Letterman jacket?
It was a Nike Letterman. No, it was. And then he had like the
red beanie.
Yeah, with the pants up so high I could see the socks. And then he had the E40 style beanie on. And he's like halfway onto the floor. I'm like, hey dog, you ain't even playing. Like relax, dude.
I'm not mad at that though.
Did you see him doing like the 10-second with the Giannis at the free throw line?
Dude.
Him and Phil Handy going nuts about
it.
Of
all people who wants to be like Mr. Rules Enforcer, the guy who's flopping when people breathe on him, the guy who's known for the crab dribble.
Is this LeBron?
Yeah.
And that's the guy you want to play for the Warriors.
Of course I do.
After all that you said, and you want that guy on our team.
I can put all that
these
aside.
Complaints. And you're ready for that? I don't think you're ready for that.
It's all about the setting and the tone, Bonte.
You can hate Patrick Mahomes and still want him as your quarterback.
Right? No. But I love Patrick Mahomes. Actually, you know what? Patrick Mahomes is my guy. He's my type of guy.
I'm a fan of Bonds, for crying out loud.
Yeah, but no, LeBron. Episode 5 of JJ Redick and LeBron next year with LeBron on the Warriors, and this guy will be like, all right, enough with the podcast because this win a game.
Did you see what the first episode was about? How the Warriors split action out of the post is the most difficult thing to guard in sports.
It was enlightening. Lets people know that you don't need to play pick and roll all the time. Russell split action.
It's another thing connecting LeBron to the Warriors. I mean, first episode. Maybe JJ's coming out of retirement.
He'll be the coach.
Look, I wish the Niners
never run zone.
I really wish the Niners would have won the Super Bowl because this Jim Everett, the great in the YouTube chat, really gets on my nerves. The Ram fans just came out of nowhere, disappeared for about 6 weeks, and now he's coming back in. He's talking about people wearing fake Jordans and whatnot. I don't even know where you can get fake Jordans. Do they even sell fake Jordans anymore? Do they even do that? Anyway,
you gotta Google it.
Let's go to SFA Drummer. SFA Drummer, our boy in H-Town. SFA Drummer, they sell fake Jordans in Houston. I don't even know where to get them joints.
Hey, they talk about you bad out here in Houston if you wearing some fake J's. I'll just tell you that.
Oh, okay, I thought they were. I thought you were just going to say they talk bad about us. Period here on the roast.
Oh no! They know better than talk about the Bay Area because I made them feel bad when all the Warriors was owning the Rockets all those times, and hopefully that's going to be the same thing next Thursday. Hopefully I can get there. It may be the last time I see the Big Three. But I wanted to comment earlier. Y'all was talking about Jed York in his comments and Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy, number one. I wouldn't pay him. I mean, this guy can't even throw the ball when it's sprinkling. Michael Penix at least had 5 of those games, and he's throwing darts all over the field. I'm not giving $50 million for that. And then, for Jed York, man, it's hard to get back to the Super Bowl. Yeah, we saw that, but his comments, he just rubs me the wrong way. We will forever be a second-place team. Nate Dogg should have just, made a song about him. We can come closer than close. Second place forever will be. Nobody does it better than Jed York. Because all we do is sack a team, and we won't get nowhere. And you talking about Bud Bundy, that should be Bud Shanahan. Oh, he'll never win nothing.
All right. I love you, SFA Drummer. I'm going to hit you with the,
Boss or Chief. He doesn't care. SFA Drummer, I know you don't care about Boss or Chief. I know for sure. Bud Shanahan, damn. He can't throw the ball when it's sprinkling a little bit.
Possibly. I'm now imagining Bonte teaching baby Chaz, say your Chiefs and thank yous.
Bosses. Well, she is the queen bee. She all have to do that. Listen,
I do whenever I take Benny out.
I always please and thank you.
No. Whenever I take Benny out of the car seat. All right, Chief. Every single time. I just realized I say that to him.
Really?
He's like, okay, Dad.
See, I have this. It's so weird.
See, Spadoni, That's why I love it sucks that you're a Laker fan because I don't want to love you. I really don't. I purposely try not to like you, but I can't. You're just such a cool guy.
Thank you.
I try not to lie. I'm making a point to make sure that Spadoni, I drive him so crazy that he never wants to work on the show again because he's a Laker fan. But I can't do that, Jasky, because look what he just said. He calls Benny Chief. I mean, there is hope in America.
Well, so like there is something about etiquette and teaching young kids the etiquette because I'm like crazy over saying thank you to people that, like when you're in a group setting, like for example, we went to the baseball game, Bruce Mahoney, SI versus SH.
Yeah.
And this guy who runs the entire stadium, name's Mason, my buddy Nevin's buddy, he set it up where he was going to give our whole entire team, 13 and under and everybody that showed up, a tour of the stadium and all the behind the scenes stuff, like the batting cages and the clubhouse and this, that, and the other. It was really, 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 really cool. And we get to the end, and I'm like telling all our guys, like, guys, everybody say thank you to Mason. You know what I mean? And nothing's worse than like you get a half-hearted thank you. It's like, no, be sincere, because I do think that those things matter. Like teaching proper etiquette is important.
Nobody's saying that you shouldn't teach proper etiquette. We want
but I know, but it's a weird thing where I overemphasize it when I'm like to my nephews, nieces, to my own. Say thank you.
Yeah.
You know, like make sure you tell people that you appreciate whatever it is that they've done.
You would get on my nerves. You only need to be told once. Say thank you, and you would drive me crazy, Shasky. I was just saying.
Thank you. Thank you for helping me.
This is a sign to move off this conversation. So I got 510, and I appreciate the participation into the Comcast business text line. Got the 510 with about 9 texts here that is all out of order. And he can't help that because of the way the text line runs. But she or he, maybe it's she, because one time I got into the text line and I clapped back at somebody and they sent the note to the boss man saying, Ponte sent this. He was mean about me. And I'm like, well, what about your 15 others? But I apologize. Anyway. 510 Comcast business text line. Bonte is a mass media broadcast journalist who younger journalists, students follow. You should consider doing some background reading. Start with this. And it's like, it never has to be that deep. We're just talking.
We're joking.
I'm not
it's
talking
not that deep.
We're not talking about the Indians fighting with everybody back in the day. Yeah, we're not doing all that.
We're laughing.
Doesn't have to be on.
We're trying to distract you from real life stuff.
It's just lingo we use. Some of us use,
and some of us lean into topics to make it fun. So just relax.
Chief, by the way, does not automatically means Native American. There are different types of chiefs. It just means a leader or ruler.
Yeah, there's chief financial officer.
That's the way
CFO as well.
That's the way I use it.
Yes.
I'm not thinking about canceling Indians and all the casino naming rights and all that stuff. I'm not talking about that. I'm not even getting into that. I don't even want to touch that. Trust me. We're talking about chiefs being leaders. Gosh.
Shout out to Palma Chieftains.
There you go. The Palma Chieftains won state title.
Let's go. D4.
I didn't even know that.
Doesn't we're not hard on Brock.
It is funny. We talk Brock, the quarterback of the Niners. If we said Jimmy Garoppolo needs to get a pay reduction by $1 million, people would have lit up the entire phone line. We talk about Brock getting $60 million and resetting, this per year, resetting the quarterback market, and it's like crickets.
No.
And the crazy thing is...
Well, is it crickets because everybody's cool with it? Or is it crickets because nobody cares about the Niners right now after losing the Super Bowl just 2 months ago? I'm not saying that nobody cares about the Niners.
I know what you mean. But we're fatigued. I heard from my buddy Micah Carty the other day. He goes, I can't even listen. I go, why? He's like, the Niners. I'm like, really? And he's like, yeah, I'm just coming back out of hibernation. There's a lot of people do that. I get it.
It's like 408. Is Brock a system quarterback? Could you open a segment about that? No, I don't want to do that. I don't want to come out and say...
We've talked about that for 4 years.
I don't want to come out and say...
About all the quarterbacks.
Hey, Brock Purdy's a product of the system. Like, I'm good off that. I'm scared to even criticize Brock Purdy. I'm scared to even talk about an interception he threw on Christmas Day. Like,
well, he threw like 1,000.
Well, he should have thrown 7 picks.
Speaking of Christmas Day.
And I'm scared to even say that because, Bonte, you're nitpicking. You're hard on Brock. You're racist. You don't like white quarterbacks. That's what happens when you disrespect Brock or even remotely come close to any constructive criticism about Brock Purdy, and people fly off the handle. I've never seen anything like it. I thought Jimmy was bad. No. Jimmy's got nothing on Brock Purdy when it comes to critiquing Brock Purdy in any throw that he made this past season.
We can all agree, though. The second he cashes in, whatever that number is, the equation changes for him and how a lot of people view him. Not everyone, but how a lot of people are going to view him is going to change. Would you not? Part of baked into the Jimmy Garoppolo 2019 conversation, the 2018 conversation, the 2020 conversation was, Jimmy's making $28 million a year, right? Was that not in it?
Yeah.
Part of how we viewed Nick Bosa. He's making $120 guaranteed million. He held out for this. 45% of the 49ers salary cap is based on the defensive line. Right. This is the production we're getting?
Right.
Deebo Samuel. He's making almost $30 million a year.
A lot of people don't think he's worth the $28 million. But think about how we talk about Klay Thompson's won 4 championships.
Exactly.
Think about how we talk about Andrew Wiggins and Draymond and all these. Hell, even there's a cynic out there saying Steph Curry's not worth $50 million a year.
Belt, Crawford, pick the player, no matter how beloved. Once we start attaching the money to them and then there comes expectations, the viewpoint on that player changes.
I think about Nick Bosa all the time. And your viewpoint about Nick Bosa.
It has changed.
It's changed completely.
Well, the way it went down, how much he's making, now how much more I'm asking from him. So I look at Patrick Mahomes. Why is Patrick Mahomes someone that I think is the greatest quarterback I've ever seen? Because after he got the money, he played even better with less talent around him.
Yep.
That's how. Yep. That's why he's such a unique player.
Now, do you believe Brock Purdy's capable of doing that?
How many guys are?
I know.
Right now, Josh Allen is set to make a lot of money, and the Bills made a lot of moves to trim the fat because of how much the quarterback is making currently. I'm sitting here and I'm going, yeah, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he has a dud year. God, I feel like Josh Allen's going to make it work with whoever's out there.
It feels like that. I would take Josh Allen right now.
I look at Lamar Jackson, and though Lamar has nowhere near the playoff success that Brock Purdy has had, even in Brock's short amount of time, Brock has played better in the... This is an easy sentence. Brock has played better than Lamar Jackson in the playoffs. No one can argue it. It's pretty... The data backs it up. He's had multiple games that are better than any one of Lamar's playoff games, even though the second half against the Texans was really good. Lamar has done it with so many different weapons on that team and lack of weapons that I'm kind of like, yeah, he's going to make it work during the regular season with just about anybody out there, as long as he's healthy. His track record speaks to that.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, I'm even hesitant. I think Joe Burrow is awesome.
He's got injury concerns.
Big time.
So,
and what's it look like if he doesn't have T. Higgins and it's just Jamar Chase? Yeah. What is it going to look like without Mixon this year?
I don't know. But they did. Who they signed as a running back? They replaced Mixon with somebody. Who they replaced him with? Who did they replace Joe Mixon with? The Cincinnati Bengals. Hold on. Had to sneeze there. In case you're wondering why we're talking about Brock Purdy resetting Zach Moss from Indianapolis, and he ran hard last year. Played well. I think he'll be a good fit with Cincinnati. But they also have a backup. The backup running back from Michigan is really good. He's going to get some touches as well. He has some big plays.
I can see them drafting the running back who was the senior this year out of Michigan.
Yeah, Blake Corum.
I like him.
Jed York. The reason why we're talking about Brock Purdy's money and contract extension because Jed York said this yesterday at the owners' meetings down in Orlando, Florida.
And I think it's a good problem when your quarterback is one of your highest paid guys on your team and in the league. So there's a lot of planning that goes into it. I'm glad that we have Prague, JL, Kyle. They're the ones that will figure out the details of it. And I just have to sign the check. So my part in that's pretty easy.
That's kind of hard too, isn't it?
It's not hard. I mean, it's what the market is, right? It's not like Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. You have, I don't know how many players making over $40 million as a quarterback right now. And when we signed Jimmy several years ago, it was the largest deal in the history of the NFL for 3 minutes. But we were paying Jimmy 26 or 27, and you see the market has it's changed. And whether I like it or not, that's what the market is. And you have to accept the reality of the world. And to me, the quarterback is the most important position, not just in football, but in all sports. And those guys should be paid a lot of money.
They should be paid a lot of money.
What if I told you this? Patrick Mahomes is the only quarterback in the history of the NFL to win a Super Bowl, multiple now, where he had more than 13% of the salary cap tied up into his own contract.
What if you told me that?
Yeah, what does that mean anything to you in terms of team building?
It just means that he's great and that It's also not feasible to give the quarterback that big of a percentage of the cap and expect to win multiple Super Bowls.
In that year, yeah.
Now, you can't compete. When you do have a quarterback, you're basically identifying a guy that can help you win 10 games or at least get to the playoffs. Because you need a little luck in the playoffs. There's no doubt about that. The Chiefs had some luck. L'Jarius Sneed stripping Hollywood Brown at the goal line there, coming up with a big fumble. That was huge.
That was unbelievable.
That was an unbelievable play.
Line.
Zay Flowers. Who did I say?
Hollywood Brown.
Brown. Zay Flowers.
Yeah,
Zay Flowers.
It was Zay. Zay
Flowers.
Zay had a wild game.
Hollywood Browns look great with the Chiefs, by the way.
Yeah, Hollywood Brown will look great with the Chiefs. I love Hollywood Brown. Oh, my God. So if you got a quarterback like that, you're going to at least, you're saying to yourself, I at least got a chance to go to the postseason. So the Josh Allens and the Joe Burrows, those guys are getting paid. The one guy I look at him like Justin Herbert, $52.5 million per year. Well, really? But let's see what happens. See what it looks like with a real head coach in Jim Harbaugh.
But here's the thing on Herbert. I think we all have to acknowledge when you pay him $52 million, well, that's why Mike Williams isn't there.
And that's why Keenan Allen's in Chicago.
Exactly. And that's why they were going to restructure Bosa and Mac. Like, you can't pay everyone in those situations. I just don't know. I don't know if the average fan understands how complex it is to field the roster around him and how it's impossible to win unless you hit on those draft picks with that high-paid quarterback.
I will push back on that. By the way, somebody made a great point in the chat. The Magic haven't played since Saturday. The
Orlando Magic?
Yeah. So they've had 1, 2, 3 days, full days off. Now, they may be a little rusty today. When it comes to that, whatever it is, I think I want to give the average fan a lot more credit. I think today's fan, whether they're average or not, understands the cap more so than any era before.
Oh, no doubt.
We have all the access to Spotrac over the cap. We understand what's what. I think today's fan is as educated on their teams more so than any era before. Like, they're on top of it. So I think,
but
sure,
do we understand the consequences?
I do. I think a lot of fans understand the consequences.
Then why is this get the bag culture then, B? Like, I feel
because they want individual players to just get their money. They're ignoring all the team stuff. That's what I'm saying. They just want that player to get what's right, to get his money, and figure out the cap, and figure out ways to build the cap around him. I think to get the bag culture, it's one thing. They want an individual to get paid. It's your one time to cash in. Let's go get paid. Like, DeMarcus Cousins never got that big payday because he got hurt, right? We all wanted him to get the bag. Yeah. Didn't happen because he got hurt. We see players like that in football, see that in baseball, see that in basketball. We see it all the time. Guys have lost draft positions because of being hurt. Jake Butt, I remember the tight end out of Michigan.
Oh, yeah.
He was a baller. Broke his leg in the Orange Bowl. That's right. He didn't even have to play. Now he's on Big Ten Network as an analyst. Didn't have an NFL career.
What was it, Marcus Lattimore?
Marcus Lattimore.
Is a great, he's one of the number one examples. Well, the way that they've been built, and I know Jimmy was making $27 million at one point. I think it was for 2 years, the cap, it was that high. It might have been 3 or 4. They've done a good job of drafting at the beginning of Jimmy's tenure. So you had cheap Debo, cheap Fred Warner, cheap Nick Bosa. You had some inexpensive, unbelievable contracts for you. But the last 3 years, expensive Debo, expensive Trent, expensive Fred Warner, now expensive Nick Bosa, expensive Charvarius Ward in free agency, expensive Armstead. So the team is going to have to evolve. If you pay one guy that much in the cap, you have to get inexpensive skill position guys, and you're not going to be able to spend in free agency the way that you have the last couple of years.
No, you're not. You're not at all. You're not at all. So 888-957-9570. I think people understand the cap. We understand what it means to reset the quarterback market. We know what it means, what it may mean for the 49ers moving forward in terms of the players that they have. Now, at some point, they're going to move off of Deebo Samuel. He's getting paid $28 million this year, $24 million next year. He's obviously a candidate. George Kittle, how long does he have left? Trent Williams, how long does he have left? So there will be money that will be rolled over. And I'm sure Brock Purdy, knowing that, hey, it takes a team, and watching Tom Brady and watching these players, watching Patrick Mahomes basically say, I'm going to restructure my deal to help us out to make other moves around the margins here. I see Brock Purdy as being that guy, so I don't think it's going to hamstring the 49ers whatsoever. Just looking a year from now, I just think it's very, very premature to be talking about this. When I saw the report, I was just like, we got another year. Now this is hanging over Brock Purdy as he steps on the football field for every single game this season. Is he going to have a clear mind every throw he makes, every game he's playing? Like, damn, I'm losing money. I'm winning money. Or does he even think like that? I don't know.
I don't know.
I just don't think, I don't understand why this is news a year before he needs to get paid. Like, I understand why it's news because you said resetting the quarterback market, the terminology there. I'm thinking, whoa, resetting the quarterback market.
I would have just said, we'll handle it when we need to handle it. Like that, it's not up yet, so there's really nothing to say about it, and we will deal with that down the line when we need to deal with that.
The owner's coming out just basically said he's going to reset the quarterback market. I'm just thinking, what if Brock Purdy becomes the 15th best quarterback in the league when he was a top 5 quarterback last season? What if he regresses?
Or what if he has a monster year and a bunch of guys get hurt? Now you really have to pay. What does he want, $75 million?
Wow.
Right? So you've set yourself up for a no-win situation.
Brock Purdy's going to want $60 million a year?
I mean, by then, yeah, that might be the number. I mean, Dak right now is like, I think has a $60 million cap hit, Bonte. He's better than Dak, or at least what he's shown.
Oh, my God.
I know.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
And even if the cap is at 225, like 60, 75 million, that's 20, 25, 30% of the cap, depending on where it lands.
I think a lot of people would freak out.
Freak out?
I think a lot of people will freak out if you got that.
This is why I don't know why they haven't, like, move your books around so that you're ready to be able to have the franchise tag in your back pocket. I don't know why we don't use it more in this league. It kind of bugs me because I think it's a great tool that teams very seldom use properly.
Yeah, I like the franchise. I like the franchise tag on Brock because you can play it year by year.
Yes.
And you can still be in the quarterback market to go do some shopping. I actually like that. Like the Jimmy deal, it was a very well-constructed deal for the 49ers.
Yes.
Where they were able to opt out after year. Did that last year, of course. They had to let him off as a free agent. I kind of like that tactic with Brock Purdy because I do think he's really good. But when you attach the number next to him, and I'm like, whoa, I didn't see $60 million a year quarterback in the Super Bowl or the playoffs. I didn't see $50 million a year quarterback in the playoffs or the Super Bowl. That's what my eyes saw. The regular season, sure, we saw a guy who was a worthy MVP candidate. Boy, 50 to 60 million a year for Brock Purdy. The owner says that he's going to reset the quarterback market. Oh, my gosh. We got a poll today on YouTube. Over 300 votes. Would you be okay with the 49ers giving Brock Purdy a deal that resets the quarterback market?
What's the answer? Yeah, I want to hear what
39% says yes. 61% says no. They would not be good or okay with the 49ers giving Brock Purdy a deal that resets the quarterback market. Like, to me, that is just resetting the quarterback market with Brock Purdy. I'm having a tough time. Again, I don't have any issues with Brock Purdy, the quarterback. I didn't see $50 million a year quarterback in the playoffs.
I mean, there were people that didn't want to pay Nick Bosa.
Yeah. Resetting the quarterback market. Now, what does it look like around him? I can't wait to see this upcoming draft for the 49ers and what direction they go in
huge
with
draft.
the 10 picks that they have. Oh, it's a massive draft.
Like, if
you have to look for replacements for
wide receiver
down
the line, absolutely. Tight end,
left tackle,
left and right tackle,
right end.
Yeah.
A linebacker? You
need
another linebacker?
Yeah.
You need another corner?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah,
Might need a free safety?
Wow. Yeah. I don't know what else to say. But you saw the Los Angeles Rams eventually had to pay the piper when it came to their finances. Mm-hmm. And I gained more respect for Matt Stafford watching him do it when Cooper Kupp was out with a rookie. He basically was slinging it, and he had no run game and young offensive line with a bunch of unproven people, and he was getting pummeled. And I felt like even though the year prior his arm was hurt or whatever, I gained more respect for Matt Stafford seeing what he did in that setting because he was the high-paid guy and he had a lot of less talent around him. So, maybe Brock can... He gets the money and he gets a bunch of young guys around him and he shuts me up and proves a lot of people wrong and he ends up continuing his success.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way,
it's a lot of ifs, though.
It's a lot of ifs. Opening day is tomorrow, by the way. Baseball's coming up. Opening day, Giants and Padres down in San Diego. Logan Webb, he'll get the ball. The new look Giants taking on the Padres tomorrow. Opening day, we'll talk to Dave Fleming tomorrow at 8:30. We also have the great John Taylor coming up tomorrow at 9:20. He's entering the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame. If you want to go, Shasky, let me know.
When is it?
It is coming up So I got the email. I got the invite from Mario Eliotto.
Oh.
May 6th. May 6th.
May 6th. Let me look.
May 6th. You might be a busy guy.
I'm just looking.
Guru wants to come. I know he wants to come. So
it's a Monday.
It's a Monday.
Might work for me.
Yeah.
It might work for me.
There you go. You sit at the big boy tables with us. Where we all.
Thanks, boss.
Where we all call each other boss.
Jesus Christ.
We all let you sit at the table like, what up, boss? Come sit down, boss. Come sit down with the bosses of all bosses. Raymond Ritter. John Taylor. He'll join the show tomorrow. Hall of Famer.
So,
but there's something I was going to bring up here, Saskia, as I was reading through that because I want to make sure I pulled this up correctly, the right stat. The Lakers, they had a double overtime victory yesterday. Good for them. Austin Reeves and company. But this is fascinating to me. We're talking about officials or referees. But I heard this yesterday, and then I saw the tweet. I was like, I need to send this in a thread. Andy Bailey, who covers the NBA for Bleacher Report. So the Lakers shot 32 free throws last night against the Bucks. The Bucks shot 17. Since the start of last season, the Lakers have shot more than 1,032 more free throws than the next team in the league. That's by far number one in the league. The top team in the league since last season, since the beginning of the last season, they shot more free throws than every team. And the second place team, I think, is the... Who was the second place team?
Knicks.
It was the New York Knicks. They shot 1,032 more free throws than the New York Knicks. 1,032 more free throws than the next team.
Does that make you angry?
It's just, how does that happen? How does that happen? 1,032 more free throws than the next best team.
Well, you have Anthony Davis and LeBron James, and they play around the rim.
That's it. That's all it is. Austin Reeves, too.
Yeah.
Play around the rim.
Big physical team. That's what they do.
Oh, really?
They are. They are one of the biggest units when they're all out there. They are.
So 1,032 more free throws than the next team in the league.
What are you trying to say?
Oh, there's a lot of fed-up whistles going on. That's what's happening. 1,000 more attempts? Over 1,000 more attempts?
All right.
Come on.
Can you play some baseball music?
Come on. No, seriously, Shasky. Don't cape for the Lakers.
I'm not caping for them.
1,032 more free throws than the next team?
Why does that make you? Why are you surprised?
It blows me away. It blows me away. They're not doing anything different than a lot of other teams going to the rim. And they're like, the more the Lakers last at paint points at one point this season. They're like the worst team when it came to making layups. And now they're getting all these free throw attempts.
Well, because they keep getting hacked when they go to make a layup.
I mean, D'Angelo likes to go to the free throw line.
He does. So
Am I wrong?
Austin Reeves does as well.
Austin Reeves missed a wide open three last night.
But he made the biggest one of the night.
Oh, my goodness. Should have ended that game an hour earlier. Jeez Louise.
It's a lot of free throws for a
Where
team.
are the Warriors? Curious. Where are they on that?
Oh, the bottom of the list. You know that.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We know about that.
I've got a list. Would you like to see my list?
Of what? Free throws?
My MLB predictions for this year.
Oh, I thought we were going to do that tomorrow.
Then I'll hold off.
You want to do something today?
I'll hold off.
No, I want to hear your predictions.
Well, if that's a whole segment, I mean, we got like 5 minutes left here. You think you can get through it there? 5 minutes?
Well, I'll give you a teaser.
Okay.
My National League Rookie of the Year. Give it to me. So crank it up. Crank it up. My National League Rookie of the Year.
Kyle Harrison?
No. A lot of people are going to go in a lot of different directions.
Your boy from the Brewers? Jackson?
Cheerios.
You like him?
I do.
You do like him. Yeah,
American League, it's pretty obvious. Bonte and I are both going to take Jackson Holiday because we've been basically texting each other nonstop.
I may go Colton Cowser.
That's fine.
No, Jackson Holiday.
I mean, come on, Todd. Jackson Holiday. The second he's allowed to come up and not be a Super 2, he's coming up. I'm taking Jung-Hoo Lee. And the reason why I'm taking Jung-Hoo Lee is because I think this guy is going to have an opportunity to play 150 games this year. And if he bats near 300 and is the catalyst for a Giants team going to the playoffs, this will have an impact that will be felt all throughout the National League. This has a chance to change the NL West standings. That's number one. And number two, I think him being the table setter for this lineup, as we look at what could be this year with Thairo Estrada, with Jorge Soler, with Matt Chapman, with the roster they've put together, I think Jung-Hoo Lee has an opportunity to legitimately be the first Giants Rookie of the Year since Buster Posey. I really do. I really do. I think he's going to provide Gold Glove defense. You play in a very spacious division. Outfield in Arizona's big. Outfield in San Diego's big. Outfield in LA's big. We know Coors Field is gigantic, and we know center field for Pac Bell, Oracle Park is a tricky one. It's a tricky one. And depending on who's playing in right field, he's going to be asked to cover a lot of ground. So I think if I was going to put some money down and bet futures and whatnot, I'm putting my money on Jung-Hoo Lee to be Rookie of the Year.
Second best odds right now, DraftKings, Bonte, plus 500. The favorite is still Yamamoto.
Yamamoto, Dodgers. Interesting.
A little bit of a hole after that first start.
I would take Jackson from Churioso, the Brewers, Kyle Harrison, but I like the Jung-Hoo Lee pick.
You like that?
I do like that, but I'm going to go with an upset in the American League. I know a lot of people are going to go Jackson Holiday.
I am.
I think it's two guys from the Texas Rangers that nobody's even talking about.
Oh, yeah, Steven's
First of all, Evan Carter is a stud.
I figured. Okay.
He's a stud. But this guy, Wyatt Langford looks like the real deal.
Favorite right now.
Who is?
Wyatt Langford plus 225. Then Evan Carter.
Yeah.
Then Jackson Holiday at plus 450.
Wow. Who's after that?
Colt Keith, Colton Cowser.
Yeah.
What about Parker Meadows? Is he on there?
Yes, at plus 2,000 if you want him.
Wow.
Some of these names.
Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter. I mean, both has the best lineup he's ever had in his life.
Kyle Harrison, by the way, he has the 5th best odds.
Fifth best odds.
Yes.
I'm going to roll with Kyle Harrison.
Plus 1,400.
And let me throw a random one at you guys. Paul Skeens. This guy for the Pittsburgh Pirates. He's nasty. I don't know how long this guy's going to be able to pitch. I mean, he throws so hard. If he comes up at any point, I think he's going to be filthy.
By way of LSU titles.
He went 1. Dylan Cruz went 2.
Yeah. No, they're legit. They're legit. Baseball, opening day tomorrow. Dave Fleming will join us at 8:30. We also have John Taylor, and we're efforting got one more person here to be affiliated with the Golden State Warriors, so we'll have details on that tomorrow. Very fun show. All right, boss, let's get the Fast Five. Final thought. I never knew Boss Chief could be used in a very disrespectful term. I think OGs, I don't like OGs because it means I'm getting older. These young kids in the Niner game was like, all right, OG. And then it was like, wow, they called you OG. I felt some type of way about that. But I get it because I've been calling people OGs my whole life. So karma bites you in the butt, right?
What kind of way did you feel?
It's like, damn, I'm old, dog. People are calling me OGs now. It went from, what up, Boss Chief, player, to OG.
It's a rite of passage.
I told you the day I knew I was old, I walked into a bar, and even though I don't even drink anymore, and they're like, Coach, what's up? And I was like, oh, no.
Yeah.
No.
Don't want to be that old
These
guy.
These 12-year-olds that I coached are now in their 20s?
I knew I was old, too. My nephew Rodney.
Buy me a beer.
My nephew Rodney just had a baby girl born over the last month. He's back down to San Diego with my older sister. But my nephew Rodney, I was at Bruno's one night. I saw my nephew Rodney there with 2 chicks. He was like, Unc, what's up, man? You want to come with us afterwards? Like, nephew, no. I need to get the hell out of here. Why am I in the club with my nephew?
I'm calling cap on that. Single Bonte was like, no?
No, yes. I was like, no, you go do your thing. He's 18 years old. It's like, come on, man. He's 18 at the time. Anyway, Spadoni, love me.
I just want to give a big thank you to Pablo Sandoval for all the great memories as a Giant. We were talking about our favorite memories of Pablo earlier. Obviously, Justin Verlander saying, "Wow, that's always going to be up there."
Incredible.
For me, it was at the start of the 2014 World Series before Game 1. You saw him in the dugout, kind of like chat with Juan Perez before Juan Perez was going to be taking the field for his first game, and that was the moment that stuck out to me. It was the fact that Pablo was a leader that we didn't really talk about as much as being a leader, and I really like the fact he's still around this organization, him going down to Sacramento, if he does indeed do that, working with those young guys down there. That is a guy who I want young Giants players around Pablo Sandoval. That is the guy whose attitude I want rubbing off on these guys.
If you say Juan Perez, I'm envisioning him still trying to pick that ball up off the left field wall, and Alex Gordon should have ran. Would you agree?
He would have been thrown out by 15 feet.
Alex Gordon should have still ran.
That's what I'm saying. There's the chances of getting a hit against Bumgarner in that opportunity. Juan Perez fumbling that ball. Your heart didn't stop?
They rolled.
I lost at least 10 years of my life in that one moment.
My heart stopped. What? I thought for sure they were about to lose the game. I thought the game was over. Juan Perez My guy, Great White Shark, man. Gregor Blanco.
Soccer out there in left
They
field.
roll with them dudes at the leadoff spot in the bottom of the. I think Gregor Blanco batted like 180 during that postseason run.
Everyone did. Butt belt.
That
was unreal.
And Pablo.
I know.
And a little bit. Who else hit?
Didn't Pablo get the winning run in Game 7?
Hunter Pence played well
had a good one.
Run.
And if I believe, it could be 7, but 6 recorded outs from your Game 6 and Game 7 starters.
Tim Hudson and Jake Peavy.
Well, horrific. And then they re-upped them. I was like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
Forever Giants.
Oh, the member berries.
Spadoni, what you got?
It is funny we're bringing up the free.
Be careful.
It's funny that we're bringing up the free throw thing. It really hasn't helped the Lakers at all. Anyways, has it? No, be honest. Like, people are getting upset about it, but how does it help them?
Hey, Chief, watch your toe.
In the play-in.
Exactly.
Hey, boss, be careful.
The Warriors last, Lakers first. They're both going to be in the play-in. There you go. The league is against us, Bonte, both of us. We should join together. That'd be a super team if they combine, though. Lakers, Warriors.
That would be a great team.
Be a great 6 seed.
That'd be a great team.
Austin Reeves would be starting on that lineup, though.
Oh, please. Spacing reasons.
He really said, "I'm still him" last night after hitting that shot.
Did he say that?
He did.
He said, "I'm still him."
Yeah, and I was like, I could not turn it off quicker.
That's why I can't stand that team, dude. The false entitlement. I'm him, Austin Reeves.
After missing a game winner prior in the regulation.
You can't even help Team USA win the gold medal in FIBA last year. You're not him. Did they even win bronze? They didn't even win the bronze, huh?
He only has so much power.
That was fast.
Teammates need to step up.
Brought to you by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices. You got to hook up on Xfinity? Plug on that? What's asking me for a plug? Got to give him a plug on Xfinity internet cable. Just saying. Nicole, holler at me, Nicole. Study Guru next. We're not hard on Brock.
Rio's homemade pasta sauce?
want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
What's this world come to? You try to give a colleague a compliment about what a great job he's done as a father.
Dude.
And you can't even give a sincere compliment. Okay, take it back.
Now, Evan was a witness. Shout out LeBron James. Big win last night. He didn't play. Steiny, you did something you don't joke on. And it still hasn't.
Goo.
That was bad. That was, as Dib says, that was bad material. Some subjects are untouchable, and you went there.
You've raised a beautiful daughter who's a great student, who's destined for success.
I appreciate that.
I tried to give you a compliment on the great job you did as a father, and you took it to a place that.
No, you took it to a place.
Oh my God, I can't. You took it to a place where I
forgive you.
And
but I won't forget it.
I'll try to forget about that insult.
Steiny, you need help.
Dude, Evan is more disappointed than it was. Wow. And you're laughing. Like, let's do it, baby. What's up? You got a haircut looking fresh.
I did get a haircut, and so did the Miami Heat. They got a haircut, too.
I'm going to give you a 1.
How's that just a 1?
The haircut.
Yeah, it's a residual from him thinking I was untoward toward his daughter when I was just trying to give him a compliment.
Number 2.
Thank you. Hey, Warriors. Go ahead.
No,
Let's run down the list.
Listen, I'm going to tell you something.
No,
it's not
Klay,
that.
back.
Well, there was a victory lap for some of us here today. But
yeah, for sure.
I tweeted it on X. Of course, you didn't see it. No, listen, it's bigger than the game. They needed it. They needed it bad. But, Steiny, I'm telling you, I texted Evan last night. Well, like you do, Spadoni. And
I stopped doing that, though.
Oh, he didn't like it?
No,
anyway, this season is almost over. We have to enjoy it. We've gotten and talked about the Warriors ad nauseum, and now we're here, and it's finally hit me that baseball's here. It starts tomorrow. Steiny, we're not going to have NBA basketball to talk about as far as the Golden State Warriors and Steph Curry and Dre and TJD and Pods here in the next 2 weeks. So let that sink in, and it's imperative that they handle their business. And I know we talked about it yesterday about, hey, it's not a big deal. It's a big deal. It's a big deal to the fans. And Steiny, the guys that I saw out there playing, it's a big deal to them. Good win, but that same Miami team that was light because they had a lot of guys out, came and kicked the Warriors' ass months back. So way to start the trip, and it was good to see Klay in the starting lineup. Is that why he had 28? No, Steiny, but I just felt like the spacing was better. You need firepower. And I'll ask you this, would you run that back tonight as far as Klay?
That's Steve Kerr's decision. Here's what he had to say.
I just felt like get a little more spacing on the floor to start the game. You know, it's not doesn't necessarily mean it's permanent. It just felt like tonight that was important.
Yeah. So I don't know why tonight would not be important. Or do you want to? I'll just say this: do you want to keep messing with Klay? Not that he can't handle it. If he's in a groove, a basketball groove, it shouldn't matter if he's off the bench or started. But for me, Steiny, it just felt nothing against Pods because he made an impact. But it just felt good knowing you got another flamethrower alongside Curry, who had 17 or 18 points.
Let's listen to this again.
It just felt like get a little more spacing on the floor to start the game. You know, it's not doesn't necessarily mean it's permanent. It just felt like tonight that was important.
All right. Why wouldn't it be permanent?
Well,
why?
Like Wiggins going to the bench wasn't permanent.
Why would you do it just one game? Is my question. If you're Steve Kerr,
maybe it was the matchups because Miami was in Curry's tail.
Well, if it's the matchups, then you're not going to like to hear what I'm about to say.
No, seriously, I do.
Well, starting Klay last night was like bringing him off the bench because he was going up against second-string players.
All right, wow. I hadn't even...
But I don't, like...
That hadn't crossed my mind.
I have a bigger question, though, for Warrior fans, and that's, why wouldn't it be permanent?
I'm with you.
Or why would he change it tonight? Like, do you think he'll go back to Podziemski tonight?
I don't
know.
And I'm with you on, now you're kind of dangling the guys with just a certain amount of games left. Like, Steiny, I told you, no matter what happens and how this season ends up, guys, just go with what you know. KFC, the original recipe. Klay Thompson has obviously gotten out of, whatever funk he was in. He's not going to be perfect, and he's not going to have 28 every night. But Steiny, he's a threat out there more than Podziemski on the offensive end. So me watching a team kind of struggle with the one-trick pony of Curry this, Curry that, and Kerr having to talk about how much dependent they are on Steph, alleviate some of that or try to relieve some of that with Klay. And I thought it worked last night.
My question for Warrior fans at 888-957-9570, I got a couple. Like, what did that game mean last night? I'll tell you what it meant to me. And then secondly, I just am curious, okay, if he wants better spacing, he didn't mention anything about the other team. He didn't mention anything about the Heat. He mentioned spacing. Well, if he's talking spacing, why wouldn't Klay then be the starter moving forward?
That's
if spacing's an issue. Now, the other thing that's going on is if he goes back to Podziemski as a starter, I'll be honest with you, I don't really think it makes a huge difference to either Klay or Podziemski.
All right.
Like, Podziemski's not going to not play well because he's coming off the bench if he knows he's getting 20 minutes. I just am wondering what if he saw spacing, I get it, but spacing isn't something that'll go away when you play Orlando tonight. So I'm just wondering if we're looking at something that's going to change from now till the end of the season, Klay back into the starting lineup. What do you think, Warrior fans, at 888-957-9570? And then, the one thing I've heard, Goo, this week from a lot of Warrior fans, maybe it's been a week and a half, there is a little bit of a resignation from some fans that, they're starting to read the writing on the wall, which, by the way, looks like it's in Sharpie and it can't be erased, that the Warriors may not finish the year like they wanted to finish the year. And so if that's the case, you went to Miami, you got to win against the Heat. What's it mean? I mean, to me, the biggest part of last night's game is you're now a game ahead of Houston.
No doubt.
So you didn't slip last night to the Houston Rockets, because if you lose last night, now all of a sudden you're tied with the Rockets. Now you better beat Orlando. So if the 10th seed's the goal,
no doubt
they accomplished the goal last night by winning a game to keep ahead of the Houston Rockets. That's what I got out of that game.
Okay, no, Steiny, and that's it. That's what I went into that game for, but also to see if Steve Kerr, when I left you last and I was lobbying for Klay to start, with tinker and kind of throw the kitchen sink at the problems and try to, hey, maybe it could have backfired last night, but just show us that you're trying something and you're willing to try something new. But I will say this, Houston has not caught the Warriors yet, and a loss would have allowed them to do that in the standings. So that was Operation Get Out of Here, no injuries. And tonight I expect everybody to be available, except it looks like TJD might not play. I don't know where that came from. But, Steiny, I just want Steph Curry and the Warriors to get an opportunity to play in a 7-game series. And if the youngsters and this experience.
So we're back to that.
Well, it's part of it. It's all.
So we're back to the assumption that they're going to win 2 play-in games. I wouldn't do that. I can't do that. They're still in 10th place.
Well, okay. I got something.
Let's focus on what the Warriors' goal should be is to get a play-in game at this point.
Okay, that's where, man, you know your partner. What I'm saying is, assumption is what I did to get to, they're going to get a shot at the play-in. And all of a sudden, here come the Rockets in the rear view. So now there's a threat to that. So that I've learned from that, Steiny. I assumed for so long the worst case scenario for the Warriors was going to be the play-in game on the road against whoever. Looks like the Lakers. And now the Rockets are a threat to that. So I'm with you. It's Operation Play In, because let's put the right on the table. You're not catching the Lakers.
I
You know what I mean?
I actually wouldn't rule against that.
Like, you think so? After that big win last night?
I mean, that hurts, but I mean, that's the other problem the Warriors are going to have when it comes to catching teams, and that's the other teams can beat good teams, and you haven't shown you can beat good teams. So you get a game like last night where you think, hey, you know what? Lakers probably going to get beat by the Bucks. No,
they didn't. 20.
They didn't get beat by the Bucks. No. And the Warriors are a team that's struggling against those teams. I assume this is directed at Guru from the LB. Long Beach?
Yep.
408 though. Anyway, come on, guys. Are we going to do this again?
Oh my God.
Get excited over a victory over a bunch of scrubs?
We're past nitpicking and style pointing. This is about continuing to not trick it off to where tonight's game is important. You want to hold off the Houston Rockets. I don't have confetti. I'm not happy. That was status quo, Stoney. That was a game. I was a little nervous in Miami. They went up 5. I was like, oh, my God.
They went up 5 in the first quarter?
No, second quarter. It was close.
In the second quarter?
Yeah, nobody's in here celebrating, Jack. Yeah. I hope I'm not sounding that way. You needed that win. You got it.
Why can't you celebrate the win if you want to anyway?
Because when you're 10th, you're not allowed to celebrate.
That's why you celebrate. I mean, with all due respect.
Boy.
But listen, LB, of course. Here's what that game means.
I'm not celebrating.
It means nothing.
Right.
Until the Warriors finish the game tonight against Orlando.
Wow.
You lose tonight against Orlando. Last night's game, just put an X through it because it won't mean anything. It just won't. You will have beaten a team without Jimmy Butler, Tyler Hero, without Duncan Robinson, without Kevin Love. Those are 4 of your top 9 guys. So you went in there, you did what you had to do. Now you play the Orlando Magic. Yep. They've had 3 days off.
And they're good.
So let's see how and you know what? The one thing I will say for that wasn't a cakewalk yesterday. I know Steph played, 31 minutes?
I was just going there.
But I don't think that was necessarily a cakewalk.
It wasn't.
So let's see what happens tonight. The Warriors, they're old, and they're on a back-to-back in Florida.
And if you're the Rockets right now, you're feeling good about this game that the Warriors have on the road against a fresh Orlando team that lost to Sacramento Saturday.
But I don't think the Rockets I don't think there's a lot of scoreboard watching. I mean, if the Rockets, either team. I think if the Rockets go 7-3, they'll probably beat out the Warriors.
By the way, the Warriors have not won in Orlando since 2017.
Now, damn. Thank you, Evan. I did not know.
Well, that's something to think about. Let's go to Holly in San Jose.
Hey.
What's up, Holly? How you doing? Welcome.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
All right.
Doing well.
I love your optimism, Goo, and I love your realism, Steiny, and somehow you two just manage to always keep me balanced.
Thank you.
So, I don't know what I would do without my morning show with you guys.
Wow.
But, I love watching Klay Thompson play, you guys. I love watching him play. He has a joy when he's playing basketball that has made him my favorite player a long, long time ago. And I haven't seen that joy out of him playing in a long time. And obviously it's because he's not performing well. But to see him hit 28 points last night was great. I'm not holding a lot of stock in the rest of this season. I want them to do well. I would love for the youngsters to play in the postseason and get some experience. But the rest of this season to me is kind of just a wash, as much as I hate to say that. For whatever reason, it didn't click this year. It didn't work. And it doesn't matter why it didn't work, but it's not working. And so I think that we start looking at, okay, let's just get through this season. Hopefully we can get some postseason experience for these young guys. Figure out what needs to happen and make some hard choices and come back strong next season. And that's kind of where I think I'm at right now.
That's so healthy, Holly, and I appreciate being the good doctor for you in ways, because I try to bring a perspective that's welcome out there in the Bay Area.
I'll say this, and I won't toot my own horn. Anybody battling any addiction, relationship stuff,
Yikes.
Call into the show, 888-957-9570. I will cast a spell and say a prayer because I cannot miss right now. I advocated for Looney to come in the game. He got in the game.
He couldn't wait for me to set him up.
I advocated for Klay Thompson to start, and he started. So anything you need, the goo is here for you to try to, make whatever you need.
Trace Jackson Davis hurt.
Well, where did that come from? How did you see that?
And Kevon Looney played last night. I believe, did I see him correctly?
Also saw Moody.
Did he knock down like a little jumper?
He did. And Fitz let you know he has that shot.
You know what else Fitz let you know? That push shot for Pajemski. That's going to be his calling card.
Fitz, we love you. I heard it. He said basically he can do other stuff for Stoney. That's it right there.
408. My bad. The LB in the 408 is not Long Beach. It's Los Baños.
Wow.
Los Baños.
Yep.
Stop it.
I think it's Los Banos. Banos' bathroom.
Shout out Spanos.
Damn it. Yeah. I actually knew a guy who got a job at the, say it again, Los Banos.
Mm-hmm.
They have a newspaper down there, and he got a job there about 30 years ago. A guy named Ed Early. Nice guy.
He was never late to work. Ed Early.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. We'll talk some hoops today for sure. The Warriors. What is that? We got to update our bets.
Yeah. And we got a 4 p.m. start tonight. I thought it was 4:30.
Yeah. Where are you watching the game, Goo?
Honestly, right now, Norms, unless you want to do something, you're home alone. You would think Shaq and Kobe or Kobe and Shaq would say, hey, Goo, come by the crib. I never would really come by.
Oh, God,
I would come if you asked today, but I'm not,
You don't want to come to my house. There's nobody there. Everybody's gone except the animals, and Rosie will just jump. She won't
call her racist. She didn't like me last time.
She won't let you alone. She doesn't like Evan either.
Okay.
No,
I feel
she
a
likes
little better.
Evan.
Right.
She likes Evan. Let's go to Peon. Peon's in San Leandro. Spadoni might be wrong on the pronunciation.
Oh, boy.
Don't you dare be wrong.
The Enye makes it Banos, but there's no
believe
Enye
him.
Los Banos. So check me on that one.
I think it's Spadone.
Peon, do you know?
LBC.
Yeah.
It's Banos, man. It's Banos. But listen, man, what have we learned about this Warriors team? Win doesn't mean anything until the next game. It hurts me that we used to go into these teams and strike fear. That's gone, man. Hate to say it, we're the worst team defending the three, but yet we're rolling. But man, Purdy is terrible at defending the three. He takes good charges though. Man, can we get Klay in there? Let's just finish this thing up this year. It's not looking good, but like you said, I like what you said, Goo. Let's get the original recipe, man. We're not winning the chip this year. We're not winning the chip. Listen, I had to come to the grips, man. I had to shed some tears. We're not winning the chip this year. We're average. The record is screaming, hey, everybody, we're average. But we're saying, no, we're not average. Listen, we're average, man. We can't even win it. Even the home advantage is gone. The best thing that could happen right now, the Warriors are being on the road. I don't know what happens on that road, but they Klay better. Man, Klay, I love Klay's game until he's bricking, which is, unfortunately, we're starting to experience that. But Steve Kerr, stop trouting Purdy at 31, 34 minutes. Come on, man, enough of this. Let's get the guys out and let's see what happens. They deserve that.
Thanks for the call.
Appreciate it. I mean, when was the last time a Warrior fan could actually say, in their heart and their core, it wasn't championship or bust? He's just basically saying play out the string.
Yeah,
and he's not the only one, but Steiny, have you seen Rocky? We've watched Rudy. We've watched teams come from the wild card position and shock the world.
We've never seen a 10th seed do any damage.
Well, Miami,
we've never seen a 10th seed.
I keep going to the Lakers
do any
and Miami,
damage,
but I have nothing for you on that.
Yeah. So they'd have to do something unprecedented. Right. They'd have to come from the 9 or 10, which has never happened before.
Now, how strange is it that...
But we'll just assume they're going to win 2 road playoff games.
I got to be careful here, Scotty. I'm warming up to the fact that I think the Warriors would be better playing the game on the road if they had to stay at 10th.
Well,
that's a problem. Kerr said he didn't know why it's happening. So just last year, you got your ass kicked pretty much when you came to Chase, and now it's just... a role reversal. So if the Warriors end up 10th, I hate to say this to you, partner. I like their chances better, and they just beat the Lakers on the road a couple Saturdays. I know AD left, but that's where I'm at.
Where?
If it's a road game, I prefer that more than a home game.
No, you don't. It's nice to say, but you'd rather play it at home.
But the numbers are.
Do you really think you can go on the road and win two play-in games against the Lakers and the Mavericks? By the way, wow,
dude,
you ain't in the Mavericks class,
man. Well, they just beat you too.
Mavericks look good.
They got
night.
2. Can I call Kyrie, because we already know Luka's a top 12 player? Can I put Kyrie in the top 12 NBA player? Would you do that, or when he's available?
Here's the only thing: when sometimes you do this frequently. If you say a guy's in the top 12, there can only be 11 players better than him then. You know what I'm saying? You know, like you just have a tendency to say Steph's top 5, Curry's, Steph's top 5, Kyrie's top 10, and Doncic is top 10. And then the next thing you know, you got 22 players in your top 10. And there can only be 10, is all I'm saying. I don't know. I always like to do this.
You know,
I don't
I'm a big Kyrie fan.
You taking Kyrie over Steph?
Stop.
Yes, yeah. Thank you, Bob.
Would you on that list of you have Kyrie in the top 12?
I got Curry ahead of Kyrie.
You got Curry ahead of Kyrie.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It's fair for a Warrior fan. You wouldn't say that if you would have seen the Mavericks game last night.
Dude, now the Mavs, their defense is what scares me about them, but
they shut down Sack last night.
No, that's not hard.
What are you talking about?
Those hollow numbers, man.
Sack averages like 115 a game.
But they can lose, and they got some bad losses on their ledger too, Stoney. So they play them again Friday, right back in Sack.
Okay.
Warriors beat the Lakers. If that's who they match up with, there's a chance they could go to Sack.
Who?
The Warriors.
They'd love that.
We know.
Steiny is right.
Oh, boy.
Comcast business text line 650. They would know. That's the area code for Los Banos. Banos.
Oh, thank you. You said it right the first time.
Steiny is right. The alternative, and in Spanish, is Los Banos. There's a tilde above the N, I believe.
It's called an enye, and there's not one when you look at the city sign.
Okay. Can we get somebody who's actually from the city of Los, however I said it
I believe Spadoni. Like, I feel like you're just arguing
there's a surprise.
Dude, your thing with Willard.
There's a surprise.
Spadoni.
Where's he at?
Who?
Skinny Bob. Give us a call, bud.
Stop begging.
First,
it's Skinny Bob, then it's Too Short.
You only want them to call. Speaking of which, you only want people to call when they're giving you a gift or something free or some balls.
Did a friend of Too Short get back to you?
When there's nothing in it for me.
No, I
he's
never
a part
do.
of the show.
Yeah, I never
Skinny
do.
Bob, give us a call. Let us know you're cool, man.
Skinny Bob, give us a call and send us some more golf balls.
Oh, boy.
Period. In fact, let's do it this way. Send us some golf balls and we'll take your call. I mean, we haven't gotten a bag of golf balls from Skinny Bob in about 4 months. Let's go. The golf season's starting, Skinny. Down there in Half Moon Bay, El Rio. Raking in the money with your Husky.
I got a shot to hit. Our tournament, Atco tournament. Look how you just turned pale. What is your gift? Dude,
there's something.
We got to talk about what happened before the show.
I'm scared of Willard.
Evan, we do. It's Steiny, I love you.
You're sick.
But you are.
You're sick.
You are.
I can't believe you. I'm a sick-old man. I'm a sick-old man. And I tell you that you've got a beautiful daughter who you should be proud
but you didn't
of.
say that.
And you're like, oh my God, he wants to. I want to what?
Evan knows. He was a witness.
Shout out HR.
Yeah. Do we have one? Yeah,
You know what?
we do.
You want me to start wishing ill will on your family?
No, sometimes just shut up if you're going to do that material. That was Andrew Dice Clay stuff. I don't even think Andrew would do it.
Would you rather, should I say you've got a member of your family that's an oinker?
No, you
something like that?
You're smart, and you got 3 beautiful daughters. You know what not to say.
They're not that beautiful.
Oh, boy. Yeah, breaks.
What? Guru just said I had 3 beautiful daughters.
They're beautiful.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. You have an ulterior motive.
Well, no.
What are you really fishing for, Goo? They're young. Stay away from them.
I love you.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Steiny and Guru with you. Warriors get a win against Miami. The Miami Ignite last night.
Oh, wow.
And tonight they play the Orlando Magic. Question for Warrior fans is, what do you take out of last night's game? Or are you saying, I'm going to reserve that until I see what happens tonight in Orlando? That's kind of where I'm at. I need you to back that win up with another win tonight against Orlando if you can do it. It's going to be tough. You're on a back-to-back. Steph played 31 minutes. Klay played a fair amount. Draymond, can they do it again tonight? 888-957-9570 is the number. And don't forget, it's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. That segment was also brought to you by Lucky, California. You want me to start wishing ill will on your family?
No, sometimes just shut up.
If you're not quite sure what to make for Easter dinner, Lucky can help you.
I'll be with my dog, Rosie, and my cat.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Yes, but you're wrong. Mm-hmm.
You don't know that, but our guy, Mark Abanez, he said, hey, he's listening to us. He said the little squiggly over the N in Spanish is called a tilde.
That's what I said.
Not an enye, as he said. Got to get it right, man. I said call in.
The N with the squiggly on top is an enye. They have two different N's in the Spanish alphabet. There's the ene and then the enye.
Okay, I got you. No, Tony, I was just reading that. But so what about Tony Pena, who had that over the end? How would
that's Pena. There you go.
Pena, like Baños.
No, because there's not one in Los Banos. Our Los Banos, there's not an enye.
Like the actor Eric Bana.
Oh,
it's not Eric Banya.
Good call.
Los Banos, and I'm pronouncing it without the tilde, is the anglicized word for Los Baños.
I didn't know this.
I don't like to anglicize anything. I like to go back to the roots.
Sorry.
You know what? The hell with America.
Hey.
It's in America. It's Baños. Somebody help me. Help me.
Mark just told us.
Well, he corrected Spadoni. And Spadoni did not. Let me tell you something.
Spadoni is Google.
I'll tell you what. On the Mount Rushmore of guys who don't like to be corrected, Spadoni's right under me. He is right under me. He does not like it, and neither do I.
6 older siblings will do that to you.
You know, Spadoni's got, you're one of 10.
So if he had the N,
he's got 10 kids.
Spadoni.
You know, I met Mr. Spadoni.
That was the party I couldn't. Benny was just a little boy then.
Benny threw up all over me.
Which one was this, when you weren't invited Oakland, or you just didn't go?
No, the one I couldn't make it.
Did you invite Good there?
Stop. Of course he did.
I invited everyone to the station.
That was a great party.
Like little Daryl's graduation that only Dibs made. But nobody remembers that.
That wasn't Zach. That's a little harder.
I tell you what, you invite everybody from the station to a party and only Dibley shows up. That's a bad beat.
People had things to do. I get it.
I love it.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. I even went. Jimbo in Sunnyvale says the Warriors are on a run.
Let's do it.
You can wait. Yeah, you know what? We'll get to him in a minute.
Oh, boy.
We'll get to him in about the 1 o'clock hour. Can somebody from Los Banos tell us the way it's pronounced? Because I ain't listening to a guy from Palma.
I don't know.
Tell me how Los Banos is pronounced.
Pacific Row, but yes, I went to Palma High School.
Oh.
El Cerrito in the house.
They did teach me Spanish there, though.
Yeah, somebody saying, what about Nene, the basketball player? His was Nay.
Actually,
Nene.
You want me to be a jerk?
No, Steve
Nene. It wasn't Nene. It was Nene.
Oh, Evans.
Watch me whip.
Yeah.
And his last name used to be Hilario. It was Hilario.
You're thinking of Nene Leaks from Real Housewives.
Yeah, and the song Nene.
Hey, by the way, so I saw in the text thread, I had trouble clicking through. Evan apparently sent me a banger on the text thread.
That was the wrong. We got a hip hop thread, and I said Rick Ross's line about his baby mama was great, and then Steiny's like, "Who's Ross?" I go, Rick Ross.
Tucker?
Yeah.
I didn't know who you meant. Who was Ross?
That was
a lot of Rosses. I was like, is there anybody on the Heat named Ross? Why am I getting this name?
It might have been courtside.
Terrence Ross.
Now, Rick Ross is from SAC.
From Miami.
Well, then why did he have Sacramento Kings season tickets?
Him and Vivek are cool, just like him and 50 Cent.
You know what I can't stand? I'm not going to say it.
The list is long.
Yeah. Did he?
Hey.
Did I want to talk? We won't talk
Stop kissing rappers' ass. Come on, businessmen. It's not your arena.
Oh, this right.
Okay? It's not your arena. Hey, Robert Kraft.
But you're rubbing elbows, Steiny. Let Rick Ross and Kraft got a relationship.
Mill alone.
Yeah, boy.
You don't know him. You have nothing in common.
So now seriously, you're hating on networking.
I'm hating on businessmen who want to try to act like they're cool. So what about
Dave Chappelle coming to Chase and watch a Warrior game? There's Joe Lacob gives him the top line treatment. That's what it's about.
No, it's not.
You bring your arena, you come check on ours, and we break bread together. You are so antisocial.
It's about a 60-year-old business. It's like, well, you know what?
He's not cutting the album, Steiny.
No, I get why you're okay with it, because you don't mind being the oldest guy at the club. So now I know why.
Really don't.
Now I know why you think it's cool for a 65-year-old owner to try to say, "Hey, I'm friends with this really cool rapper."
No, he's making his entity or his business look spectacular by showing 50s in Sacramento. Come catch a Kings game.
Yeah.
Sit by me.
Yeah.
Where's the wannabe to that?
It's a joke.
It's
what
called
it is.
business.
It's a joke.
And I'm shocked you don't know that. I am. I am shocked right now. This is a bit. Just tell everybody it's a bit.
Well, I know what's not a bit.
Here we
Jonathan Kuminga is questionable for tonight.
Oh.
Left knee soreness.
Ooh.
Same with Trace
Out
Jackson.
of where?
Out of the game last night. They played last night. It's an 82-game season.
Well, TJD, I know he's been having something on him when he's come out of games, but they're going to need him tonight. And you're right. Come in here tomorrow if they somehow don't get this game, and now you're a half game up on the Rockets. Well, it might not even be that. I don't even know if Houston plays tonight.
No, they play. They play the Thunder.
Oh, well, that's it.
Thunder. That's a great song. Thunder.
Not if you're playing the drinking game.
Oh.
Please explain.
Basically, I'd like you to have friends that are kind of your age. That's what I'm asking for.
Hey, please
That's
explain.
what I'm asking for. I'm with Steiny on this one.
Are you...
Old white guys shouldn't hang out with rappers. That's all I'm saying.
Vivek is not an old white guy.
Well, he's an old guy. It's about age, not ethnicity.
Rick Rubin?
I don't care if Denzel. He shouldn't hang out with rappers either. He's 60 plus.
I just...
Grow up.
Yeah.
Grow up.
What about Lacob?
This is sad.
Exactly. He fails. He fails.
Wake up, man.
All right, let's go.
I'm getting a little worried about this injury report. I'm being real.
Boy, here we go.
If no Kuminga, TJD's out.
Because you didn't get any breaks last night against Miami.
I'll give you a 4.
All right, Jimbo. Jimbo in Sunnyvale. He thinks the Warriors are poised to make a run. Hey, what's up, Jimbo? Welcome.
What? Hey
Talk
guys,
to us,
I
baby.
love your show, but I don't know who's trying to get the controversy on what I said, but I didn't say they were going on a run.
Hey, Spadoni, that's the second thing you've gotten wrong now.
But yeah, I love your show, guys, and
Thank
the controversy. You guys go back and forth. It's cool. But anyway, so my take is the Warriors have been Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde all season, and not just as a team, but as individuals. And I think that they've gotten a wake up call with Houston sniffing at their behinds, and I think that the rest of the season they'll squeak out getting into the play-in, and I'm hoping and think they might get into a 7-game series at least.
Let's go.
All right.
So, first round.
Appreciate.
So I'm looking at
Okay.
the positive side, but still anchoring to the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. But I think the hair is on fire, and Dr. Jekyll is out there.
Appreciate the call.
And I'll go first.
Spadoni is digging in today, boy.
I'll tell you this. I think that's what made Kerr start Klay.
What?
I'm not saying a sense of urgency, but seeing like, okay, this is it, man. And nothing against anybody else, but we need some offensive firepower. We need better spacing. So I say that to say I hope tonight when the starting lineups are announced that Klay is still in there. Like I would like to just start. He could go 2 for 15. This is who you are. And if it's coming to an end, write it out.
Okay.
We'll see.
By the way, some of these shooting splits for Steph.
Well, that was good defense last night. He made some shots.
Yeah, well, it had nothing to do with Steph. He was great. Klay might catch him in 3-point shooting percentage this year.
Would that be the first time it's ever happened?
That's a good... No, I bet it isn't.
Okay.
I bet it isn't.
You had 1 year he shot like 44.
Damn.
But the point is Klay was down in 30, below 35, and Steph's just sinking like a stone.
Well, he's tired, man.
Oh, no.
No, I'm just saying.
How's he going to get rejuvenated?
No excuse.
I know. Play him 35 minutes a night.
31 last night. He could start tonight.
And
a guy like that, it could start. It could just, you know how it goes.
What do you mean?
He could snap out of it
for a night.
No, hopefully for a series if they get there, or it could start the play-in night. But hopefully it starts tonight.
See, I'm gonna.
But I'm not lying to you.
I'm not talking about a series. I'm not doing that.
We don't.
How does that sound?
They don't have an opponent. You got to get there first.
Hey, you better be careful, 510. Stinny just isn't interested in black culture.
Wow.
Guru, please correct the gentleman.
Wow. You know what?
Tell it. Hey, stick up for your white friend.
Boy,
Guru.
You didn't come to Norm's.
I'm going to make you listen to that Future song on air.
Oh, that's a banger. Hey, 510. Let me know if you want to go toe-to-toe in a Black Panthers trivia contest. Mouth? Probably not. Let me know if you want to go toe-to-toe on jazz music.
Oh, Filmo Mike is at you. He's on your neck.
Filmo Mike
Tell
is a
Stinny
myth.
Vivek is doing business in today's world with another businessman. There is no age restriction when doing business. Hey. Tell him that. That's why I know this is a joke. Come on.
What business has Rick Ross done with Vivek?
Oh, alcohol.
What product?
He's got alcohol. Rick Ross. He's got the alcohol thing going, just like 50 Cent.
Okay, well, how'd 50 Cent do it? He didn't need Vivek. They're doing it on their own. There's no partnership there. That's all I'm saying.
Well, come on.
Yeah, I think you know.
I don't want to come to your house tonight.
You weren't invited.
You know what? I don't want to come.
Don's in Fresno. The No. Hey, Don, what's going on?
Hey, guys. Hey, so I don't want to be a Debbie Downer. I'm not being a Debbie Downer. I'm actually optimistic, but not for this season.
Oh, okay.
I think even if we're at our best, we can't stop big, strong teams like the Nuggets in particular. And that's fine. But I'm thinking in the offseason, I don't understand this. One thing I want to ask you guys, if you could kind of break down what ways, if even we could get off of Chris Paul's big contract, and is that going to open up a bunch of money we can give to another player or something? I don't know how that works, but I'm wondering if that's a possibility. And the other thing I was going to say is I kind of got roasted last time because I was saying we need a big to help us like stop people like Jokic and stuff, especially on defense. But so I said Drummond and Nurkic. I was put on the spot. But I said that because I'm thinking realistically what is possible. Of course, I want to say Giannis and Embiid, but I'm trying to think what is possible with us. We're in the second apron and all this, so that's why I mentioned some guys like that. You know, ideally I would want like a Miles Turner or a Giannis, but I'm trying to think what is actually possible for us to do like that. And another thing, I think maybe we can pick up some cheap shooters to help space the floor because, you know, Curry and Klay, they're great. If they have some guys that can pull some gravity, maybe they can shoot even better if we got at least one guy. And if we need to save money, maybe get a cheap shooter or two with a good defender to help Trace and Draymond. And, you know, Wiggs and Kuminga. So,
yeah, no.
Good call, man.
Well, you know what he's reacting to?
Tell me.
He said Andre Drummond, and one of us probably.
I lobbied for Drummond.
Oh, so it was you?
Yeah. Been a few years I've been lobbying for Drummond.
Hey, by the way,
but TJD's been a pleasant surprise, Donnie.
No, he has.
I'm not saying you stop there. You still need more.
Are you pissed at Kerr?
For
Sarge didn't play last night?
Oh, no, I was watching Dario.
He's the only guy who didn't play. Yeah. That's not fair.
No, I'm not. Come on, I'm not that guy. I got fed more than I wanted. I was happy to see Looney get out there, but the Klay starting. And Curry, Steiny, they were playing some good defense on Curry. I'm just tipping my cap. I'm not saying that's why he. Okay, there we go. Say something we don't know, but no, I'm stating the obvious. But man, Klay picked up the slack. I can't see a scenario, and you're gonna laugh, where Jonathan Kuminga tonight doesn't play at Orlando and they win the game. And maybe that's Prince Rogers Nelson, a sign of the times.
You know what?
He is your youth.
You know
he
what?
is your rocket. And if you don't have that, you're just easier to guard.
Okay. Well, then what I would say to you in the effort to try to pick a fight is if you don't think they can win that game without Kuminga, why don't you just go ahead and take it to the next step and say, Steiny, the big three are done. Because if you don't think you can win the game with a 21-year-old raw offensive player when you're sitting with Steph, Klay, Dre, Wig, then like,
well, the athleticism is the part of it. You are right.
So they can't make it without Kuminga.
Obviously, they can win the game. I just wouldn't like them to have to go try to do that. Kuminga's athleticism. Oh, that dunk last night. We ain't even talked about that putback.
Oh yeah, you know what?
Good God,
that was one of those that
Good God.
They
No,
award
for
you
real.
6 points for those.
Yeah.
Because that's a great dunk. It's a great follow dunk.
On verts.
510, I'm with you. We need, and I say we need complete players, not specialists. Kind of right. They have too many specialists right now. Question I have, is Klay going to start tonight against the Orlando Magic? What did he play last night? 31. He and Curry both 31.
Well, now with Kuminga being questionable, it's almost like he's got two options, you know what I mean, to start. So
I actually, like, if Kuminga doesn't play tonight, I'm not the kind of guy that says, well, now they have no chance. I just don't. Like, we can't, like, if for the longest time we're saying, well, Steph has no help, he doesn't have a number 2, well, then how important can Kuminga be?
And Orlando's 25-10 at home.
510 on the Comcast business text line, 707. The Warriors are poised to make a run to Cancun.
I'll give you a one.
Based on my, it's not me.
No, I'm giving the person the one.
The Warriors, based on my fan experience as a third-generation Warrior fan and a former season ticket holder, this was a good season for the Warriors, but disappointing considering the potential talent level of the current roster. Yeah, do Warrior fans feel like this team is leaving something on the table? Or are they meeting their expectations? They're 37 and 34, 11 games left.
Well, when you're sitting with Andrew Wiggins, I don't want to put it all at his doorstep, but I'll start there. When you just look at this season as a whole and what he's giving you and what he doesn't giving you, how he's up and down, I think the answer would be yes. You look at Draymond Green, supposedly your leader. He misses umpteen games because of his actions. So there is some meat on the bones, Donnie.
When this is the one thing. Do you think Wiggins will be better next year than this year as a player?
What if I'm being real here? I'm going to say no, but physically, I want to say yes, because his physique, his body, his playing weight, all that he's in his prime. Andrew Wiggins, I believe, is in his physical prime. Mentally, no, but you asked me a question. I feel like we're going to get just what we're getting now and what we got throughout his career outside of the 2020. Excuse me. Now, why is that funny? The 2022 season.
I just chuckled.
And I woke up, I get dressed listening to Windhorse this morning, and I keep citing Joe Lacob saying big changes. This Windhorse, Wendy, he goes, for the Warriors to get back into contention, title contention, massive changes. So, again, not massive and big, but I just don't know what's going to be there.
Who's the 10th seed in the East?
Well, Atlanta's not sitting with Curry. Oh, well, they're standing-wise.
They got a young Curry. They got a 24-year-old Curry.
Yeah, they're 10th, Atlanta.
I wonder if they're talking about in Atlanta like they can make a run. Oh, that's not fair, Steiny.
Well, they're 7
it's
under.
The Hawks.
They're 7 under. 32-39.
10th is 10th.
The West is just lethal, man.
Can somebody get back to me on Los Banos, please? Is it Los Banos, Los Banos, Los Banos, Los Banos? That's what I'm most concerned with right now. Proving Spadoni wrong under any circumstance.
Sounds like my wife.
Oh, wow.
See, like that, like when I think of the Warriors.
It's about to be over, man. That's what I'm telling you.
It is over.
No, the season.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actual games.
Does anybody else look at the Warriors and say, all right, how are we going to get better next year when Draymond's not going to be better, Thompson's not going to be better next year, Curry's not going to be better next year, Wiggins probably won't even be here, and Kuminga will take a step up. Like that, like my biggest question to Warrior fans. Too. Right. Okay, fine. Do you think Kuminga, Trace Jackson-Davis, Podziemski, and Moody can get more good than the big three and Looney decline? Because that's really what it is. I mean, how can you get better if your core players, you don't expect them to be better than they were this year, which you can't.
Wow, man.
I mean, I just, like, And this is where it's like, this is where I put myself in Joe Lacob's spot. Okay, Steph's on an island. He's different. He's going to be here. But is Draymond Green next year going to be better than this year?
I would say no.
Okay. And what about Klay? No matter what number you may or may not find him at.
I'm going to shock you here. I'm going to say I could see him getting off to a good start and having a better season than this year. And if you look at the frequency of three-pointers he's making in total and his percentage, I'll say yes and feel confident about that.
All right, I don't because he's not. No matter what happens, he's not getting any better defensively.
So the money, you're like you just can't give it to him.
I'd give him. I mean, can you get him for 15?
I think that would be an insult. Yeah,
I mean.
I was thinking more 25 or 30, because that came back on the table. See, that's going to be from somebody, Orlando, Ponte's team that keeps saying, they would love a Klay Thompson. The Lakers would love a Klay Thompson. The Sixers, Steiner, he's going to get his money. It's just about where.
I wonder. I don't know. I don't know what he's going to get.
But give me this. I'm not trying to. You have seen a difference in him since he's gone to the bench, just in his game.
Right, because he's playing against second-unit players.
I've heard that.
I mean,
I feel like that's unfair, but damn.
He's been terrific off the bench.
Yeah.
He's been really good off the bench. But if he's going to continue to come off the bench, you can't pay him a lot of money. I think I had that list out, Evan, and we looked at who the highest paid sixth men are in the league.
Bobby Portis.
Basically, yeah, maybe.
I think the highest paid one is Jordan Clarkson.
Yeah, 24.
Wow. Yeah.
So
Blake Monk's probably going to get that, though.
Well, the funny thing is when I looked at all those salaries, it started to make sense why the report came out that they offered him 24. It's like 24 is at the high end of sixth men. I mean, you can't pay Klay 30 if he's coming off the bench, can you? I don't know if you can pay him 25 coming off the bench. But then maybe he won't come off the bench next year. Maybe he's a starter next year.
No doubt.
What's that?
Said he's a starter.
And did he take one for the team and
what do you
say,
mean?
you know what, I'll go to the bench, but when this is all over, I'm out of here because I know I'm a starter. But the $1 million question is, what does he think he's worth? And if there's a gap, and contract negotiations or proposals, some can be insulting, Steiny. And I will find out in the wash. But I'll say this about Klay, and I know today is not for this, but this is what working with you is created. You have me thinking Klay Thompson's going to look at the organization and say, you gave Dre 25 over 4. You gave him a C note, and you want me to take a 13 or 15 or anything remotely below that, and I'm giving you offense? That sounds like 30 to me at the start for Klay Thompson to remain here.
So offense is more important than defense?
I mean, how much?
I mean, Klay, I'll give it. Draymond got paid because he's a really good defensive player.
Or used to be.
Well, he's still
good, but he ain't. We're not talking deep. Nobody's saying
Klay's not the offensive player he was. No. What is the number for Klay Thompson? To me, Klay is.
We gotta go.
Do you want him on the team next year?
Wow.
At $25 million, whether he's starting or not, or does re-signing Klay Thompson sound to you like kind of more of the same? And they're running if they re-sign Klay Thompson, isn't that the definition of running it back? That segment was brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for Challenge or Danish Creamery Butter, selected varieties, $2.97 each. Limit 4.
Guess what, Steiny? You are not doing a great job.
Shocked you talking to me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right. What is that?
This song?
I can't wait to listen to that banger that Evan sent me. Hey, it's time for the secret sauce of the game, brought to you by our friends at Proposition Chicken. That's the secret sauce of the game, presented by Proposition Chicken.
Not really. I just try to keep the same approach. Have fun, communicate, get great looks, and those three things.
All right, that's Klay Thompson on coming off the bench to going into the starting lineup. Proposition Chicken. Their chicken goes three ways: fried, flipped, and fake. Order now at propositionchicken.com. Yeah, it doesn't sound like it's too much of an adjustment for Klay.
Yeah.
I got to play that.
Shoot or shoot.
Hey, Klay. Boy, it's got to be a big difference between coming off the bench and starting.
Not really. I just try to keep the same approach. Have fun, communicate, get great looks, and those three things.
Well, then why were you pouting so much when you first went to the bench if it's not a big deal?
That was a personal thing. He wasn't where he wanted to be. But I got to say something. Fitz said something on the broadcast going back to Looney and Draymond.
Yes.
And you tell me what you think. Yeah. Now, right now, it looks like the only reason he got in the game, Loon Dog, was TJD wasn't available. But Draymond made a big stink about how quiet his team is defensively. And watching that game, Fitz, like he does at the chalkboard, said Looney is one of the loudest defenders on the Warriors in regard to communication. And I don't know if Draymond's words about we're too damn quiet on D had something to do with Klay going to the starting lineup. You know, that could be a stretch, but also Looney getting some minutes. So, again, we won't really know if Looney's getting minutes until TJD comes back. But I thought that was interesting, Stotty. Like, they have been too quiet, and they've been getting hit whop on defense.
They have the same team they've had defensively. So maybe they just don't like each other anymore. That's why they're not talking.
Well, I would hope dude.
Oh, what?
Yeah. No, I hope that's the worst case scenario. But communication is key. I mean, if you're going to stink at D, but do it knowing that, I got my brother's back and I'm yelling, scream.
Like the old, okay. 415 from the Comcast Business text line. This is not in the spirit of the way the question was asked. He said the highest paid sixth man this season is Chris Paul at $30 million. It's not. I mean, touche. Okay, touche. Ben Simmons is just sitting on a bench too, but more than that.
Yeah.
My point is Chris Paul was paid as a starter. If Klay Thompson gets paid this offseason, it's probably going to be not necessarily as a sixth man, but as a guy who played half the season as a sixth man. So if you're going into a contract extension knowing you're going to come off the bench, you're probably not going to get $30 million.
Mm.
But the question, like, here's, and I hope I can articulate this right, because I was thinking about this yesterday with where the Warriors are and the fact that, okay, so you got Steph for 2 more years after this. You've got you've got Draymond for 3 more years. When Joe Lacob talks about, if this thing doesn't end well, big changes. To me, the big change is Klay Thompson. He's the one who's not going to be here.
But is that big enough?
Well, that's the start of it, is what I'm saying. Steph's not going anywhere. I don't think Draymond's going anywhere either, because I don't think you can trade Draymond and get a player back who's going to be any better than Draymond Green, because the team that trades for Draymond Green, it has to be like the perfect team for him to go to, where they can look at Draymond Green and say, he might be able to put us over the top. So I don't think Draymond's going anywhere. I don't think Steph's going anywhere. The big change to me, and this is kind of what I'm talking about, is if the Golden State Warriors re-sign Klay Thompson, and he's here for, let's say he gets a 2-year deal, 2 years with a player option for 3rd, then you're not making any big changes. To me, Wiggins no longer is a big change for me. Wiggins is the price of doing business. Andrew Wiggins is probably not going to be on the team next year. And if he is, I think a lot of Warrior fans are going to be disappointed.
But you need something for him.
You're not going to get much for him.
And so that's already you're starting out addition by subtraction.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. And I believe in that in a big way. I mean, obviously they'll get a player back.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a 15-minute role player who I knew what to expect right now than Wiggins. But I want to ask Warrior fans, when Joe Lacob says if this thing doesn't, end well, there's probably going to be big changes. I mean, to me, the biggest change would be Klay Thompson is not on the team next year. Because, I think Steph's going to be here. I think Draymond's going to be here. They're probably not moving Kuminga. Wiggins, they'll probably bend over backwards to try to move. Chris Paul, they'll let go. But Klay is, to me, has become the big decision. And what I got to thinking about more, and I'm really interested to know what Warrior fans think, is, I mean, do you want Klay Thompson back? If this season ends in a play-in loss, do you want Klay Thompson back? And the reason I ask that is because my feeling is if you bring Klay back, that means the big three is going to be here.
You're running it back.
The big three is still going to be a big part of this team. So are you okay with that? Are you okay with I don't want to say a flame out, but with a non-successful finish to this season, and the next thing you know, they've extended Klay 3 years, $75 million with the player option for year 3. Are you okay with that, Goo?
I'll tell you what, and I love Klay. I still think he has what the league is about, and that's the shooting prowess. But I want to go here. But I'm saying I'm gonna be what the team thinks is best, and that's why I'm disappointed with where they're at now, because I thought when we saw Lacob and Ritter and the addition of Chris Paul, who I warmed up to later, I thought something was brewing. But I was talking to Spadoni during the break, and I want to run this by you. So you just said Kevin Durant right now Jonathan Kuminga is, you think they're going to hold on to him. I'm putting you, Matt Steinmetz, in Joe Lacob's shoes. Let's say the Phoenix Suns flame out. Right. And their situation to me is more to be disappointed in, because you got 3 guys, you think, and you're at this situation. If there was a way to package Kuminga, let's say Dre, would you trade Kuminga for a guy like Kevin Durant to ride out in the sunset with Steph Curry? Like, would that make you, Matt Lacob, get off of Kuminga to get a guy like Kevin Durant reunited with Steph? Because to me, that was what I would call a big, and I'm going massive with Wendy, change. Would you do that?
No.
Would you think about it, or if you just know?
I just thought about it.
But then there'll never be, then there's not going to be big changes then, Steiny. I don't think.
I don't either. Like, I don't think they're going to be big changes. Kevin Durant's 35. He's averaging 27.
So was Steph.
52 a game.
Yeah. What's he shooting from 3?
Better than Steph. 42%.
Damn. He's still hitting them.
I mean, I think it's a fair question, because I think maybe
because that's a move where big change. You know what I'm like? Hey, Jonathan, you might end up being Michael Jordan, but we got to let you go just because of this relationship we have with the Steph, and we're trying to ride it out.
Who's going to be Michael Jordan?
No, I'm just saying Kuminga, an all-star, a perennial all-star.
We'll see.
No, that's what I'm saying. But if you telling me I can get 27 and 42% from 3 and gets KD back with Steph and Dre,
but like, don't, and I'm being serious here, and you feel free to weigh in at 888-957-9570. The Suns are in 8th place. Like, how good's Durant? Like, they're in 8th place. You know what I mean? Like, the best players are younger. They just are.
So you're doing the same, and I always ask you this because it sounds like you only do it for Steph. So you got KD under that microscope of, I know you're good. Okay.
They flamed. What's he done lately? I mean, what's his team's done?
I mean, I'm not saying he's not a great player.
So you think Joe Lacob is looking for a dude to replace Steph? Or I thought it was a stopgap to where maybe we could squeeze a chip or two or be a player, and that would be Kevin Durant, knowing this will probably last 3 years, 4 years, and then we hit reset.
I don't know. Warrior fans, would you be okay trading Kuminga for a guy like Kevin Durant?
Or
I'm out.
Are you going to get Kuminga for Kuminga? Another young, we don't know, another, he's a maybe. He looks good, but
there'd be no...
I'm using it to get a blue chip.
Why would you trade Kuminga for another young guy who's like Kuminga? Like you would just keep Kuminga.
No doubt at all.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay, so you would trade Kuminga for Durant.
I think I would.
I don't think I would. I think to me that sounds fool's goldish. And I think I get it that Kevin Durant's better than Chris Paul, but they went out and got Chris Paul because he's a veteran that they thought they could bring in here and he could.
And they led
get
the league
him
in turnovers too last year.
All that. Okay.
Yeah.
Chris Paul and they're second, and they have the same record as they did a year ago.
That's just ouch.
I mean,
that's ouch.
KD's playing 37 minutes a night and he started 65 games this year.
Would you?
I would think about it.
Would you?
Yeah.
And for Evan to say
KD
that.
was gettable, yes.
Wow, Steiny, 37.
It wouldn't be an immediate no.
Okay, so let's just do some stuff here. Let's just say Durant's open to it, but Draymond's got to go. Could you
imagine that?
Would you move Draymond and Wiggins?
I would do
I'm sorry, not Wiggins. You'd move Draymond and Kuminga for Kevin Durant?
Yes, I would.
Okay. We still need to come up with... Kuminga's making what? Like 8 or 9?
Yeah.
No, let's just say 9. Durant's making 50.
He's making 9 right
Klay's
now.
You could use Paul. Paul would be the chip to get you to that number, I think.
But they probably don't want Chris Paul's.
No, but he's an expiring.
Yeah.
Like he's just an asset to get rid of.
Kuminga, Draymond, and
a lot of picks.
Put Looney in there.
I'm out.
Yeah.
And you know why I'm out? No picks. I'm not giving up picks for a 35-year-old guy. Like, I can't do that. That's just me. You guys both saying you'll do it.
I would do it.
He's thinking about it.
Spadoni hit me with that one.
I'm not doing it. Let's go to Brandon. Brandon's in American Canyon. What's up, Brandon? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing today?
Doing well.
Hey, I just wanted to say I'm in agreement that you guys got to switch that sound for the B and the V. It's Los Banos.
Los Banos.
Los Banos.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank
you. You guys take care, man. Have a good show. And I would say you guys need to throw Thompson in there. Get rid of Thompson.
Get rid of Klay.
Oh, wow.
Get rid of Klay.
Next question.
Dundada on the YouTube chat saying, Goo, what happened to the loyalty?
Oh.
What?
Yeah. You dug yourself in a little hole there.
I'm going to get a former Warrior, 2-time champ.
Hated. Tried to steal the limelight from Steph Curry.
Stop. Dude,
Right
for Evan to say he would think about it and, I mean, that to me is what big changes. And Windhorst saying, what word did I say he used? Huge changes, Donnie. That's what that's like. That you got to give up something to get something. And what we know is Kevin can give you 27. Kevin can shoot over 40% from 3. And Kuminga might be a perennial all-star. So if it is about maximizing, and you could do it without giving up Draymond and have them 3 there, that's what I think Joe Lacob would try. He just tried to get LeBron James. And I would just ask Joe, and he'll never tell him, hey, Joe, what did you think that was going to cost? He'd probably be like, fool, I knew it was going to cost Kuminga. I don't want to do it, but...
Would you rather have LeBron or KD?
Oh, KD in the heart. For me, KD. And I love Bron, Stoney, KD.
I would rather have LeBron if I'm going that route. Because to me, LeBron's a significantly better all-around player. And the Warriors need a little... Like, the Warriors, if they could find it... This is the only thing I'd be in on if I were the Warriors, is if they could get a guy like that without moving Kuminga.
Okay.
Duh.
Well, then, yeah, right.
But
it's all
to
good.
Me,
then.
if you would bring LeBron on this team, and again, I don't want to get into who's the 1, who's the 2, but if you get LeBron, Steph, and Kuminga, you could sell me on that. You can't sell me on LeBron and Steph, and you can't sell me on Kuminga and Steph.
Well, Josh Ram, this is kind of depressing. You guys tell me what you think.
Yeah.
Goo, this team can't be fixed with one move.
I agree.
Do you believe that?
Yeah, oh, my God, yes.
Man, then.
Oh, my God, yes.
Wow. That's the nightmare. I believe it can be with a move of that, what we just talked about, a Kevin Durant or a LeBron James, but damn. And LeBron James 10 years ago to where he could be Dark Knight and Superman.
Curry. Is Klay a part of this?
No.
Okay, so you have Curry, Durant.
Dre.
No, you don't have Dre.
No. Kuminga.
No, you don't have Kuminga.
All right, TJD.
Yeah. TJD.
Moody.
You still have Wiggins.
You got Pods.
Okay. Is that a championship team? Curry, Durant, Trace Jackson Davis, Wiggins, and whoever else is on the team.
I wouldn't say right now, hell no.
Yeah, I think I'm out on that. 209, absolutely no to trading Kuminga. And I think this is 209. We need to focus on the future. The dynasty's over. We're forcing what's already been done, Goo. It was fun while it lasted. How many Warrior fans feel that way right now? Because that's the other thing that, to me, is impossible to put into the equation. And I'm not saying Joe Lacob would make this decision based on this, but if Steph Curry's here, does that guarantee you're selling out Chase Center for the next 5 years? Let's say Steph Curry, at the end of this year, signs a 2-year extension. So he's going to
sell out.
He's going to be here, and he's going to be here for 4 years.
Sell out.
Well, what do you pay him, first of all?
Well, he's doing 55 next year, right?
Right. So you're going to pay him 59 and 63.
Well, I would say, Steph, do you want to win? You know what I mean? Like you've got it all. I'm not saying take a hometown discount, but I guess I am.
But that's kind of what I like. I'm looking at some of the great players and how they packed it in or how it ended. Okay, so I'll go back to my guy Bird. Well, Bird got hurt.
No doubt, changed everything.
Okay, Bird got hurt, and he just wasn't the same player, and there wasn't any foolishness about, well, let's do one more for Larry, because he wasn't capable. All right, Curry's 36. He's still capable. To what degree, I don't know. But you can't pay Steph like you've been paying him if you want him to play a couple more years.
And I think he knows that. So
I wonder.
You say he's 36.
But if he's selling out if he's the reason the building is sold out for 2 more years after he leaves, you're probably going to have to give him 40 or 50 million.
Okay, but it's more than money. You got to give him something around him to where you don't run him in the ground.
But you can't.
He gets older faster.
But that's the point. You can't. You can't. It's going to be.
Well, for next year you can, Stoney, because you're already locked in on that.
I don't think Joe Lacob help. But I don't think Joe Lacob looks at it as though I gotta keep Steph here because the sellouts are the most important thing to me.
What gives you that inkling? I would just ask you.
Well, it comes on the text line all the time, and I'll throw it out there at 888-957-9570. And I haven't brought this up, but when it does get brought up, and we've heard it, the only way the Warriors can fast track this thing is to entertain trade offers for Steph Curry.
And nobody wants that.
Right. But why? Like, Joe Lacob may not want that because he'd say to me, Steph Curry guarantees 18,600 people in that building as long as he's in
home days.
Okay, well, that's no reason just to re-sign him.
Well, I got something else on that.
Is it?
We're embarking on 41 home dates and no playoff games. Right. So I know Joe's loaded, but don't tell me they're not going to miss that part. So if we got Steph Curry and I'm paying and investing all that money into him and we're not playing in the offs, 90, well,
that's what happened this year.
No doubt. And that's why it can never happen again. So now, it's easier to say, but I can't blame Steph for them if they don't get in. A fool would do that. I got to be like, how can I? And again, Kevin Durant's the top end. How can I get some guys that are younger that can keep this thing going and ease the load on this dude? And we continue to get the gate from the playoffs.
There are no playoffs. They may
have a couple days if they get to a series.
Steph's making 55. Yeah. He's the best player on the team, and you're not making the playoffs. What I'm trying to balance here is whether Joe Lacob is synthetically, no, that's not the right word. How much is Joe Lacob married to Steph Curry because of he can fill the building? Because if that part doesn't scare Joe Lacob, I think Joe Lacob's a little different. I think Joe Lacob will say, look, Steph's one of a kind. We know that. But if and when he leaves, I will find somebody else. It may not be Steph Curry, but I will get a star in here and we will begin to win again. Like, if he believes that, and I kind of think he does, well, then I'm not saying you move Steph. I'm not saying that at all. But what I'm saying then is you're less inclined to be married to the big three. You're not afraid of, well, what if Steph finds himself on a team that needs to take a step back, but we're going to be better in 2 years? Like, I think Joe Lacob would entertain all that stuff independent of, well, I have to do everything for Steph Curry.
Well, I'll say this to that, and I'm not saying you're wrong. We'll find out. But, Steiny, I think the Draymond Green contract, to me, him coming back and getting $400, and that was shocking to me. And reading that article in the Athletic where Joe Lacob told Tim Kawakami how fond he is of Dre, that told me Klay's coming back. So I think now we're just talking about one guy.
And there aren't big changes coming.
You know what?
Sorry.
You could be right.
I mean, if you're telling me...
I just don't feel like Klay's going to be the odd man out. Okay.
So if you're telling me, that's fine.
Yeah.
So if you're telling me, and we can get into it at 888-957-9570, if you're telling me that the Warriors lose in the play-in, they re-sign Klay and don't trade Kuminga?
Well, that's where I was going. Like, that's
they're running it
the
back
only
then.
option you can do.
Well, they're running it back
piece.
Then. That inherently means no big changes. And that's why I keep coming back to Klay Thompson. Because I think if Klay Thompson, if you're willing to move off of Klay Thompson, that is a big move. I don't know if it's the big move, but to me, then the minute you move off, if you decide you can move off Klay Thompson, there's not a number there, you have to let him walk. Well, then at that point, believe it or not, Kuminga does become somebody I'm talking more about.
Yeah.
But I just don't.
Like, you got to choose almost.
Like, if
no, it ain't almost. You have to choose. You would think. This guy's been with me, brought 4 titles. This guy's new. He's young. He's raw. Looks great.
But that's one where I'm like, could you imagine? Could you imagine the Warriors lose to the Lakers in the play-in? Klay signs a 2-year, $50 million extension.
Okay.
And what? They try to move Wiggins? And they come back next year? Like, to me, there's actually a little bit of danger in that. I think some Warrior fans right now look at this team and say, geez, the writing's on the wall. Now you re-sign Klay and bring Kuminga back. That team might have trouble generating interest among the fans. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. It's also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Let's get into it. What is a big change for the Golden State Warriors? What does it mean to you? A big change. What is a big change or big changes with the Golden State Warriors?
I'm good now.
Tune into You Don't Know Jack.
I don't think you sound like you need help at all.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru. You know, it's funny. I've been stiff lately, and then
you golfed. I told Norm you golfed.
But on Monday, I felt great, and now back to being a little bit stiff.
I went to the gym last night after the Warrior game. After the Warrior game.
You put that on Instagram now.
Yeah, and then I had my barbecue soda protein chips, and you're giving it right back.
You're giving it right back.
No, these are the protein chips they provide.
Oh, yeah, they're good for you.
Just build me up one time. You know what we did, or I did? I came in here, and there's only a certain amount of games left, and then we act like we had a discussion. I love it, but we talked about it as if the season was over, and I'm trying not to go down there, man. This is going to be the biggest offseason ever, but Steiny, I didn't want to do this.
It's not going to be bigger than the KD offseason. Sorry.
They
ain't getting KD for nothing.
That was incredible. Yep, that's incredible.
No, I mean, listen, you're right. There's 11 games left. They play Orlando tonight. They're trying to win back-to-back games on the road. They're a 10th seed. They're trying to hold off Houston. Man. They're trying to catch the Lakers. That's where we're at right now. And we don't have to jump into off-season stuff. Yeah. But the reality of the situation is, like, every game closer to the end of the year puts us closer to an off-season where I think there's still hope that if something were to click with a play-in game, and then we get to the tourney, and then we make some noise, that we can just go back to the way it was. And maybe it'll take an Orlando 122, Golden State 95 tonight, and then tomorrow we'll be talking about all the big changes.
Well, we kind of did that after the Pacer game Friday, because that was a bad one to me. But I just keep going to the crossover yesterday we had with Grandy and Dibbs, and Dibbs was more like you, and I just wonder how much of Dub Nation is feeling that way, like nothing's going to happen here, or Grandy and I, like anything could pop off. But I guess what I'm saying to you, Steiny, is can't both things be true? There's going to be big changes, but you try to just hope that something will click in these 11 games, and you get to there can be a Warrior fan out there that doesn't want to attend a home playoff game, even if it were against OKC, Denver, or what have. Even if you get hit upside the head, you want to punch that ticket of, yeah, we didn't win, we need changes, but we made the playoffs. Like, I would not have betted for this team not to have not made the playoffs coming in. Not win it, Steiny, but make the playoffs.
I thought there was a possibility.
Wow.
Of course. They won 44 games last year, and they didn't get better. You could make a case. Let's go to Kevin. Kevin's in Fremont, wants to talk about Klay Thompson. Hey, Kevin, how you doing, man?
Yeah, I'm doing good. As far as Klay Thompson, I don't know how much money he's willing to take to even come back. And if he's not willing to take a significant, I only see him as and I know this is going to be an automatic no probably for him, but I only see him as a $15 to $20 million player from here on out, because really all he's bringing is a sharpshooting off the bench. But if I could add one more thing, if I think Lakeup's okay with paying. The other thing he mentioned was he wanted to get under the luxury tax and stuff.
Right.
Well, I don't know how you do that and re-sign Klay Thompson, number one. But number two, if he's going to pay all this luxury tax, the other thing I hear him basically saying without saying is, if I'm going to pay all this luxury tax, I want stars on my team. And all year long, Steph Curry has been short. If I want to call him Batman, he's been short his Robin that used to be Klay Thompson. And so I think Joe Lacob would actually, if he could work out a deal and bring his boy back, which was Kevin Durant, I think he would do it. And that's, I'll take your answer.
Thanks for the call.
From that.
Thanks. Appreciate the call, Kevin. No, I think Lacob would. I think Lacob would. Yeah, he'll try anything. Yeah.
Well, we already seen that with the call to Genie Bus.
Can I put a rat on the table?
Go ahead.
Brought to you by Atco. Clay's not taking any discount.
Oh, there's no debt, and they're going to be.
Clay is going to take
8 teams throwing money at him.
Klay is taking the highest offer.
Yes.
Steiny, how do you know that? I don't, but I kind of do.
Yeah. I'll feel you on that.
I mean, if
Monte keeps saying
the Orlando
Magic
throws $30 million at him, night,
and I wouldn't be shocked.
I don't know. I don't know what his market is. I'm not sure. I wouldn't pay him 30, no matter who I was, but that's me.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Steiny. Speaking of paying, before we get out of here, Jed York talked about paying possibly his quarterback, so we'll get to that sound too. Brock Purdy, you got to feel good about. Like if I'm Brock right now, making my $900K, I'm going shopping for a big house.
And you would before the year that you need to have before you really do get paid.
Oh boy. Yeah, go ahead. We'll get to it.
We'll jump into that at noon.
Yeah.
I think noon's a good place to talk about that. Jed York,
we just gave him love. Well, owners talk at the meeting, though. That's what
great.
they do.
Yeah, it's great. But
did he really say anything wrong?
Yeah, he did actually. He did actually say something wrong.
It was
what in what world? In what world is Brock Purdy going to reset a market? In what world?
No, that happens, though, Steiny.
That's what he said.
Jimmy Garoppolo did it, and it was only for a couple days.
You think the 49ers are going to pay him $55 million a year?
Well, I'm looking at the highest paid quarterbacks right now. Yeah, but I don't know.
So resetting the market's more than that.
I'm saying that's why I'm excited. You know what?
Please.
But let's say this to that question. If he has the same year he just had, and they get to a Super Bowl,
do they win it? Do they win it?
I feel like it. I'm gonna say yes.
Oh well, that's different.
Okay, well, no, let's say they lose.
Okay, let's say they lose.
I still
he
think
has the
that's
exact same year.
So this will be 2 Super Bowl trips in a 3 NFC Championship visits.
Yeah,
2 Super Bowls.
Sure,
where he didn't pee it down his leg on any one of them.
So you give him $55 million for not peeing down his leg.
I'm telling you, I could see a scenario to where they give him that money to reset the market.
And then we close the book on this edition of the 49ers. Let's get rid of these calls.
Yeah.
Steel Toe, not get rid of them. I mean, take them. Steel Toe in San Mateo. Hey, Steel Toe, what's going on?
Thank you, Steiny, Guru.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't think the Warriors are going to make any big changes. They had their chance the beginning of this year to move off of Draymond and then move off of Steve Kerr. I think they're going to just re-sign Klay because they need him, because you got Draymond Green, a non-scorer. And that's part of the problem why they can't really make any big changes, because it's like Draymond's going to stay in the starting lineup, not scoring. So that's a lot of confusion right there. And they need more jump shooters, because Draymond's man's always going to double team Kuminga or whoever's Wiggins, and it's just, Joe Lakers he's just talking, to sell, but he doesn't know basketball. Thank you.
All right, Steel Toe.
Well, we got to throw a whistle on that.
He knows you can.
Well, he's got a general manager, but he knows he built this.
So, Steph built this.
Okay, but so did Joe.
Steph built this.
Yeah.
Who's the most important?
Who's paying the bills? No doubt.
Listen,
come on.
I'm being a D. I'll be a D, and I'll take the D. Joe Lacob did not build this. Steph Curry built this.
I get that.
But that's the most important thing. The most important reason the Warriors got 4 rings is Steph Curry.
But how about to keep this thing afloat? Because you've told me it ain't in any player's hands now. It's the owner. This is,
I'm not going to say any bad things about Joe Lacob.
He knows basketball. That's what I was saying. Yeah, no doubt. I'm not telling you that. It's the chef it's the players all day. But
I believe
the guy built this from getting booed on Chris Mullin's ceremony night to this. And you know what? The Macbeth part of this all is.
You don't even know that play. Use another one. Use Richard III. Seriously.
No, I'm the Macbeth.
Name one other character.
Miss Macbeth. All right. So
that's Lady Macbeth.
Well, still Miss. Listen. Damn you. Where was I going?
Here's my point. Here's what a hater would say. You think I'm a hater?
You are.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Then I'm going to say it. You know what? Yeah, the Warriors have won 4 titles, and Joe Lacob, until he wins a title without a guy who was there when he bought the team, I'm still going to reserve
that's
judgment.
Totally fair.
Okay.
But we can't throw him a demerit for something that hasn't even started
But
yet.
I'm not giving him credit
I'm giving him
for the most important player in the organization who was here before he got here.
What was I about to say to you about Joe Lacob?
He's like Joe Lacob has not proven, it's no fault of his, that he can win without Steph. We'll see. Wayne's in Alameda. I'll tell you what, Joe Lacob, I'd take him over Jed York. What's up, Wayne? How you doing?
Good. Hey, listen, I agree with what you said, but you got to give Lake credit for signing those checks. I mean, look at across the bay, Fisher, the joke he is with the A's, or Cohen with the Warriors. But I think that the point I wanted to make is, do you guys trust in Levy to remake the roster? I don't have any confidence in him. The dude, that's the biggest worry for me. I think Lacob will invest and spend money, and but I don't have any confidence in Dunleavy and what he's going to do. So appreciate you guys.
Thanks.
Curious to what you have to say.
Hey, I don't know.
Well, he didn't actually say for what to rebuild this, but I'll say I like Pods and I like TJD. That's a good start. But where I was going with the Macbeth part is Joe Lacob. This is the most expensive payroll in the game.
Okay, again, so do you believe that if Joe Lacob doesn't buy the Warriors, they have no titles?
Oh, no.
Okay.
That's totally
I'm just reading a text here from the Comcast Business
That's
text
how
line.
phenomenal Steph
The
is.
Warriors have 0 titles during this run without Joe Lacob, and Curry would have bounced after his rookie contract.
Well, I don't know about that, but I would bet on Steph. My thing is,
I would absolutely bet on Steph.
Yeah, when I think of Joe Lacob in this payroll and his ability to just blow past it, and they had to come up with cockamamie rules to kind of stop it with these aprons or whatever. Well, that was the Joe Lacob rule.
They also benefited from a cockamamie rule that allowed him to get Kevin Durant. So let's be honest. Let's be fair.
But he hasn't gone cheap, Steiny. He's put his money. That's all I want out of an owner.
Okay, well
he's put his money where his mouth is. Now we're going to see if you're loyal to the big three. Really, you've been loyal to the big two. I just don't see a scenario where Klay gets left out and Klay can be left out. Well, that's what makes all this crazy.
Well, the other thing is, okay, he spent the money during the run. Let's see what he does this offseason. Yeah. He's on record as saying they must cut payroll. They must get under the second apron.
Then I would say,
they must.
Joe, what do you mean by big changes then?
Exactly.
No doubt.
Exactly. Let's go to Bob in San Francisco. We'll get into some of this 49er talk. What's up, Bob? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Love listening to you guys, but I'm going to throw a monkey wrench into the business, okay?
Do it.
All right. So, it's much more entertaining to talk about all these scores and everything else, but, I just want to say Jonathan Kuminga's 21 years old, and his development has been amazing. Got to hold on to him. You don't know if he's going to turn into a, perennial player. What was Steph doing when he was 21? He was throwing the ball away, all over the court. And so the thing that you guys aren't talking about is that the NBA goes through changes as far as the 5 position goes. And now for several years, it's been turning into this thing where there are many, many skilled big men, and we don't have an answer for that. And I watch these games, and we're talking about Klay, who's been playing pretty well. He's always been inconsistent. He's playing Klay basketball right now. He's not the defensive player he once was. But, I mean, you guys got to start talking about, how can we stop, AD and Giannis, and we can't even stop Brook Lopez, for God's sakes, or Jokic or any of these guys. That's where the league has been going, where there's these huge guys who have a lot of skill in the middle. I know we missed on Siakam, but look what happened when we were playing against this guy. And we rotate Draymond into the 5 position, because he's the best thing going for this roster right now to try and stop some of these guys. But he's got to be the 4.
Well, let me say this to you, because you're on fire, and I hate to interrupt. They tried to, they don't need me to defend them, but I got goosebumps listening to you, but they tried to address that position with one guy named James Wiseman, and they struck out.
Well, yeah, James was a bust, okay? But I'm saying I hear you guys and everybody talking about, the big 3 and this and that and everything else. the Warriors are averaging more points per game this season than they did during their championship run. And so every team's got shooters right now. And I know it's a little bit more boring because we all love, Kuminga going and slamming the ball down and Steph hitting a, effing 37-foot three last night. But we can't stop anybody. And there's nobody at the, and TJD might develop into that player. He's young too. He's great. Can you imagine if we had, a rim stopper to start, Draymond at the 4 and TJD leading up rim protection as he's developing on team 2? So I agree with everything you're saying about all these players, but you can't give up Kuminga. This guy could turn into something,
Bob, I'm with you. And I made a list of some guys. Like I'm not, and
KD,
I'm not trading. You know what? I'm not trading Jonathan Kuminga, who's 21, for a guy 14 years older, which is what Durant is. Yeah. I'm not including Kuminga in a deal for a guy who's 40 years old in LeBron James. I'm not moving Kuminga for DeMar DeRozan, who's 35. I'm out on that. The idea of bringing in another 35-year-old, I think that's what I'm out on. And that's where it's just like, those are the kind of desperation moves that end up setting your franchise back.
Yeah.
You can't trade for a 35-year-old guy, lose Kuminga, and then let's not worry if it doesn't work out. And now we don't have Kuminga. And by the way, we don't have a first-round pick in 2027 and 2029.
I loved what he was saying. Devin Marge disagreed. You tell me what you think. Stop with the big man talk. That is not the Warriors' problem. I would say tell Marge. I thought he was spot on. Your retort to that.
What?
They don't have a skilled big, and that's why they keep getting hit. And tonight they're going to run.
They have to get some more size.
Who's going to guard Wagner tonight? If Kuminga, I'm just like, can Dre shut him down? My answer is no.
If Draymond Green is struggling to defend Franz Wagner, then that's one of those things where then we're going nowhere. I mean, and I'm not taking anything away from Wagner, but this is kind of what I mean. If you can't be somebody that we call the best defender in the game 2 years ago, and now all of a sudden we don't have anybody to guard Wagner.
Well, he was giving Bam the business last night. Draymond was, but Bam
I didn't really see that.
Yeah.
Pat's in Foster City says I'm wrong. What's up, Pat? How you doing, buddy?
Good, Steiny. Yeah, I hate to disagree with you because I don't usually do that, but I give Lakeup a lot of credit. I think he's orchestrated some good drafts, and he brought in Iguodala, which we really needed. He's been willing to pay these guys whatever they want, and I think that's I was a season ticket holder during all the Cohen years, and I don't think with Steph or anyone else, I don't think we would have won any championships with Cohen running the ship.
Interesting. I appreciate that, Pat. I appreciate that. I just said, to me, the biggest figure is Steph.
No, and I agree. I was just saying,
Lakeup's been a great owner.
Yeah, no doubt.
But if you want to, be, Lakeup's been fine. He's been great.
Yeah,
probably one of the best owners in sports so far. It's been 14 years. Yeah. There's no arguing against it. He's got
privately funded arena.
Facts are facts. He's got one more thing to prove. That he can win without Steph. That's all.
And that doesn't seem like it's going to start anytime soon. And what I mean by that, 3 years at least, right? 4 years.
But he's not winning with Steph now.
Well, yeah.
So why would you think without changes you're going to win with Steph next year if he's going to be 37? Mel's in Moraga. Hey, Mel, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Always listen. One point I just wanted to make, which might sound negative, but really it's a positive looking backwards. To win a championship, if you look at the history of the NBA, you have to have one of the single greatest players to have ever played the game, probably in his peak. Steph, LeBron, Bird, Magic, Russell, Duncan, to name a few, Jordan, of course. And we're at the tail end of Steph. So whatever we do with all of the components, good, bad, the other thing, and Kuminga's getting better, young kids are good, without that key linchpin, mega superstar, I just don't see them getting to where they win another NBA title. And that's where we are now conversationally, because, the old days of just having a good team and getting to the playoffs, those days are pretty much over. Now the level that we're trying to get to is to get a ring. And I just, again, hate to be negative. I don't see that unless we really get that next absolute mega superstar. And if you're the Chicago Bulls, you're still looking for one 30 years later, and it's tough.
Yeah, well, and we don't go there. We don't go there. But that is, That's the one. That's the one for 3-4 years down the road. What free agents signing in Golden State after Steph? Hey, let's go to Golden State and see if we can win 4 titles like Steph. It's gonna be tough. I agree with him. That's why. That's another reason why I'm keeping Kuminga, is because you're gonna need somebody after Steph. You're never going to have another Steph, but you're going to need a star after Steph. And if Kuminga can be that star, you drafted him, and he's here. So he's already been here with Steph. I think you got a better shot at having a guy like Kuminga and drafting a guy like that, as opposed to, okay, the year Steph retires, we're going to have a boatload of cap room, and we're going to go try to get a Doncic or an Embiid. Because, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that level of superstar will want to come sign with the Warriors after Steph Curry has built himself a statue out front, and it will be virtually impossible for anybody to equal Steph or be better than Steph. San Francisco 49ers are in the news. Jed York talked to the media, and he brought up Brock Purdy, and he said something that I don't know why he said it. I don't know what purpose it served, and I don't necessarily even think that he believes what he said will happen. I'll play that sound on the other side from Jed York, and 888-957-9570. If you want to jump into the conversation once we get started, you can do that. That segment was brought to you by Lucky, California.
If you're not quite sure what to make for Easter dinner,
Oh,
come on.
I'm being a D. I'll be a D, and I'll take the D.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy.
Ouch.
Oh, man.
You
my
all tried
phone's
talking
blown
for
up.
4 hours on the radio without saying
My
something
boy
stupid.
Vince texted me saying, please, Evan, play it. And without telling Evan, he played it.
All right, well, now I'm going to do this.
That's sophomore stuff, yeah.
Listen, sophomore stuff is weak. Except
to pull my finger
when I use it, then it's okay. By the way, I got a text from somebody who.
Let me guess. Do I know him?
You do know him,
Coach Keating.
You're mad at him though,
Coach Keating.
No, you're mad at him.
My list of people being mad at him.
He had a party and he said,
"Oh, Sal!
No,
I was never mad at Sal."
He texted me at 11.
That's my buddy.
20. Kaminga for Durant. FOH.
Wow, Sal with the slam dunk.
He disagrees with you.
Yeah.
Castaneda.
Oh, boy. We got to get his thoughts on that.
Big, you know what?
He might know. Tell Sal now if he's listening.
Tell him what?
Well, we're trying to get the right answer. Los Banos.
Evan, you're a young kid. Mm-hmm. You got a lot of growing up to do. I would just caution about making fun of people's names. That's a slippery slope.
When does he do that?
Well, if it had an
He just said something about Castaneda's last name. He pronounced it. He kind of thought he was getting a laugh. And some people really don't. Hey, let's talk. Speaking of laughs, let's talk about the 49ers owner.
I think we're different on this one.
Kidding.
Yeah.
What? On what?
On our view on this after you play it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jed
Shocker.
York is down in Orlando, the winter meetings, and he talked to the media, and he was talking about Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy's got one more year left in his deal, and then the 49ers are probably going to pay him. And how much they're going to pay him is already the subject of conversation. Here's Jed York.
And I think it's a good problem when your quarterback is one of your highest paid guys on your team and in the league. So there's a lot of planning that goes into it. I'm glad that we have Prague, JL, Kyle. Like they're the ones that will figure out the details of it. And I just have to sign the check. So my part in that's pretty easy.
That's kind of hard too, isn't it?
It's not hard. I mean, it's what the market is, right? Like it's not like Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. You have, I don't know how many players making over $40 million as a quarterback right now. And when we signed Jimmy several years ago, you know, it was the largest deal in the history of the NFL for 3 minutes. But we were paying Jimmy 26 or 27, and you see like the market has it's changed. And whether I like it or not, like that's what the market is. And you have to accept the reality of the world. And to me, the quarterback is the most important position, not just in football, but in all sports. And those guys should be paid a lot of money.
It's interesting because I read the quote and then I listened to the quote and it sounded much different.
No doubt.
He said it's not like Brock's going to ask for something that's never been asked for. Okay. But he's still throwing the number 40 around, as in 40 million. So you had, first of all, you had a question for me, I believe. And then we can get into the subject.
Question.
You said something about game show music?
Oh, yes. If we could get the game show. You're part of this too, Evan.
Hey, whoa.
So I got a list right now. Thank you, Stouty. The highest paid quarterbacks entering 2024, NFL quarterbacks.
Okay.
And I said, you know what? Spadoni, Evan, and Stouty, they like to get stumped. Yeah. Can you guys name the top 5 without looking at the internet?
Can you guys, or is it? I thought it was just me.
Well, boy.
Evan can run these down the top.
Okay. Evan's
so these are the top 5 quarterbacks
in the NFL right now.
Salary-wise.
Yeah,
let me loose.
Okay. Where would Steiny go?
Pat Mahomes.
Wrong.
He's not a top 5?
No, I think he's like 7th.
He's 8th.
Justin
and he's making
Herbert.
$45 million.
Okay.
Good call. All right. 52.5.
Herbert's 52?
Yeah. He's number 2.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were going to say
Burrow.
Number 1 at 55. Look at Steiny.
Is Russell Wilson still in there?
Dude, no. Yeah, okay. Russell Wilson. On my list is 5 at $49 million.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Yep.
All right, so I'll just
so
put
you got, go
Wilson
ahead.
at 49.
Yep.
Let's go with...
You're missing 2.
Let's go Hurts.
Look at you. He's number 4 at 51 milli. One more.
Let's go with. I'm going to go with.
I didn't think you would get any of these, but I told you. I think you win.
You got an MVP?
Yeah, go ahead. I don't like him.
Dak Prescott.
No, good guess. No.
He'll be there soon.
He wears a bird on his helmet.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, there you go. He's number 3 at 52.
Okay.
And to round it out, after Mahomes, who's number 8, you got Josh Allen at 9 at 43 million.
Deshaun?
And 3. Deshaun is a good call, 7th at 46 milli. And then you got 3 guys tied for 10th, making 40. Stafford, Dak, and Daniel Jones. And my point of bringing this up is if Daniel Jones is a $40 million quarterback.
He's not, though. But he's not.
But it's what you can get, right?
Right. But, if Purdy's agent says, Daniel Jones, stop. That was a mistake, and we're not making that mistake.
Well, what if I say I played in, what if Purdy's, again, he had the year he had, last year, you go to the Super Bowl and lose. Steiny, I just think there's a blank check.
I don't.
And that's because of the Kyle component.
Yes.
You think he can go find another Purdy?
But let's just take some hypotheticals here.
Thanks, Evan.
If Brock Purdy, and I'd love for 49er, because, again, it's not what I think, it's just what I'm interpreting. And maybe I'm wrong. Hey, I've been wrong before. At one time back in 2007, I was wrong. That one time. So it's
Dallas in 5.
I was going to say it was Matt.
Oh, boy. Here we go. Here comes the
You know what? Wasn't wrong. There's bigger picture at play there.
Well, it could be bigger picture at play, but
you were special.
No, I wasn't wrong.
You were wrong.
No, I wasn't.
You weren't wrong.
Yeah, this is just our Warriors. They really won 6 titles. Well, if Guru can say, well, I wasn't wrong then. I mean, what's the difference?
Oh, boy.
The Warriors have won 6 titles, and I was not wrong about Dallas in 5. You guys,
maybe this year.
Have you ever done anything, either of you guys, for a cause bigger than yourself?
Have you
married. Ever done that?
Do it every day for 4 hours.
Come on.
Well, then you should know a little something about taking one for the team so as to stir rating. Do you guys realize?
We don't do that.
Do you guys realize that since the Warriors beat Dallas in the Western Conference Finals 2 years ago, we have been rolling here at 95.7 the game, most specifically 10-2.
You taking credit for that?
It's part of it.
Right.
It's part. All right.
Hey, right.
I do not. I think the 49ers.
Tell me.
Let's just go around the room.
All right.
If the Niners go 12-5 and make it to but don't win a Super Bowl, and Brock Purdy and the 49ers year very closely resembles this past year, I don't think the 49ers are giving him $45 million.
Go ahead, Evan.
I just don't think they're gonna do that. That's just me.
I think they're gonna have to.
Okay.
I think it's a done deal. If you're telling me this year happened again, Steiny, I guess I want to ask you is why? What Dobbs? I know where do you go, and why wouldn't you pay Brock? But before you answer, and you've done this before, and you set it up to where there's something about Kyle. Right. I don't want to say I don't like. It's the ball coach I don't like, where he's like, you know what? I ain't got to pay that dude all that. I can find Steiny and do that in the same result. I think you can do that, and it can get you so far. I think Brock Purdy is showing he can play. Why would you say?
I'll tell you why.
We're not paying him.
And here's the first joke in the Jed York quote. When we paid Jimmy Garoppolo, he was the highest paid. Okay, fine.
That was a fact for 2 days.
Thank you. Did he sign a long-term deal? Wow. Jimmy Garoppolo. No, he didn't sign a long-term deal. The reason he didn't sign a long-term deal was because they didn't want him long-term. They didn't want to take that risk to sign him and lock them. Like if Brock, how about this? I'll do it this way. He may get 40.
Right.
But he's not getting like a 5-year, $225 million deal. I don't think.
Well, how much guaranteed is he? Like, I expect him to get.
They'll try to do exactly to Brock Purdy what they did to Garoppolo, which is pay him market value, and then maybe it is but they'll weasel and they'll try to get him on the back end so he's not guaranteed for as long as, I'll just call him, like, how long, do you have the years for all those quarterbacks, Evan?
Yes,
like
by
Herbert.
the way, Jimmy Garoppolo was given a 5-year deal when they paid him.
5?
How many were guaranteed?
Wait, what? Like,
but
the years aren't guaranteed, it's the total money.
Right, but I know that. But the 49ers built themselves an out into the Garoppolo just like they did with Cap. Just like they did with Kaepernick.
But he was here 5 years.
Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo finished his contract.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He finished that out.
Okay, then I'm wrong. Like, and then you got to pay him $45 million.
Can call, and I'll say this to that.
That's not resetting the market, though. Like, resetting the market is 55. That's a huge difference.
And he touched on that, but it sounded different when we heard him say, we heard him voice it. My thing to you, Steiny, is the owner, you could call me naive, the owner is on record of saying he expects the guy to ask for the house. Doesn't mean we're going to give it to him. But that sounded like an owner that was hella happy with where he's at with his quarterback. He's already kind of expecting. But the Kyle component to this, to me, has me thinking, do you think Kyle's going to say, hey, you know what, Jed, just slow down. I can get us something else for cheaper, and we can do the same. That's where I think we'll find out if Kyle's grown. Because if Brock gets you to another Super Bowl, Stoddy, I just don't understand how it's not 50 or resetting the market if he went past that.
Well, because you're not going to be able to keep all your guys.
Right. Well,
like,
all these teams have experienced that, though. And none of them have won a Super Bowl. I'm looking here. Nobody except Mahomes, number 8. Other than that, nobody has won a Super Bowl on this list. And Russell Wilson's getting paid for only,
there are no active quarterbacks pretty much other than Mahomes and who else? Stafford. Like, there are no active quarterbacks who've won a Super Bowl recently.
Yeah. Well.
Like, Brady's won them. He's gone. Yeah. Mahomes has won them. He's the only one. I'm just... Do you think the 49ers have to factor in what it's going to do to the payroll if they give him $45 or $50 million?
I think that's their job, and I think they're willing to do that.
Okay.
And
so then we can't ask, though, why they're sniffing around to try to move Ayuk.
Well, let's just take Kansas City, for example, and it's a bad example. They lost Tyreek Hill, and they've since won 2 Super Bowls because their quarterback's that damn good.
Right. You think Purdy's?
No, see that.
Would you be willing? Would you? If the 49ers right now say, you know what, we got to pay Purdy $50, so Brandon, you got to pound sand.
No, I would.
Like, I don't think they're ready to do that.
And either. I think Brandon's going to get his money, and Brock's going to get his.
415 Steiny, you're so off base. If the 49ers go 12-5, Purdy's getting $40 million. Have you already forgotten the state of garbage NFL quarterbacking? You can disagree with me. And that's fine. I am not convinced that Brock Purdy is a quarterback that the 49ers are going to want to pay $45 to $50 million for. Especially if, you know what? And the numbers matter. Yeah, maybe 4, but 50?
No, I hear you.
I mean,
I hear you. I feel that.
Can we put the rat on the table?
I wouldn't give him 50.
Are you going to pay him more than you pay Mahomes?
No.
Are you going to pay him more than Lamar Jackson?
That's their decision.
No, I know, but I'm asking you.
Well, I'll tell you
what. Would you pay him more than Lamar Jackson?
Okay, I got a question for you. My answer.
Well,
if I'm gotten to 2 Super Bowl,
then you are.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Right. I wouldn't break up that continuity of knowing this dude don't look like Lamar or Patrick Mahomes, but it works for us.
But you're going to have to give up continuity the minute you sign him to a $50 million deal.
You're right.
Your continuity shot.
But what are your options then if I'm just saying life without Purdy, or if you decided, you know what, this ain't going to work, then you got to start over.
Which they've done 3 times in the Shanahan era with success every time. Listen, I'm not saying Purdy stinks. I'm not saying that at all.
I know you're not.
But what I'm saying is, if you look at the quarterback position under Kyle Shanahan, then there's no way you can say, well, Purdy's definitely going to get the bag. You can't say that after we've watched how Kyle Shanahan coaches and values the quarterback position. That's all I'm saying. What if the 49ers go 11-6? They have the exact, let's say they're kind of like last year, but they go 11-6, but they get nipped by Green Bay in the first round.
Which almost happened.
Right.
I would say, how does it look? But
it looks exactly like last year, but Green Bay got you.
Yeah. I'm already telling you.
I don't think they're paying him $50 million.
And I'm telling you, I would not. I'm just reading the tea leaves. I think they're in love. And this guy has already got you to the biggest stage.
Which Jimmy Garoppolo
and you're doing
also
that
did.
on minimum wage. Well, you're right. But, this, Donnie, and you won't let me insert that. You won't let me. I want to just, present this to the jury. The fact, and I know Kyle's not in these cities, that Daniel Jones is a $40 million quarterback, even Dak Prescott, and they haven't even sniffed but that's it. The NFC, you know what I mean? That's the layup for me if I were the Niners.
Okay, but what about my layup when I'm on you're Purdy's agent saying Daniel Jones? Okay, tell me you're Purdy's agent.
We want Daniel, Dak. None of these guys have sniffed the Deshaun Watson the championship game or a Super Bowl.
You're right.
We're starting there. And Kyler Murray's getting $46.1 million.
Right. Those are all mistakes that those teams made that has set them back years.
But York didn't sound like he can do it because it ain't time. But did that sound like an owner that was against, I rank that checks, Steiny, I'm just saying it's early, but he sounded like if they presented him to make $56 million a year, which would be one more than Burrow, I feel like York is.
You ready for this? Let's see who they draft. Let's see what quarterback they draft.
All right. I think they do take a quarterback.
I mean, I guess the what I'm wondering is 49. Forget Matt Steinmetz. I mean nothing. I'm just an observer. And all I'm saying is I've watched the Niners under Kyle Shanahan. I saw the quarterbacks they had under Shanahan. I saw Garoppolo under Shanahan. Then I saw Shanahan go try to get Trey Lance and then give up on Trey Lance a year and a half later.
What about the Brady?
Then he looked for Brady. Didn't want Brady. Why didn't he want Brady? Because he couldn't have coached Brady, quite frankly. Then then what happened? Well, we're not sold on Trey Lance, so let's go get Jimmy Garoppolo back. Jimmy Garoppolo. He's the backup. He went to Jimmy Garoppolo before Brock Purdy. Okay, now he goes to Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy has 2 good seasons. The 49ers go to the conference championship and a Super Bowl. All I'm saying is I don't know how you can think paying Purdy's automatic. I just would never kind of say that about a Kyle Shanahan quarterback who's a year away from getting paid.
And you're using Brock Purdy's emergence as some of that fodder as to why you believe that. They went to Brock Purdy by necessity because Jimmy got
accident.
hurt. No doubt, but they drafted him.
Okay.
But
to me, I can look at the fact that they went to Brock Purdy out of necessity as kind of a reason that they won't pay him. Because, if you want to put the rat on the table, I'll put the rat on the table by Atco. Yeah, I think Kyle Shanahan thinks that he can he can coach quarterbacks at a level
that's not
and
crazy
develop
to me.
an offense at a level beyond most other coaches. And you know what? By God, I would rather have a guy making $10 million rather than a guy who's making $50 million that I don't think's 5 times better than the guy making $10 million. It's like this is a extreme example, but it was like when the Warriors were playing the Jazz. And the Warriors were loaded. And they had JaVale McGee at starting center, or playing center, and he was making $1 million. And the Jazz had Gobert, and he was making $25 million. Well, I get it. You can't but Gobert's not 25 times better than JaVale McGee. So all I'm saying is, if Kyle Shanahan doesn't think, is Brock Purdy worth as much as Justin Herbert?
No, I would say no. But
all right, what about Mahomes?
I'm going on physicality, DNA. No, hell no. But to this Niner offense, what is he worth? And I think he's shown us.
Am I the only?
We can't hate.
Am I the only one that thinks of a $50 million Am I the only one who thinks when we give Brock Purdy $45 or $50 million, our team is going to change?
There's no doubt.
Okay, I don't necessarily have confidence. All right. I don't necessarily.
Kansas City is the only example to where,
and they have the greatest quarterback of the game,
and they've
maybe
won
of all time.
2 Super Bowls without a lot that they used to have.
I'm just saying, where I'm at right now, I am certainly not ready to pay Brock Purdy $45 or $50 million to quarterback a team that might not have Ayuk, it might not have Deebo Samuel, it might have a George Kittle who's, and of course you're going to replace these guys, but again.
But he may not ask, again, I got to be careful. Guru, it's all about money, right? But are we so sure that his agent is going for the jugular?
Why wouldn't he?
Well,
like this is, I think it's a fair question.
Well, no,
what he's
you
worth.
Talk about where Brock came from. Like, would 40 suffice? Would 30? You know what I mean? Like, we keep thinking this dude's coming in. I need to get past Burrow. Maybe not. Or maybe they go to the Super Bowl, win it, and they're like, dude, we got our next Joe Montana. What do you want? Here's 60.
Okay.
But that's why I think the regular season is he's playing for his contract. He's there's 2 scoreboards this year. Nobody can tell me not to think that way.
That's why this.
And I think it's a good problem when your quarterback is one of your highest paid guys on your team and in the league. So there's a lot of planning that goes into it. I'm glad that we have Prague, JL, Kyle. Like they're the ones that will figure out the details of it. And I just have to sign the check. So my part in that's pretty easy.
That's kind of hard too, isn't it?
It's not hard. I mean, it's what the market is, right? Like it's not like Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. You have, I don't know how many players making over $40 million as a quarterback right now. And when we signed Jimmy several years ago, you know, it was the largest deal in the history of the NFL for 3 minutes. But we were paying Jimmy 26 or 27, and you see like the market has it's changed. And whether I like it or not, like that's what the market is. And you have to accept the reality of the world. And to me, the quarterback is the most important position, not just in football, but in all sports. And those guys should be paid a lot of money.
Well, I mean, like, I guess what I'm saying, and I'm not saying I don't want to talk about it, because I do want to talk about it. It's fascinating. But everything he said there is kind of meaningless.
I would agree.
It's ridiculously premature.
But I think he's in love with Brock Purdy right now at $900K.
Okay, so let me ask you this. If the rules were different, do you think he'd pay Brock Purdy $45 million right now?
Steiny, and I love that, and I believe hell yes. Yeah. That sounded like a man. And then the fact that he said the pride factor of having your quarterback being one of the highest paid. Like that, what do I tell you when these press releases come out and it's Russell Wilson's getting $49 million in his heyday or that? There's nothing as an organization more better than that know that we got our guy. We've identified our Steph Curry. And it sounds like right now it's easy for him to fake it.
Do you think he's Steph Curry?
No, I don't.
Okay.
And that's why this year is big for Brock Purdy. I can't hate on his accomplishments. And I do wonder why that offense was pedestrian in the playoffs and how they could have lost to Green Bay. And he was a part of that, throwing pick sixes, woulda, coulda to Savage. Like, that stuff doesn't go away, but he got his team to the Super Bowl. And if Daniel Jones can get $40 million and I'm throwing Dak in there.
If you're going to say that, then I get to say, and Jimmy Garoppolo got the Niners to the Super Bowl.
That he did.
888-957-9570 is the number. You heard Jed York say, look, Brock's not going to ask for anything that any other quarterback didn't ask for. He mentioned $40 million or more than $40 million. I just think I think it's just incredibly premature. And having watched Kyle Shanahan and the quarterback position, I'm not mad. I'm not convinced he's married to Brock Purdy. And I'm certainly not convinced that they're married to Brock Purdy right now for a number that's north of $40 million. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. That segment was also presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type.
I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love the.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. Talking about 49ers. Jed York talked to the media yesterday. Talked about Brock Purdy. I'm going to play this one more time because I want to make a parallel between a couple of our Bay Area athletes, and you tell me if the parallel or the analogy works.
All right.
But Jed York's talking about Brock Purdy, who's probably due, although not necessarily due a big payday at the end of this season. Is Jed York ready to pay him?
And I think it's a good problem when your quarterback is one of your highest paid guys on your team and in the league. So there's a lot of planning that goes into it. I'm glad that we have Prague, JL, Kyle. Like they're the ones that will figure out the details of it. And I just have to sign the check. So my part in that's pretty easy.
That's kind of hard too, isn't it?
It's not hard. I mean, it's what the market is, right? Like it's not like Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. You have, I don't know how many players making over $40 million as a quarterback right now. And when we signed Jimmy several years ago, you know, it was the largest deal in the history of the NFL for 3 minutes. But we were paying Jimmy 26 or 27, and you see like the market has it's changed. And whether I like it or not, like that's what the market is. And you have to accept the reality of the world. And to me, the quarterback is the most important position, not just in football, but in all sports. And those guys should be paid a lot of money.
All right, that's Jed York talking to the media yesterday about Brock Purdy and
whether I like it or not. I missed that.
Right, so that, you know what that tells me? Whether I like it or not, and this is good for Jed York, what I hear there is it's going to be whatever Kyle wants. If Kyle wants to sign this guy for $50 million, I'll write the check. If Kyle doesn't want to sign this guy for whatever, then I won't have to write the check, and I'll figure out where we go from there. But I do,
because they're not pressed like with Ayuk. Really, they're not. Ayuk has 1 year left, Steiny. They're trying to do something before they actually got to do it. The Bob Myers thing, but there's no doubt Ayuk is, with the social media from his family, you could tell he wants his chicken or more receptions. But
so here's
they need to be talking about the receiver. If I'm Ayuk hearing that, and somebody could have just asked him a question, and that's how he went there. But
so here, like I think there's a lot of commonalities between Kuminga and Purdy. And here's what I mean. Jonathan Kuminga is due a contract extension in the offseason. So he's going to ask for the max.
I get that.
Okay. Do you give it to him?
After, just me, after I shop and see if I want, decide I want to.
Let's say yes.
Okay, yeah.
All right, you got to start him at third. Okay. Now, all I want to point out is you've given the max to a guy like Kuminga. All right? So, in other words, it's like it would be the equivalent of you gave Purdy 45 at the end of this year.
But I saw more of Purdy than I did. I saw more of Kuminga than I did, more of Purdy in regard to having a good season than I did for Kuminga. But go ahead.
I guess what I'm saying is if you're telling me Lamar Jackson makes $46 million, I have a big problem paying Brock Purdy $46 million. Like Jonathan Kuminga, like I just made a list of 5 players younger than 24 who are max players in the NBA.
Oh, wow.
Who either are going to get them. All right, Doncic, Edwards, John Morant, Holmgren, and Halliburton. Do you think Jonathan Kuminga is in that group of players?
No.
Okay, but you're going to have to pay him the max if he wants it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but the hope then is that he grows into that.
Okay.
On our dime.
Do you think Purdy can grow into a top 5 quarterback in the NFL? And he might.
Well, he's in the right situation with the right coach.
But he might not be in the right. Like Jonathan Kuminga will be earning $40 million in about 2 or 3 years. Steph may not be there.
Right.
Okay, so now you're sitting with a $40 million player or a $40 million quarterback who needs players around him to be successful because Kuminga isn't Doncic,
right.
and because Purdy isn't Lamar Jackson or Patrick Mahomes.
And I love the way you're phrasing it.
I absolutely, positively believe that Kyle Shanahan has a part of him that looks at it like that.
Okay, and if you are right, and I believe there's some truth to that, that's why this season is everything, obviously for the team, but Brock Purdy too. What if I told you the verdict is still out, and it should be for Kyle? Because you told me you think, and I don't know if you still feel that way, you think he turned or his thought, you feel like Kyle one day went to bed thinking maybe Jimmy was the guy, and then after a while it was like, this dude ain't it. I mean, who's to say that doesn't happen with Brock Purdy?
Well, Kyle would tell you that Garoppolo got hurt. That was half the reason.
I got to get this off my chest.
Okay.
I didn't recognize the Niner offense outside of the first drive in the Super Bowl. I still don't. I didn't recognize the Niner offense in 3 playoff games. And Steiny, I want to know why. And I'm not saying it's Brock, but we got Bonte was saying it, and I was piggybacking on the 94 offense. This is and then when it was all came to playoff time, we're one savage pick away in the rainy game at Levi's on a Saturday night to where they could have got beat. And it wouldn't have just been all Brock Purdy, but Brock Purdy would have had a bad game. So, Steiny, the verdict is out, and I think that's fair.
I think when I look at certain quarterbacks in the NFL, I think there are quarterbacks that at least some franchises believe if you have a quarterback of a certain level, it should guarantee success to a certain level, assuming you're healthy and everybody. Okay.
You're great.
Pat Mahomes.
I think that's the only one.
Okay, and I know he didn't make the playoffs, but clearly somebody thinks that way about Justin Herbert.
Oh, no doubt. But he hasn't done it.
It doesn't matter. Somebody thinks that way about Lamar Jackson,
I get
right?
where you're going. Yeah.
Somebody thinks that way about
Dak
Burrow.
Prescott.
Forget him for now. I'm just going with the most recently. Somebody thought that a year or two ago about Jalen Hurts. The question I have is Purdy in that group of quarterbacks where, and now listen, things can change. Somebody in Philly might be like, Steiny, Hurts doesn't guarantee 13 wins. Well, I guess no quarterback does. But I think it's very fair to say I don't view Brock Purdy in that group of quarterbacks.
And my next question to you is, and that's your prerogative, Steiny, this is where I'm at. I want to say I agree with you, but I don't think they're looking at it like that. Can this dude drive, Kyle, can this dude drive our Ferrari to the NFC Championship game? Can this dude drive our Ferrari to the Super Bowl? That's how you got to look. I don't think they're looking comparing.
What did that do for Jimmy Garoppolo?
Jimmy told on himself, though, Steiny. With the overthrow, you know what I'm saying?
415. I want you to answer this question. I'm going to even put Guru in front of it, even though it's to both of us. Hey, Guru, do you think Kyle Shanahan believes that Brock Purdy got his team to the Super Bowl or that his system got the 49ers to the Super Bowl?
Emphatically, it's his system.
Okay, well then.
And that's why you got my curiosity piqued to where I could see a scenario to where Kyle would say, I could get something cheaper and we still keep moving down the road. But moving down the road, Steiny, is right now on this day that we're having this conversation on Wednesday before Payday Friday, he's still ringless.
Who?
Kyle.
Right.
Now, is that how he coaches in the big games? Or we damn sure, I'm asking,
why
is it because of the quarterback?
Why would anybody make an assumption like this? So Kyle Shanahan came to the conclusion. Do you think it's possible Shanahan came to the conclusion that Jimmy ain't good enough?
There's no doubt.
So you don't think it's possible?
There's 50-50.
I think it's very possible. Okay. I think it's very possible that a year from now, Kyle could say, Brock's not good enough.
I believe that too.
So that's the only reason I'm saying this is so premature. It didn't need to be done. And we don't need to talk about paying Brock Purdy $45 or $50 million
to be
right
fair,
now.
Stoney, they were like birds, the press asking him questions.
Right.
And he didn't call a presser to talk. Now, he might have said too much. I would have been cognizant of, you know what, Ayuk's out there mad about his money. If I'm going to talk about anything, I'm going to throw some sweet. That's just me. But the bottom line is they were poking at. They asked him a question. They doubled back.
I'm not saying York did anything wrong. Yeah.
But you're right on the premature.
We are so premature.
Yeah, I agree.
Like I'm not convinced Purdy is the franchise quarterback yet.
All right. That's fair, and I'm going to say, tell me if I'm wrong here. I believe after the Green Bay playoff game in the rain, you tell me we never know when it starts. What if I told you there's a possibility that Kyle's perception of Brock might have changed after that game that they ended up winning? Then they got down 24-7. He doesn't play defense. So do you allow for that to be a part of this? Not where it is like those are like not demerits, but like, oh boy.
It's not a matter of demerits or not. It's a matter of understanding that the 49ers, one of the keys to their success in the last 2 years has been they have a plethora of offensive weapons. To me, and I've said it before, they have one more offense because they don't have to pay Brock Purdy. They have one more offensive weapon that no other team has. They get to have a great tight end, a great wide receiver, a great running back, and a great all-purpose player in Deebo Samuel. When you pay Brock Purdy $45 million, you are now going to ask him probably to be more like a Joe Burrow, a Justin Herbert.
Carry the load.
Okay. And I'm not convinced that Kyle Shanahan thinks that Brock Purdy is that guy.
Either am I.
Okay, so we're on the same page. I think.
But the premature word is everything. That's why this season's so big for Brock Purdy.
Like, what if, it's all going to depend on this year. If the 49ers, let's say the 49ers just take a step back. What were they, 12-5 last year? They go 11-6, and they lose either in the first round or the second. They don't get to the NFC Championship game this upcoming year. Yeah. Do you think it's just... But Purdy looks just like he's looked. And he's had Deebo, and they re-signed Ayuk. But they come up, they go 11-6, and then they get knocked out. I'm not convinced they'll just pay Brock Purdy $48 million a year. Now, the other thing we have to account for is... See, I think Kyle Shanahan will be monitoring the quarterback position. Like, it's not going to be like, well, we can't pay Brock Purdy $48 million a year. Now we're stuck at the quarterback position. No. You go draft a quarterback. You got Evans' guy, Joshua Dobbs, in the quarterback room now.
But Stoney, they don't have to give the Bob Myers thing. He can play next year, and they still don't have to.
They're going to do that?
Well, they're kind of doing it with Ayuk right now, right?
No, they're not.
Well,
they're not.
It's a year before the year. They don't have to give him a new contract.
They don't have to, but do you think they're not gonna?
Well, now we're talking about
all the options, do you really think the Niners are going to tell Ayuk to come back on this year without any guarantee?
I would hope not. I don't think that's how they get down, but it's just the Bob Myers thing. We don't have to do anything until you have to. And technically, they could, if they wanted to play hardball, we could see that with Ayuk this year, and they could.
Maybe they're playing hardball with Ayuk because they've already decided we've got to pay Brock Purdy. We have, that's to me within, I don't think Brock Purdy is the guaranteed franchise quarterback, but what I'm saying is if they think in the building or they know in the building right now, they believe in the building right now that he is their franchise quarterback, even if he gets hurt, assuming it's not career ending, hey, Purdy's a guy. Steiny, Purdy's a guy. We're going to pay him. Justin, we're going to pay him. Okay.
No.
Well, now I know why they're playing hardball with Ayuk.
And it's not even hardball. It'd be game over if he enters this season without a contract, because you're right. That could be why you didn't get yours.
And let me be clear, 408 on the Comcast Business Text line. Steiny, what more do you need to see? It's not what I need to see. It's what I believe Kyle Shanahan needs to see. It's whatever Kyle Shanahan didn't see in Jimmy Garoppolo.
But availability, you asked me that. Okay, Jimmy's was performance/availability.
Okay. What made Kyle Shanahan mortgage the future for Trey Lance, and 2 years later he kicked him to the curb? The only point I'm making is that Kyle Shanahan has a history with quarterbacks of not marrying them.
Well, he married Jimmy 5 years, and Jimmy,
and that's
Jimmy
to me,
when
right.
Jimmy got hurt in 3 of them.
And that to me is a little like the Draymond Green contract. You got him under contract, but it didn't necessarily mean he was the free. Now, if you pay Brock Purdy 45 or 50, obviously he's the franchise quarterback. But the money to me with Kyle Shanahan means less. Like, was Jimmy Garoppolo ever the 49ers franchise quarterback? Or was Kyle Shanahan constantly looking?
I'm going to say he was the 49ers franchise quarterback. And what if I told you I think it's unfair? That ain't unfair, but if you feel like he was always looking, I mean, maybe that's part of the job. But that dude had 5 seasons here, Jimmy Garoppolo, and he let the Niners down more than they let him down because of his availability. The COVID season, when he got the high ankle sprain, he got hurt and I think that's what prompted Kyle of I'm tired of living like this.
Right, and every argument
and then
like
the dude
this,
he goes and drafts, he gets hurt. Now he's no longer here. I'm talking about Trey Lance, but yeah, it's not. 5 years is a long time to me.
Right, but he didn't start all 5 of those years.
And then he was the culprit of that. I believe getting hurt.
Okay. I'm just
only reason we saw Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. You can Brock Purdy was Jimmy got hurt.
You can look at Jimmy one way and I'll look at him the other. Yeah. I think Kyle Shanahan looks at the mirror and says to John Lynch, MF, I got this team to the Super Bowl with Jimmy Garoppolo.
There's no doubt about it.
You think I'm going to pay Brock Purdy $50 million a year?
Well, now that's different. I think Brock is better. It looks like Brock is better than Jimmy.
Well, he was so great. He was a 7th round pick. Yeah. And that's another thing that I think we're missing. Brock Purdy may be the quarterback here for 10 years. Yeah. That's very possible. I'm just telling you that I think Kyle Shanahan is extremely fickle with quarterbacks. I think he changes his mind relatively quickly. And I'm just not convinced that Brock Purdy, that they're going to open up the checkbook for Brock Purdy right now. I think it has everything. It has 95% of that has to do with what's going to happen this year. What happens this year? And I'm just telling you, if he has the exact same kind of year and they lose in the NFC Championship.
I think that's enough.
Okay, well then you're going to have to come back the following year, go further with less talent on offense.
Right, and they shouldn't write that check.
That scares me.
And they got to write that check knowing that.
Right.
And if you think
that's why I don't think
if he loses Ayuk,
that's why I don't think it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. That's why I don't think it's a no-brainer. I mean, I think it's very possible Kyle Shanahan thinks he could get a quarterback for $10 million as long as he's got pieces around him and they can make a run.
And I just hate sounding like a broken record here, but I just can't I can't stop thinking about the 3 playoff games that we saw from the Niners.
You're making my argument.
What happened? We don't know, and I'm not blaming.
Okay, why would you pay him? Why would you pay him $45 million after that playoff run?
Because the regular season again. It's tough for opponents, but you thought, and there was a juncture during the season this thing might be the best offense we've ever seen.
Why don't you tell 49er fans how many times you've gotten excited about the Cowboys during the regular season, but now the regular season doesn't matter. I'm just saying. Yeah. I'm just saying. You could care less about Dak Prescott in the regular season.
I got to real quick here. I got to differentiate. Brock did okay in the Super Bowl. He did well for himself. Steiny, he didn't blow it. I've seen Dak fall in 8 years worth on the biggest stage.
And that's where I'm coming from. And that's all I'm saying. So you're going to pay Brock Purdy $45 million for being able to not blow it with more weapons than any quarterback gets to have in the NFL. And all I'm saying, that's not the greatest way to put it, Steiny. Okay, fair. But that's why I just don't think it's an automatic that they're going to open up their checkbook for Brock Purdy.
It's interesting.
Like, I really do think that Kyle Shanahan may have, and the Niners may have, think they stumbled onto something with, you realize if we just get an okay quarterback, and
you're right. They got to draft a quarterback this year.
They will. You want to bet?
No, I'm with you.
They
would be fools if they didn't.
For all we know, Kyle Shanahan's MO may be to start drafting quarterbacks in later rounds so as to have them, which gives them,
I don't think you're crazy
an incredible flexibility at every other position.
But I would say to Kyle, you better be careful thinking you can just turn anybody into, Michael Jackson. How about that?
Yeah. No, I think you're right. Why do you keep throwing that number out there? Brock Purdy will not get that type of money. He's a $25 to $30 million. Well,
and what if Brock thinks that, or you got dumb representation to sell yourself short? But I'm just saying, Stoney, Brock might know what time it is. I don't need 56. I ain't gonna try to bring that. I know you're laughing, but
go.
I'm just,
if the 49ers win the Super Bowl.
Well, now we're talking.
But see, this is the reason why I think it's a fair conversation. You can envision Brock Purdy having this, like last year. He had the year he had the postseason he had. They could have won it. They were there. They could have won it. So if he thinks that, and you come back with Purdy, and maybe what if this year, this upcoming season resembles last year, 12-5, but they win it?
Then now
he ain't getting 25.
Well, yeah, okay.
Like I'll acknowledge that. At that point, you ain't getting him for 25.
Yeah, all right. That trophy is worth, oh my gosh. He might get more.
Well,
and the dude that's leading has not. He's been to a Super Bowl. I love him. And he's coming off injury. Another one.
And then we get back to this hypothetical we had in the past, and I believe it to this day, that if Jimmy Garoppolo had won a Super Bowl with the Niners, he still would not be here. He would not be here. I truly believe that. And so that's why to me, all bets are off with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. It's interesting, man. I expected to draft. They're going to draft a quarterback.
Oh, yeah. You know why? Because they're not sold on Purdy.
No, this is what
they're not convinced they want to pay Purdy. They're worried about if they want to pay him $45 million. And that's the scary part of Evan's boy, Joshua Dobbs, in the quarterback room. I don't think Purdy knows what just walked into the room.
He's already saved 2 franchises.
Dude, man.
Thank you.
Third time's a charm.
888-957-9570 is the number. Forget me. I want to know from 49er fans who have watched Kyle Shanahan coach this team for 7 years, what do you think he thinks of the quarterback position? And do you think it's a no-brainer that he probably already wants to pay Brock Purdy if it meant stability at the quarterback position? All I'm saying is, I'm not so sure. 888-957-9570. That segment was sponsored by Lucky California.
If you're not quite sure what to make for Easter dinner, Lucky...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I left you hanging. What are you saying? Oh, please. I'm good now. The Mia call.
So we're all convinced. I shouldn't. This is what I do.
Yeah, I was, guns blazing. Slow down, fella.
So, should I play it again, Evan? What do you think?
Yes, because I think people are curious as to what we're talking about.
You asked what he thought.
But why this? Why so snide? Why does he? And I'm not. I don't even want to hear
I think
from
you
him
took it as snide. Sometimes Evan is Evan. That's the beautiful part about him.
What if someone just airdropped into our
or
show
got
and is
into
wondering
lunch
what we're
or went back
talking
in?
about?
Play it, Steiner.
This is Jed York talking about, hey, Brock Purdy, he's the best quarterback of all time, and we'll pay him whatever.
And I think it's a good problem when your quarterback is one of your highest paid guys on your team and in the league. So there's a lot of planning that goes into it. I'm glad that we have Prague, JL, Kyle. Like they're the ones that will figure out the details of it.
Yay!
And I just have to sign the check. So my part in that's pretty easy.
That's kind of hard too, isn't it?
It's not hard. I mean, it's what the market is, right? Like it's not like Brock is going to ask for something that no one has ever asked for before. You have, I don't know how many players making over $40 million as a quarterback right now. And when we signed Jimmy several years ago, you know, it was the largest deal in the history of the NFL for 3 minutes. But we were paying Jimmy 26 or 27, and you see like the market has it's changed. And whether I like it or not, like that's what the market is. And you have to accept the reality of the world. And to me, the quarterback is the most important position, not just in football, but in all sports. And those guys should be paid a lot of money.
If Kyle Shanahan believes it.
Well,
I just thought of something.
This is a big deal.
I just thought of something else that my main thrust of this conversation is all I'm saying. I'm not convinced that Purdy is
Kyle's guy.
Correct.
Yep.
I'm not convinced. He might be, but I'm certain. But we've got a long way to go before Brock Purdy signs a contract for $45 million. And here's a couple things I'd say to that. To me, if you sign him to a big contract, let's say $45 million, which makes him a top 5 quarterback, my question would be, is he a top 5 quarterback? I get it. He gets to quarterback the Niners, who are loaded. But do you really think Purdy is in the class of a Lamar Jackson, a Burrow, a Herbert, a Mahomes?
I would say to you, my friend, and I mean this, right now, I think he's knocking at that door with the system he's in. Right. This is very important season for me.
And I would
you
say
would be a hater because you're focused and you're asking yourself things that are not the game. Watching this man play and the clip that they win and the stages that he's been in, the 2 times he's been under helm at center, Steiny, the answer would be yes. But I know what you're doing, and I'm not mad at it. You're saying, what if you take something away? What if you take something away? But he doesn't get that money before you do that.
415, Steins. I can't believe you brought up Purdy's draft status as a reason why they shouldn't pay him. That's absolutely irrelevant at this point. Now, the reason I brought it up, this is what I meant by bringing up the 7th round pick, Brock Purdy. And the fact that when we talk a lot about Kyle Shanahan, we sometimes bring up the word arrogance. The reason I brought up the fact that Purdy was a 7th round pick is because, yes, I do believe there's a part of Kyle Shanahan that thinks, hey, I got Brock Purdy in the 7th round and we still kicked ass. So don't think for a minute that I can't find somebody in the draft this year, 1 through 7, who I can get to kick ass in 2 or 3 years. The other question I would ask is, and this could speak to how long a year is, but it was just 1 year ago, I believe, that Kyle Shanahan told Brock Purdy, hey, listen, you're my guy unless we can get Tom Brady to come out of retirement.
Totally.
All these are indicators that, to me, suggest it's not just a done deal that Brock Purdy is the man here.
And how many people do you think feel that way? I don't think a lot of people do.
I think everybody feels that. I think most people feel like Brock Purdy is the man, pay the man, and we'll move on with Brock Purdy as a top 5 quarterback for the next 5 years.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you feel that way, he's not going to get his chicken before week 1 of this upcoming season.
That's right.
So there's a lot on the table and at stake for him, the organization.
Right. And that's why, to me, it's totally premature to talk about Purdy as a top 5 paid quarterback or even to be throwing around $40 million, which Jed York has thrown around.
I want to run something by you. It's something you said earlier, and Jimmy doesn't need me to defend him, and Kyle doesn't either, Stoney, but I do. This is how I feel in my heart. I do feel like he married Jimmy Garoppolo. And a big part of why they went and got Trey Lance is Jimmy couldn't stay healthy. I feel like we got to say he put the ring on the finger of Jimmy for the 2 hours that he had the highest contract. It was 5 years. He played here 5 years. Stoney, that's a marriage. Now, they got divorced, but I feel like Jimmy was a big part of why they got divorced because there was too many times, for whatever reason, he was hampered.
Yeah, I think that they used Jimmy Garoppolo's injuries as a reason why they came off him, when the reality is, I just don't think Kyle liked him. I think, to me, when I look back at that trade, I think that was a John Lynch trade. They were looking for a quarterback. He wanted Cousins. They didn't get Cousins. John Lynch said, look, there's a guy in New England who hasn't been playing because he's playing behind Tom Brady. I think he's pretty good. I think we should go out and take a shot at him. And Kyle said, let's do it. They brought him in. He went 5-0 at the end of a terrible year. I think that's when they paid him.
Beat Jacksonville, who made the playoffs.
They might have. You also have to throw into the equation that maybe one of the reasons they paid Garoppolo is because they had to. Well, they literally had no one else.
It was chicken, you know what, under center for the Niners.
Right. Jerry's in Alum Rock. Hey, Jerry, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, dudes?
Hey.
How you guys going?
Doing well.
I think Brock Purdy is faster than Trey Lance, faster decisions, and I think he deserves whatever the average is for quarterbacks. I mean, Joe, you talk about Joe Burrow and stuff like that. Like, those guys are kind of one in a millions, and but I mean, Brock Purdy in his own way is 1 in a million. And yeah, I think he's whatever money him and his agent and the 49ers, I mean, because, California tax bracket is a little different.
No, I got you, Jerry.
Whatever he does.
No, I got you. But Jerry said, pay him the average salary.
Also,
what's that?
One more thing is I don't think our team needs a big play guy, like wide receivers. Like, I don't know if Justin Jefferson is still out there. I mean, that would be amazing. But I think you said before that Kyle Shanahan wants time of possession. Like he doesn't need big plays. He just his defense on the sidelines, resting up. Yeah. You know what I mean?
No, appreciate it, Jerry. No, I mean, that's the other thing.
Well, maybe you do need that guy that you think you don't need, and you might have a chip. I'll leave that there.
What do you mean?
You talking about they don't need the deep threat?
No, I didn't. No, I think I read it to mean you don't need a quarterback like a Mahomes or something like that.
Well, you always need a Mahomes. Now, had our guy got a Super Bowl victory, Stoney, I would say, Kyle already, I would say maybe you don't. But the right on the table is if we get down here 4 more years from now, and who would say, hey, maybe if you had, the guy back there, you might have one. And that's why I was not grading on a curve. I really thought Brock Purdy was not the reason they lost the game. Was he perfect? Hell no. The O-line, but he held up. And that first drive, if the coordinator for the Kansas City Chiefs, Spagnuolo, was being real about, they had to change stuff on the fly.
Let me throw this
It's
at
one
you.
drive, but,
So, do you really think, from what we've seen of Brock Purdy in the postseason, he's a $45 million
No,
contract?
I do not.
All right. Well, that's what this year is gonna dictate, I think. All I'm saying is when you talk about, and I'll just say it, who are the top? Mahomes, Herbert, Burrow, Lamar Jackson, and Hurts. I don't think Purdy's in that class.
But he doesn't have to be.
Well, yes, he does to make $45 to $50 million. That's what I'm saying.
What
I'm
about
not paying
my team's success? I hear you. Quit comparing me to those guys. I'm winning 12 games a year.
Right,
and I've got
you want
two NFC championship
but
games.
You want their money. You want their money.
Or is it the market's money?
Okay. You want top
let's be honest.
Okay.
All right. Now,
is he a top?
Is he in the same class as Jalen Hurts?
Like,
They have a
I'm
similar
ready to
resume.
say he is.
Okay.
Now, I'm just like, I'm down on Hurts, but don't hate the player, hate the game.
Here's the other thing.
Can I go to real quick?
You can do this and make a mistake.
Okay. Kyler
the
Murray
Eagles may have made a
$46 million.
Right.
You think they made a mistake?
Yes.
I don't, but I could see somebody.
I think the Eagles made a mistake.
Deshaun Watson, 40. Like, now we're getting to where you could put Purdy in there and it's nothing.
Right, but you do realize we're talking about teams that don't win it. Like, that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like,
well, Justin Herbert hadn't got a playoff win.
Exactly.
But I still would give him that bread because that's how great I feel like he is or going to be. So I don't know what you want. If team success means something, he's up there. And if he duplicates that again and has a good year, and do
you think quarterback's the most important position on the Niners, on the 49ers?
That's a great question.
I'm
going to say no.
I don't either. Not
and
under
maybe
Kyle
that's why they
Shanahan.
haven't won. I don't know. Like, do you want to keep getting close? Jim Kelly, they kept losing, but they had the dude at the quarterback position, so that was different. They were going up against Joe Montana, Troy Aikman. They were going up against great teams. I don't know about what we're talking about, a discounted quarterback, if you want to call it that, but yet you can't get it done.
I know you're going to think I'm crazy.
Because Kyle would be a genius had he won with Jimmy and then followed that up this year with this dude would be him. He would be him.
I mean,
like never before.
I actually think that Kyle Shanahan, it's within the realm of possibility that they could win a Super Bowl with Purdy. And on some level,
oh boy.
I'm just telling you the truth.
Wow. That's how you feel.
I
know where you're going.
I believe that there'd be a possibility that the 49ers could win a Super Bowl with Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan feels the gorilla off his back to such an extent that he is emboldened to say, we're not paying Brock $50 million.
And you're going to laugh. We don't know if he's asking for that. I hear you. I could be naive Nancy.
But the idea that Purdy's going to win a Super Bowl and say, I'll come for 27, like, I think that's a joke too. Like, if he wins a Super Bowl, he's going to want to get paid.
And he should.
By the Niners?
Yes.
Well, I'm just telling you, I'm not convinced that Shanahan's a rubber stamper like that.
And I got to be careful.
That's all I'm saying.
I would not want to play for a guy like that if that were to happen, where the quarterback, Brock Purdy, wins the Super Bowl, and then for whatever reason I can't get my chicken. That's when you say it's not about the market. Like Jed told us, to him, it's about the market. Right or wrong, it's about the market.
But why did he use the market using the top the top quarterback?
I think it starts there, right?
Why?
Because you reset it when somebody surpasses.
No, but I guess what I'm saying is, from all the information we know right now, have you determined that Brock's a top 5 quarterback?
No, it's still in the air.
It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. It does not have to be a red tail. Does not have to be a red tag sale at Friedman's Appliance for you to get out there.
There you go. That was the name I was hoping the Commanders used. The Washington Red Tails.
Yeah, anybody looking for a party or a place to go? looking to have some fun, maybe have a drink, listen to music.
I got my hand up.
Friedman's Appliance.
Oh, my God. Dude.
Fact.
That's crazy.
Those are facts.
Dude, it was popping. But no DJ.
What?
Well, you couldn't have heard Evan and Grandy if you had a DJ. You can't have a party with no music.
I guess this is...
That's me.
I'll just let it go.
No, you have to say.
How do you know it was popping? You weren't there.
Evan told me in the break room, other people that were there.
But you can't relate a secondhand story like you were there. That's all.
You need to read my bio. I know what popping is.
I know you know what popping is.
Energy is action. Norm's a couple Saturdays ago was
talk about it. Be about it. And you weren't about it. I went and saw Grandy and Evan
only
at
for the
Friedman's
free beer.
Appliance.
Don't act like you wanted to see them. I figured
they had food too.
What kind?
Everything. They had barbecue. They had chicken.
Evan, is this true?
Tri-tip.
They had just about everything on the menu.
They had pasta.
Some French toast casserole.
Yep.
What?
Yeah. Sorry, you missed it.
Caviar.
Yeah, no, you're too busy.
Champagne.
Yeah, you're too busy. Let's go to Telmo.
Your boy's a little jelly.
He should be. It was a rocking time.
They had that too.
You know what it was? You know what Saturday was at Friedman's? It was a banger. It was. What's up, Telmo? How you doing, buddy? Long time no
Telmo.
talk.
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you guys been?
Hanging in, baby.
So I was just calling because Steiny, I know with you it's funny. It's hard to tell how much of it of what you're saying is running material and how much you really are saying it with your actual chest. But in terms of you saying and asking Guru based on playoff performance, if you thought that Purdy was worth getting a contract, which would be in the top 5 or whatever. Well, if we're asking that question, how based on Dak Prescott's recent playoff performance, Aaron Rodgers' recent playoff performance, and some other quarterbacks that have faltered, top quarterbacks that have faltered in playoff games, how do you justify them getting that money and then not giving Brock? Brock's played 2 seasons in the NFL. He went to a conference championship, got hurt, had an injury, came back from that injury in the same year, went to the Super Bowl, and was really one defensive 4th down play stop away from being a Super Bowl champion. So if we're looking at that, and you just take the 49ers out of the equation, take Shanahan, take Purdy, take his draft status out of the equation, and you say, player X that played 2 years in the NFL, a rookie and a sophomore, that achieved this many wins, his numbers, his playoff performances, and then when he comes up out of his rookie contract, are you going to pay him or not? The question is yes, because to not do it would be insane.
So you use 2 quarterbacks, Dak Prescott and Aaron Rodgers. I would sit here today and say, yeah, the Cowboys probably shouldn't have paid Dak whatever they paid him. And don't you dare put Brock Purdy in Aaron Rodgers' class at this point.
But for the money that Aaron Rodgers is getting, or he was getting in Green Bay versus what the performances he put out in the Super Bowl, you think that was a good value, a good ROI on the investment?
I mean, I'm not sure what you're asking.
He only won one Super Bowl, but the money he made, do you think he lived up to that? But I would tell Telmo, my 2 cents, Steiny, is every day I saw Aaron Rodgers perform, I knew I was physically, and the guy in command was watching one of the top quarterbacks to ever do it. That's just me. He got 1 Super Bowl, but he was so great, Steiny, they feel like he should have had 4, but I don't think the Packers regret paying him. I mean, they had a litany of problems. And again, I can't justify Aaron Rodgers was perfect, but to me, Telmo, he lived up to that contract.
I mean, the idea, forget whatever Rodgers got paid when he got paid was at the high end of the scale. But I mean, you can't compare Purdy to Aaron Rodgers.
And I guess that's what I was doing for Telmo.
Not at this point.
Because we could do that with Herbert.
Like this is
physical stuff is,
and I don't want to get, but the 209 kind of puts it the way
Herbert's a bad dude.
209 can Brock put a team on his back and create plays on his own to win a game? The answer is probably no. The quarterbacks you named are elite. Give Brock $32 million and call it a day.
And then how many quarterbacks could win that way outside of Mahomes?
Well,
that's when we're doing the math. We're mathing too much. Like a team's job in front office is to try to minimize. I'm just trying to do it all by yourself.
In 2 years, Brock Purdy has not shown me I'm paying him as much as Lamar Jackson.
I can
that's all I'm saying. I'm not paying him as much as Justin Herbert.
But would you be shocked if it had to come down now and they did it? Let's just fast forward everything.
Fast forward.
Yeah.
Well, I need to know what happened.
He got paid. He had the same performance these last 2 years. You wouldn't be shocked that the Niners gave him a new deal.
For how much?
Let's say 30.
30 is, but they'll never get him for 30.
I was saying because he was so new that, you know what I'm saying? He wasn't asking
let's stop and do it this way. How do they do this year? The Niners, this upcoming year, in your scenario?
They lose in the second round.
Okay. And then what's your question?
If we got,
it's kind of the same.
Let's 2 for 70, 35 mil. I think Brock Purdy would sign his John Hancock on that and keep it moving without a Super Bowl.
Why? Why would you think that?
Well, I'm asking you then, what are we using to keep? You've explained why you're keeping him out of the top tier or he doesn't belong. But you got to 2 Super Bowls. Right. I'm relatively new, and I've got you to an NFC Championship game, and I got you to the playoffs again.
That's not the way Kyle looks at it. No. I don't think Kyle looks at it like he got us. But like the idea that let's say Brock is as good or better this year, but they don't win it. Then, that's what I'm saying. The decision is, are you giving him 40 plus or not? You ain't getting him at 28.
Danny got 40, Brock's getting 40. Even if this is not fair.
But you can't pay Brock 45 just because Daniel Jones got 40. You know what I mean? I get it. They're going to bring that to the table.
But if you get if Brock gets him to another Super Bowl, Steiny, come on. It's almost like he won the Super Bowl, man.
There's a lot coming in on the text from the you won't get him for 30? Steiny's delusional. You think you could get Brock for 30? Well, that's a different conversation. Well, if we can get him for 30, we're probably not having the conversation. Right. But
you're talking about the 56, resetting the market.
That's what what the owner talked about. And look, how about if we all agree on this? It's all going to depend on this year.
Hello, that's been my theme. I really believe that.
What if he gets hurt?
Exactly.
Could you imagine?
Of course, it's a quarterback in the NFL.
I hear you guys.
Yes, I can imagine.
No, well, what would here we go. So you change on me, Steiny. Like Brandon Ayuk, they don't have to redo his deal right now. They technically could be gangsters and say, we'll talk to you.
You think they're going to do that?
No, I was just saying, if Brock got hurt, what are they going to do? If Brock got hurt this year, I don't think a contract is imminent. Let's just say he missed a year.
There'll be a contract imminent for Joshua Dobbs.
Oh, boy.
There'll be a contract imminent.
I'm excited, man, because there's a lot, and rightfully so, what player doesn't have pressure on him.
The bottom line is this.
Big for Brock,
you know what? Brock Purdy needs to put another year behind his belt before you can think about paying him like the big boys. That's where I'm coming from on 95.7 The Game, especially when you know your team is super loaded right now because you're not paying the quarterback. What's coming up next is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Tune into 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What? No, we got baseball tomorrow.
Yes,
Opening
we do.
day. It should be a holiday like they do in Cincinnati. Every game should be a day game. Evan was at the yard last night.
That'll boost attendance.
Why do you?
Oh yeah, no,
it's not sour.
Maybe they should play those 11:05 a.m. games like they do in Boston for Patriots
like spoiled
Day.
milk. So you just got a mechanism in you that he can down you. Evan, how was the tribute to Panda?
Oh, it was great. First of all, I will say 5:05 is a great time for a first pitch.
I didn't like it. I was watching the Warriors and flipped over. It's damn near over.
Well, usually they don't play at 4:30.
Yeah, I know, but still.
But no, it was actually really cool. Like Pablo Sandoval was basically getting his final, appearance in a Giants jersey. They signed him to a contract. He's probably not going to be on the team. Came out to a standing O, got teared up, and then got a hit and was probably his final at bat ever.
I mean, that's what you call Steiny.
I know you're waiting for some kind of sarcastic one-liner from me, but you're not going to find it here.
Well, you admit Panda was one of the. I got my new bowl up there because I was there.
Oh my God!
It's one of the big-time Bay Area fan favorites.
Certainly much, 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 much bigger than Manute Bowl.
I love Manute when he hit a 3.
Because Sandoval won titles.
Yeah, I hit 3 home runs in the World Series, 2 off of Verlander.
Thank you for the recap.
Give us somebody else that would go in that group.
And remember, here you go. I'll do you one better. Remember after I think it was the second homer, Verlander goes, wow.
Oh, look at you.
I don't know baseball.
Look at you. No,
what was your question?
Who would fill out Mount Rushmore for Bay Area fan? Not great on the field, but you could be that too fan favorite. I'm going to put George Kittle on there.
But
you don't like that? It's okay. It's nothing personal.
Steph Curry has to be number one.
Well, when you're that great, you're going to get on everything, but you can't pick Steph. We're talking about
Bonds wasn't
like
a fan
Nick
favorite.
Young.
What about him?
A guy like that.
Nobody liked him.
That's it.
Nobody liked Nick Young. Nobody.
Okay, JaVale McGee.
No. Stop.
Give me somebody.
I thought you meant guys like Tim Lincecum.
Well, the freak. I could see him on there, but he was too kind of. I'm talking not obscure, but guys that weren't the greatest, but were okay on the team.
What do you give me for Pablo Sandoval's equivalent being Andre Iguodala?
I think Sandoval's more popular.
Than Iguodala?
Yeah, I do.
Iggy in his heyday.
I think Sandoval's more popular.
I'll say that's a tie. That's a great one, Evan.
Well, I'm saying it's not a tie.
Well, to be honest,
Sandoval wins.
Panda was more. He wasn't a role. He was the man for a little bit.
Sandoval was a better player for the Giants.
Okay, all right. That's
Sandoval.
Where I was going. That's where I was going. I'll give you that. But fan favorite is not good on the field.
Steiny, we don't have to fight about everything. Chill out. But to me, if you're making a list of fan favorites, like Iguodala can't touch Pablo Sandoval.
All right.
Sandoval was loved. And yes, the Panda hats had a lot to do with it. Hunter Pence is a good name.
Oh, that's a great name. And Bang, that's okay.
And his popularity survived him chasing
that's a great
78 million curveballs out of the strike zone at the end
Give
of
me a
his career.
49er, not
soft
current.
Bouncer to short.
Yeah. Give me a current non-49er. Give me a 49er not currently on the roster. Kittle
like a fan favorite?
Yeah.
A fan favorite, 49er.
Well, I was going to say Frank Gore was God.
Yeah.
But he was too good to kind of be on there, but people loved him.
Never won. I'm just kidding.
Willis?
What's the question?
Guys that are not like all-stars that were fan favorites.
For the Niners.
Yeah, or all the Bay Area in general. We got Iggy, we got Panda, and that was...
I think Kittle's up there.
Yeah, but again, my criteria was you can't be currently on a roster.
Okay.
Brandon Crawford was too good.
I think people like Dre Greenlaw. He's not really like a...
Man, I like the Hunter Pence and Greenlaw.
No, that wouldn't have popped into my head, Dre Greenlaw.
Well, give me a Warrior.
I'm trying to think of a Niner.
Okay. Well, you do that, like Evan, if you can't give me a Warrior.
So basically from Harbaugh to Shanahan.
Yeah. Or even
the
Walsh.
2000.
Yeah.
Well, then we're
Sean
going
Livingston.
But then we're going to champions.
And Sean Livingston. Like, who didn't like... That's a great one.
Maybe you're not talking, not a starter, but...
You got Sean Livingston.
How come nobody's followed those breadcrumbs?
Well, he was working with the organization.
Yeah, why do you think he left?
Tell us why you think he left.
I'm not going to tell you why I think he left. I'll make something up.
Won't be your first time.
I'm Sean Livingston wasn't in the running for the Warriors general manager. Mm-hmm.
What are his qualifications?
And Evan, and I
He was
love
working in the front office since he retired.
But Steiny, don't you think that was too fast?
With all due respect, what are Mike's qualifications?
Dunleavy? He was the assistant GM for like
and
3
watched
years.
him. Yes,
Livingston
no doubt.
worked as Bob's right-hand man. As a
His
liaison?
title was like player development.
Yeah, no,
but he was scouting too.
Yeah.
Community
Okay,
events?
but you
Like-
really don't feel. Yeah.
Why was Sean Livingston just glossed over?
Well, we don't know that.
I know we don't. I said I'm making stuff up. But maybe there's something to it now.
Because if we want to do that, we can say, why didn't Kirk Lacob get the gig?
Why isn't
Well,
Buster
because-
Posey the GM?
Yeah.
Hold on. Well, look, can I do one at a time?
Yeah.
Ask your question.
Why didn't Kirk Lacob get the gig if...
Because Joe is about protecting his sons at a point when this organization is
All right.
very volatile.
Well, you went there with that. All right, man.
Why wouldn't I go there with that?
No, I just...
And then what was yours?
What
What was yours, Evan? I got an answer to everything.
Posey?
He didn't want it. Posey just...
We came back.
Posey's
But
like...
Livingston did.
We don't know
There,
that.
and that...
I said I was
yeah.
making up Posey. I mean, I was
I'm
making
this
up...
stuff up too.
Oh, okay.
I'm just throwing it back at you.
I don't think... Do you think Posey would want to be the GM? I actually
No.
don't. Yeah, I
No
don't.
way.
Why? Doesn't have the qualifications?
No, just... I think he's a family guy.
You know what?
Some guys like being home with the kids.
And some guys just
I
like
know
saying
some
it.
that don't. But hey, they got Orlando tonight. This is random. Well, opening day tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're in a baseball fantasy league.
I'm in two. Actually, I'm in
What's
one.
this-
I'm just... Like, I'm starting to just take after you and just lie and just blurt things
I don't
out.
ever lie on my... Listen, Paulo Banchero, he's special. I think everybody has a comp in regard to their
Here we
game.
go.
So I teased this with you and Evan. Here I go, and I ain't shamed.
I'm going to be honest. There's a
Okay.
guy I was thinking about.
Dude, this is scary.
Hold on, let me do this real quick.
All right. This is a two-show
I'm going to
segment.
whisper it to you.
Yeah, okay. I got my...
Hold on, let me turn my mic off.
Hold on. I turned my headphones are off. All right, here we go. I didn't even hear you. I just heard you. You're a bad whisperer.
All right,
but I didn't hear you. Okay, here we go. Now, all this too is DNA-wise.
Sure.
He reminds me of a young LeBron James. I know Bron was 6'9". Dick Banchero is 6'10". He went and made a move against the list.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He made a move against the
turn my mic
Kings,
off.
Evan, Saturday, and it was the God gift from the basketball guys in the sky. Like, I've only seen one other guy do that big, Evan, and it was so fluid.
What about Kuminga?
No, Kuminga ain't.
Is Banchero better than Kuminga?
No, Kuminga is. I mean, Banchero is a bigger, like LeBron. Like, he's bigger than Kuminga.
Yeah, I'm out on that comparison.
They're both 250 pounds. I just brought it up so that they got the same weight, but he's got some stuff that when
I
he
don't
gets
believe
it,
he's nearly as strong
What
as LeBron
Steiny
James.
whispered in my ear, I thought was a reach, but
oh, you got it.
No, I said it was who I thought he was going to say.
no, and you can tell him now.
I thought you were going to say Carmelo Anthony. 6'8".
but Carmelo was more pudgy than. But you watch Banchero tonight.
Banchero's got the barrel chest.
I thought you were going to say Weber.
Weber was taller, I believe. But just watch him tonight. He ain't as super fast, but when he's coming downhill,
God, I just want to disagree with him
no,
sometimes.
but he's got some LeBron.
He's got no LeBron.
He's
got nothing.
He puts that shoulder down.
Oh, he's got nothing.
Night.
Yeah, like he did against the Kings when he went 8 for 23.
Dude, that was a bad game.
I think that was the Warriors.
He dunked one to where I was like, oh my.
So it sounds
I've
like you'd
always been a
rather have
fan.
Banchero instead of Kuminga.
Oh my gosh, I would tell anybody that right now.
Oh, my God.
Oh, there is no. Steiny, what are you talking about?
So you want to get rid of Kuminga?
No, I'm saying I
You
would
heard
take
it
him
right
over
here.
Kuminga.
on
Kuminga,
90
I love you. Gotta go.
Why do you want to get rid of Jonathan Kuminga? Hey, that segment was sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores.
If you're not quite sure what to make for Easter dinner, Lucky can help you put on your Sunday best. Right now, fresh asparagus is just 99 cents a pound, limit 5 pounds, and beef ribeye roast bone-in is just $6.99.
I am scared of Willard. It's okay to acknowledge things. I'm scared of Willard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back. It's the Guru and Steiny show.
Are you going to be okay?
Willard.
Yeah.
It's a good show.
I stepped on the drop. Can you play it again now that Willard's locked in?
I'm scared of Willard.
There it is.
Can you give him the long form, though? Because the explanation is as good as the drop.
I am scared of Willard. It's okay to acknowledge things. I'm scared of Willard.
I mean, and now
Willard, I shook it out of him yesterday.
Willard and Gibbs in the house.
Was that yesterday?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, wait, no, I need more. Like,
well, Grandy was in for you, and I said, "You're
I'll let
scared."
these guys
He was
handle it.
poking at me. I said, "You're scared of Willard," and he goes, and I thought I was going to get him to just, and he goes, "I am." And I was like,
he sat down on a couch and turned you into a psychiatrist
all day long.
He came in here
Something about you, Mark.
flexing and maxing and relaxing with the Grandy man in, and then we got to the I'm scared of Willard.
He had
portion.
to get a haircut and leave early, and I go, "If Willard was here, you'd be shaking."
I don't want to scare you, Steiny.
Yeah.
I was 5 minutes late. I was 5 minutes late to my haircut yesterday because I left at 2:10 instead of 2:05, which I wanted to do because I didn't want to.
Because I wasn't here.
Well, I thought
you were enjoying
I
yourself.
thought Grandy wouldn't give me grief, but Grandy gave me a little bit of the evil eye. So I said, all right, I'll stay till 2:10. No biggie. Lucia, she can wait. And
Hair
she
looks
did.
great, by the way.
Thank you very much.
Did a nice job.
She's wonderful.
Looks great.
Jackson Place Salon.
That $100 cut about with a tip?
70.
Oh, well.
And you
$20 tip.
$20 tip out of
For
boy.
90.
Good job.
I'll tell you what, Goo, I'm getting my haircuts a little more frequently.
Yeah, Marky D charges me $50. So, I tip
Man.
now. Y'all done turned
And you
me
get him
into a
every 2
tipper.
weeks.
I give him 52.
So
Danny D doesn't charge himself
100.
a bit.
So you
I'm in the
spend-
driveway with the clipper every 4
You
days.
spend $1,200 a year on haircuts.
Well, no, I'll go once a month sometimes.
Well, you said you go every 2 weeks.
No, you made me say that. I said sometimes I go without. Willard, how often do you go?
3 to 4 weeks.
Every 4 weeks, I was going to say.
And what do you pay?
Shout out Steve Kerr, brought to you by Great Clips.
That's my guy right there.
So that's about 40.
Yeah, out the door.
Dibs, he doesn't apply.
Dibs got the Tupac.
I'm jealous for. I wish that I was spending upwards of $1,000 a year, but
You got the beer.
Yeah, and again, self-trim.
Part of it.
And, I'm in a spot where now I go 4 days, and the wife goes, "Oh, your hair's getting long."
Okay.
It's all right. I'll be right back.
Sounds
out
like
to the
things are going
driveway.
great.
Right back.
I'll be right back.
Hashtag marriage, out to the driveway.
Oh, I know.
You need a haircut. I'll
Hey,
be right
by the
back.
way,
Yeah.
what the heck was it? A couple weeks, just out of nowhere. Saturday, I got a text from Dibs. What do you got?
Yeah.
It was like a text from 5
And you were
years ago.
Friedman.
I was either
No, it was the week before that.
Okay.
We were, it was date night, and we had some babysitter coverage, and we went out to dinner in Oakland, and the lovely Supper, who knows Steiny very well, he met Supper about the same time I did. She said, "What are Dana and Steiny doing?" Because we had
date night.
We had about an hour and a half
Yeah.
window.
Flag is red.
We had a
I was
lovely
gonna
dinner.
say, I got alarms going off all over my body right now.
We went out to Yansai Hand Rolls in Oakland. Place is wonderful. You get like hand rolled sushi. They do it in flights. It's delicious. And you get done with dinner, and it's 6 o'clock. And Grandma's gonna bathe the baby. You don't have to be back there till 8. So we had a 2-hour window. So we were gonna go have a drink somewhere. And she said, "What are Steiny and Dana doing?"
Oh.
I said, "Well, let me text the
That's
crew."
dope. Looking out for man.
Whatever. We're
Did
not
he
gonna
text
go-
back?
I
we're
got
gonna go have a
17 more.
candlelight
I got
nightcap or
17
whatever.
more questions though.
Willard does too.
So he was done dinner at 6. I mean, where'd you
Done
go?
with
Red
dinner at
Lobster?
6.
Correct.
Yeah,
No, we
yeah.
went to Yansai Hand Roll. We had a 5 o'clock reservation. The place is right across from Make Westing on Telegraph.
Okay.
Wonderful, new look sushi kind of place. And so we had an early res. We like an early dinner. Got done early, and so instead of just going back home and staring at each other, we thought we'd go out. So
Tell
we
me you got a response from him.
No, this is the first response I've gotten.
You are just
An on-air response.
Let's go to the fact check.
Let's go to the phones.
Mark,
I don't understand.
feel free to
Please,
ask him one of your
please.
16 questions.
Well,
while
I mean,
Why was Steiny involved?
well, do any alarms go off for you guys? You've got a baby at home,
Right.
When you have date night,
Yep.
and an hour later she's asking you to call in some more people.
No, because
I'm just being being real. Like,
and I appreciate the
you said
authenticity.
stare at each other, like talk to each other, have date night.
We did, and we would continue
And
to
it
do
was
so.
over by 6?
It was not over, but we had our dinner, and so we were going to go have a drink.
Why can't the two of you just have a drink?
We actually eventually did just that.
But only because he didn't respond.
No,
She was looking for more voices in the room.
We would have still had a drink, but while we were in Oakland and we had a free evening, which is incredibly rare, why not maximize with a catch-up with Steiny and maybe the illustrious Dana?
Yeah, no doubt.
Or somebody else
with
who's
your
out and about.
significant other.
Exactly.
Willard, that was one of my things. I like to see how my girl operated around the fellas. Like that's
and she's great with the fellas.
And that's the beauty part of it.
You'd like to find that out before you get married.
Well, you do. But
And I did.
I got back to you that day.
That day?
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
I'll check the phones. I mean, we don't.
I got back to him.
We don't communicate like
where
we
you
used to,
at? Question mark.
And you
action? Question mark.
Oh, damn, dude. You
In
dropped
green
the ball.
South.
Well, he really didn't want to see you.
Oh, that's right. I apologize.
So
you
you said
were
where
at
you
Sal's.
I said where.
Oh, wow.
You were at Sal's. We were on the other side.
Oh, that
of
was
the
a party.
Dibley taught me the radio's theater of the mind. He has taught me.
It is. It is.
Yeah, I apologize.
And Guru loves that phrase.
It's powerful because the mind is powerful.
Well, that's all we have.
You are right.
Everything is theater of the mind. You ever hear someone say to you, you have your own truth,
dude,
and I have mine, and you're like, what the hell's happening right now? Is there a truth?
Wow.
I get that you can have your own perspective,
but if you
we're
believe it,
sitting here right now, am I holding a sparkling water or not?
Wow.
I can't tell from over here.
Great point.
And also, you might have it full of vodka.
Exactly. So this could be theater of the mind.
Right.
But there is only one truth. This is what it is, right?
Depends on what's actually in there.
Right, but you could come taste it, and whatever's in there is in there. There's one truth.
But
right?
what is in there?
Sparkling water.
You think.
Correct.
You didn't can it.
No, I know. I've already tasted it.
It could be laced with arsenic.
I purchased. No, sure, I
you
could
be
die.
down to your last final moments.
I could be.
Could be one shining moment.
But whatever.
The ball is tipped.
Whatever's in here.
And there you are.
Right?
Right.
It's a great
This
song.
is why I'm so scared.
Yeah,
so I'm terrifying.
Stanley, ask him about Brock Purdy.
You're a shining
I won't.
star.
I'll ask him about something else instead.
You won't.
Did you get choked up last night?
Right, I get choked up every night, but why?
Because of Panda? Pablo Sandoval?
Oh, that was nice.
Evan was at the game.
That was nice. Yeah. A broken bat.
Oh, I thought it was a liner.
It was.
In the morning, it's a line drive.
It was a broken bat liner. It was. That signified so many things, right? Like he gets a base hit, but there's also like that's it. That was the end of the bat.
Man. And the end of the
and the end of the
end
career.
of the innocence.
Yeah.
Shout out Don Henley.
We were talking about fan favorites, guys like Panda that wasn't Buster Posey, but everybody loved him. Hunter Pence, Panda, and we start fighting over the Warrior ones. I said Nick Young. Manute Ball. Do you remember Manute Ball?
Time out. You went to Swaggy P.
I did.
I mean, if you want to go, if you want to go to Larry Smith,
not
the custodian, but the janitor,
Manute
Brian
Ball,
Cardinal.
though. Yeah,
Manute Ball.
I would have gone to.
It was the custodian.
2 years ago. Come on, Looney.
I knew I got that
Like
wrong.
if what you're saying is somebody whose fan engagement is higher than their output.
Looney didn't come up, but
I mean,
Grandy throws out Mo Buckets as
Mo
another
Buckets
one.
is a
Mo
good
Buckets
one.
is good.
Yeah. Very good.
Even JaVale McGee ahead of
Go
Swaggy
ahead.
P.
No doubt about it.
Pierre 2 times.
Not Eric Pascal. Stop. He wasn't here long enough.
He was here that 15 win
We
year.
thought he was going to be something.
When you say we, you mean you.
Goo, he might be 6th man of the year material. I remember that. You said those words.
Guru.
Come on.
I said this guy won't even be in the league in a couple years.
Now I'm scared.
Well, that was when he was done. I'm saying early on, we've done.
And he was because he played.
He was
30
doing good.
He stunk.
Well,
he played on a horse bleep team.
Yeah, before
so he put up 12 a game.
He's pretty
so he
stiff.
made the rookie team.
with that
Pretty
jump
stiff.
shot though. Remember he got off the ground with the big butt.
He shot 9% from 3-point range. I think
9%.
it was terrible.
Yeah, boy.
See, this is what he does.
No, I'm gonna pull the Ernie Chavez will
pulling
pull
anything.
the footage for me.
You will
him. 6 man. You were saying we did a show.
Okay.
Predicated
Do you
on could he possibly be 6th man of the year?
Well, yes, he possibly could have been 6th man of the year that year, and he also could have been somebody who wasn't going to be in the league.
And it wasn't that year. It was like, could he grow into
No.
it? Could he be something like that?
No.
But you brought that to the table.
What I brought to the table is what I normally bring to the table, which is letting people know what's about to happen, not what is happening. And Eric Paschal was about to be out of the NBA in a couple years, and I let people know that.
Listen,
Matt,
you have your truth.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
And Guru.
Oh, I know it.
What
every show we had.
What it is that Guru has.
His truth.
Yeah.
There it is.
What's the other word for it?
His perspective.
His delusion is what you want to say? That's what you're looking for.
I'm not the Dallas in 5 guy.
No, that was
that was his truth.
Let me tell you something.
That was his truth.
No, that was his lack of authenticity.
Oh, boy.
Is what that was.
You know what's funny?
I can see why you're afraid of Willard now.
Yeah, you know what's funny? Is you guys are so, like, you get so caught up in sticking it, you don't even get your facts right.
Willard
It was
stuck it
Dallas in 6 anyway.
Okay. We'll talk to him.
So get your facts right and come back to me.
Well, I got my facts right yesterday.
And like I said, from the moment I said Dallas in 6 to today, what station's been the #1 sports talk radio station in the Bay?
No, this is new.
Sometimes you take one for the team. And I did, and we're all better off. I don't want anything for it.
There's causation and then there's correlation.
You laughing at Grandy? That's my truth.
Hey. Willard, you weren't here yesterday?
My truth is that it was after I got here.
It was.
But anyway.
Yeah. Yesterday you weren't here. I told Grandy.
It was the, look. It was the original.
My truth is after I got out from underneath the two of you, and got a real
How many shows did we have?
51 weeks, Gil. Magical weeks.
It was the first time Willard ever stuck it to me.
Boy.
That's why I remember it.
First of many.
And you know who else was in on that? And I'll never forget it. Whitley.
I know
she's
our
never
girl Whitley Sandretto.
come off my list. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Goo thinks Wiggins got his fire back.
Well, Klay agrees with him.
Willard, I was here yesterday, and I said,
He actually
Klay
never
should
said
start.
anything.
What do you got to lose? Let's just see. It's bigger than just his psyche. He's mastered coming off the bench, and lo and behold, I get to the house, and my man Klay's in the start lineup. Not that I care that I was right, but I suggested it to Grandy. Grandy was kind of, where's he at? Yeah. And Steve Kerr, he did it.
Oh, so now Steve Kerr makes good decisions.
Well, come on. I've always been a Kerr fan. How can you not? But do you think...
Except when he doesn't play Saric.
Do you think Klay and Looney got in, too? I was advocating for Looney. Do you think Klay starts tonight?
I would imagine so, but what if he does and scores 12 points and they lose by 10?
Well, I think that's coming.
Well, you rip Kerr.
Yeah. Right.
Well,
so to me, it like whether you were right for one night.
And that's what it was.
No, but I mean, whether you were right, and I don't even know if what you're saying is that you're right, that he started or that he played well. I look, when I saw that last night, I again go back to the point that I made on Monday.
The answer is not in the building.
Steve Kerr is continuing to throw different stuff against the wall every night, and then
you need firepower.
And then at least half this fan base is lined up after the game to rip him when it doesn't work, or they would rather this, that, or the. It's like unless you feel like what happened last night is sustainable. It adds up to a big thing of nothing for me.
And I was just thinking about Steph struggling. This has nothing to do maybe with the spacing, but I was like, you need firepower, nothing against Pods. Klay is hot. Let's see if he can get back in the lineup. And for one night, he had 28. But I'd like to see him start again tonight, just for the same reason. Orlando is better than Miami.
Do we know yet?
Maybe that's why he won't start.
Well,
maybe. Is Kuminga out for sure? Or
it was game time.
Game time. And TJD, same thing.
Still questionable, I've seen.
Yeah, still
TJD not playing tonight.
Okay. And Kuminga questionable.
You know this or you're guessing?
No,
he didn't play last night.
I think Steve Kerr said he's not playing yesterday or tonight.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what that does, though, Goo?
Looney?
No, sorry. Looney can't play back-to-back. Are you crazy? He played 19 minutes last night. It's Dario time, baby.
I wonder because even last night in GT, Dario did not even get in with the Lester Quinoneses. So it might be Saran for Dario Saric. And, man, that's got to fall on Dunleavy's plate for an off-season free agent signing that just didn't work out.
Yeah. And they had a chance to get LeBron at the deadline for him. They didn't want to.
Straight up, right?
Yeah.
Sharge for LeBron.
Yeah.
We loved the Shard signing for 3 months.
Something like that,
First 3 made buckets.
Well, he had a couple good months.
Hey, Willard, I still have questions. Like,
well, you know what? He went south.
See if he has it going, and if not, come right back here.
He went south when Chris Paul got hurt.
Huh?
I mean, not exactly.
But then he didn't get it back.
Yeah, I know.
Although, I mean, they tried for another 3 seconds when Chris got back, and he missed his first 3 shots, and that was the end of that.
Yeah. Got the quick hook.
What'd you guys make of the York sound? Because I know we got 5 minutes. He should get it back. What did you make of the York sound? It's a big season for Brock.
Here's what I kept thinking about and listening to you guys talk about it. Should Jed York stop talking? Maybe. I don't think it matters. Here's what sort of sticks out to me. You're not allowed in the NFL today to play really good quarterback, like really good.
Where are you going?
Right? You're not allowed to play well at the quarterback position and win football games and not get paid. That doesn't work. So this idea even that some of us are sitting here going, would the Niners? Let me help. Yes. They have absolutely, unequivocally no choice. You cannot pull apart all of the layers of the Brock Purdy situation like some people have chosen to do and act like, even though he's produced now for the whole time since he's played, he's produced at the highest level possible. He has been on 2 playoff runs. His numbers are right there with the best QBs in the league. And many still want to sit there and go, but, not the physical, whatever you want to say, it doesn't matter. Put yourself in the Niners' position. So next year, this is where Brock's salary helps him. Let's say next year, he has another solid year, Super Bowl, not whatever, playoff run, and now it's extension time. And you're like, we're not ready to pay you.
Because you still don't have to technically pay him.
Brock will go, so all I need to do is, all I'd be giving up is $1 million if I sit the season out?
Right.
No problem. No problem. This is almost like what J.D. Davis should have done. Don't risk $400,000 or risk $4 million trying to get $400,000. Brock Purdy's not going to risk what we're on the other end. And you could go, whoa, but they could franchise him. Fine, that's $53 million.
Yeah, for 1 year.
If I'm Brock Purdy and you don't like what the numbers say I'm supposed to make next season, I'm out. I'm sitting out. And there will be a line of teams who want to pay him. It's funny that we even talk about 40. There are guys almost making 60.
True.
40's not that much.
At the same time, the Niners do have a little bit of leverage in that they could say, well, we're going to wait the year, and if he sits out, then they can franchise him, then you can franchise him again, so they could drag it out. They won't.
Right, but in the process, what's happening that year?
You are playing without one of the best quarterbacks in football.
And you're stinking.
Probably.
You don't have another option.
Unless old Dobbsy comes in and lights it up. You know,
are you going to draft somebody this year?
You probably will. And, the draft quietly is, I think, 4 weeks from tomorrow.
It's coming up.
Yeah, so it's right on the corner of the start of the draft. The Niners have an actual first-round pick, unlike the Warriors, so we can all start to get excited about who they take at 31.
What makes you want to pay a QB?
Having a good quarterback.
No, but, okay, but why when Burrow has one run, goes to the Super Bowl, other 2 years, catastrophic injury, and nobody even blinks when he makes 55.
Right.
Herbert, not even so much as one playoff win.
But he looks the part. This is not
What does that mean?
Tall, strong arm, the DNA
long
test.
hair.
I'm with you,
That's
man.
how you end up drafting Jeff George and Jamarcus Russell.
Man.
What are you paying?
Kyler Murray's getting 46.1.
Yep.
How's that work?
Danny Dimes is getting 40.
And that's what Dak's getting 40.
Yeah.
Say what you want.
So you're going to pay Brock, and you're going to pay him.
Of course you are.
But you're going to pay him whatever the market determines you're going to pay him, and that's why I don't mind what Jed York said,
because he was asked.
Yeah, and it's like, you have a good quarterback, you pay a good quarterback. So I don't see there's much controversy in the fact that he actually put this into the universe.
Well, I just think
it's his truth.
Yeah, and thank you. And we're gonna have to wrap our heads around this, whether we like the way Brock looks, whether we want to keep doing draftism, whether we believe it in the future or whatever. He's going to go out with another good team next year. He's probably going to play pretty good football, and just wrap your head around. There's no escaping that he's north of $40 million a year. Zero chance.
Well, I think $50 million is where you start to think about the if. $40 million's a guarantee.
Right.
He's got $40 million guaranteed. but he's going to get at least $40 million, and he's probably going to get $50 and $40 million a year will be guaranteed.
Why, when people are salivating over getting Kirk Cousins as a free agent, how come nobody blows a whistle? Why?
Listen, it's not me.
I know what you're saying.
It's watching Kyle Shanahan for 7 years. I'm not convinced until this year plays out that they're going to pay him $45-50 million. I'm just not convinced yet.
Better have another option. I would hope that Trey Lance and that situation made him gun shy over the idea that, we'll just go draft another one.
What if it made him emboldened? I got Brock Purdy in the 7th round, and we didn't skip a beat. I'll find somebody in the 3rd.
I evaluated Trey Lance.
Isn't that dangerous, though?
Listen,
that's dangerous.
Here's the other thing, and I'm not saying it's some hard, fast philosophy, but what if there is something to, Warriors need a big man. They need a big man. Well, why haven't the Warriors had a big man? You know what? It's not
they tried.
a priority.
No, they had a trade.
But it's not a priority to find this kind of big man that everybody clamors about because they've had success without this prototypical big man.
But they spent their lottery picks trying to address that, though.
4 years ago.
All right.
The last 2 years, they haven't had a big man, and they didn't go out and get one. Maybe Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch think, you know what? Is it possible to keep a quarterback on a reasonable deal so that we can load up around him rather than a $50 million guy who is going to then be put into a class of quarterbacks who might have to put a team on their back?
I don't know. You got to remember that loading up around him is not as easy as we make it sound just because they have.
I agree.
Like, think of the trades, the acquisition of Trent Williams, the acquisition of Christian McCaffrey. Brandon Ayuk is sitting here doing
Mooney Ward. Mooney Ward.
Yeah, you got lucky.
You know what I mean? Like you got to execute that and then have it work out. And that is this particular group, and those two names I just mentioned will probably also potentially not even be here by the time a Brock Purdy extension kicks in. Williams might be retired, and McCaffrey's going to have had a 30th birthday and an expiration of his contract.
That does.
Like, who's next?
Well,
I like what you're saying, Steiny.
But I think
that would be an unbelievably bold approach because, conventional wisdom is, you need a quarterback. You get a quarterback, you protect him, you rush the other team's quarterback, and that's it. If they really wanted to navigate that course, that would be a groundbreaking approach.
You would be right. That would be where he's arrogant. That would be arrogance.
I get it.
Yeah.
Like, Brock had a great year. But he also had a great second half last year, right? 10 games, and then they went to the postseason. And it was like Purdy. And what Kyle say to Purdy? You're my guy.
Yeah.
Unless we can get Brady.
Yeah, but that was after they should have did.
So to me, that makes it within the realm of possibility that I'm just not convinced Purdy is the franchise quarterback until he puts together a really, I think he's got to be pretty good again.
Do you think the Brady thing was, unless we can
know.
Does he do the Brady thing if Brock's not hurt?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't know. Because Purdy, Because they think, Purdy was good. Back for game one.
Good. Yeah, but they didn't know at that. Remember, NFL free agency is back in March.
Yeah.
They didn't know.
Which is right when he had surgery.
When he had the surgery. Yep. They had no idea if he was going to be ready.
I don't know. Would they have?
It'll be a fascinating conversation if the Niners go 11-6 and Purdy regresses just a little bit.
No doubt.
And if they lose in the wild card and Purdy is just then it becomes really interesting in the offseason.
And you can laugh, because I said this to Steiny. We don't know if he's trying to bring the house down in regard to money, Brock. We don't. I'm just like 40 might be sufficient.
What do you mean?
40
maybe he'll take less.
Sufficient.
Yeah, and 30 is happy to be here.
You think it's Burrow or bust? I mean, if he wins the Super Bowl, that's coming. You don't even got to ask. But
does he have an agent?
Yeah, well,
and a wife. Yeah. I have a wife.
Hey, Brock.
I know he wears a backpack and does all shots. Right. Oh yeah, he gonna ask for the bag.
Agent? Honey, we can't settle for just $40 million. We're gonna need every last time.
Well, but why wouldn't you? Because how about a 25% adjustment to 1.2?
Exactly.
I don't think.
Yeah, Hey,
look at you working late.
Yeah, I got to get going.
Thank you for staying.
I got to get home.
He was talking
Seriously,
to Lucas.
I got to get home in time to watch the Warrior game, which is starting at 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
On 95.7, The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Warriors will play again today. Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. I don't even want to waste any time. This bothered me. This bugged me.
Whoa.
Do we have the Klay thing from last night? Is it on here?
I can play it if you want.
It bugged you?
It bugged me.
Jeez, I'd like to hear the sound, and then I'd like to hear why. You don't get bugged very easily.
Well,
I've been trying to bug you for a long time.
No, you do. You do. I hide it.
Okay, wow, that hurts.
No,
welcome back.
No,
I miss Mark Grandy.
Yeah, thank you.
There,
Thank you for having my back yesterday. No, I sports bugged. Whatever.
Okay, good.
I like if I were the Warriors. You have it, Grandy? If I were the Warriors, I wouldn't do this anymore.
That's why we won the championship a couple years ago, is because of Andrew's two-way play. We obviously need him to be that, to go where we want to go, and he's so vital to what we do. Without him, we cannot reach our full potential, so we all love Wiggs, and we know what he's capable of, and like you said, his defense is, when he's playing tenacious defense, it's going to fuel his ability to get to the rim, and just his confidence will improve as well.
Okay. I don't want to talk about Andrew Wiggins today. I want to talk about the way that the Warriors are talking to Andrew Wiggins. I wouldn't do that anymore. I give up. If Andrew Wiggins were a relationship, I would have ended it by now. I would have broken up with him. How many times are you going to ask somebody to do the same thing before you just go, no? Come on. Andrew has been in the league for a decade. He's almost 30 years old. How many times are you going to ask your fan base to sit here after a game and listen to you pet him on the back of the head when he plays well and speak to him through the microphones that are in front of you at a podium for a press conference? That's clearly what Klay's doing.
The answer is 1,419.
Steve does it on this show. Steph has done it.
Draymond's done it. They've all done it.
Aren't you all exhausted?
Yes, but what's the alternative? Because it's not like a relationship. You're on the hook for 2 more, maybe 3 more years after this one. So unless you trade him in the offseason, right now with 11 games to go, you need last night's Andrew, and you're going to need it here in an hour and 44 minutes when you take on Orlando. And if that, in your mind, is a way to get to Andrew, and I'm sure for every one time they've gone on the air and talked about what they need from Andrew, they've done it 1,000 times behind closed doors. So I'm not bugged at all. I think it's enlightening to hear them actually tell the public what they're saying behind closed doors, which is, Andrew, that's the Andrew we need. And yes, it's exhausting. You're not wrong about that part of it, but as long as you have Andrew, you got to do everything you can to get that Wiggins out.
So why would you think that this would work now?
I mean, you got to try something. And
You've already tried this.
Well, and it's worked for a short stint. 2 years ago. 2 years ago, we won the championship because of two-way Wiggs.
Right.
And since then, he's had off-court issues that cost him a half a year last year and cost him about 5 games this year.
Yeah, it feels like crying wolf to me. It feels like crying wolf. And in a way, as a fan, I think maybe you're offended by it. As a teammate, I would totally be offended by it. I would be offended by it by now.
If you were Wiggins?
No.
Or if you were one of the other teammates?
If I was one of the teammates who every time he played well, I felt the need to go to a press conference and speak for him and tell him that that's the guy we need and that's attaboy. That's what we need from you every night. Are you all under the impression if you're a Warrior teammate, you're going to get it? You're not. You might tonight. You might Friday, but you're not. Like, how can these guys still do this with a straight face? I felt exhausted for Klay. You went out there and you're busting your butt with your future Hall of Fame career, and you gotta go talk at your press conference. You gotta go after the game and do we love Andrew because Andrew played good tonight, and that's the guy we need. And attaboy, I'm gonna text him later and say, hey, buddy, that was good.
Yeah.
That was more of that. And then you go to bed and you think you're going to get that tomorrow? Maybe. Again, we've done 1,000 Andrew shows.
Yeah, too many.
And I've reached the same place every time. I accept Andrew. This is something that I think is a lesson that I've had to undergo. We all undergo with whoever the people are in your life. But like, you accept them or don't, right? Like you can either push them out of your life, but if you're going to have them, then maybe accept them for who they are and the things they do. But I felt exhausted for Klay Thompson, as I will for Steve tomorrow when we go, hey, Wiggins, 17 points and 8 boards, and you guys upset Orlando. That's the Andrew we need. Oh, my God.
And Steve will say the same thing that he says every week. You know, I like the way Andrew's been playing. He's been playing really hard, and, you know, he's been consistent the last couple of games, and when he plays well like that, you know, we're competitive. We can beat anyone in this league.
Ugh, I feel terrible for them.
I feel terrible for Wiggins. Because,
you do?
Well, I feel bad for the fact that this is necessary. It's like having a kid who puts on their own sunscreen for the first time, and you realize that child is 15 years old. It's not a 2-year-old. It's not a 3-year-old who smeared sunscreen on their arms. Oh, good job, little Bobby. You did it. This is your 15-year-old kid that you have to baby like that. And that's what that soundbite sounded like to me. It sounded like a veteran saying to another veteran, this is how we like you to play. When you have 17 and 7 and you play hard on defense. Good job, Andrew.
For the 8 millionth time.
But it's necessary.
Is it? It doesn't work.
Well, what does work?
Nothing. So that's what I'm getting at. I almost simultaneously, I'm exhausted for you Warriors, but also, I don't know, try something different. Try something different.
Like,
I don't know.
Have Draymond give him a stern talking to?
Would imagine that's happened.
Right.
Would imagine that's happened.
Have him come off the bench?
Look,
they've done that.
I'm not a psychiatrist.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Make him love basketball more? Mark, I don't know what the answer is, but when I hear Klay speak that and speak it into existence, it makes me feel like that 18-second soundbite is the tip of the iceberg for what's going on behind the scenes. So I'm glad that we actually got to see the tip of the iceberg.
You'd think. I agree with you. You would think. I have no idea what happens behind closed doors. I don't know what those individual relationships are like. I just know that normally, this is what I do know, just because of my years in sports media. What I do know is that when it gets to the press conference, it means that you've likely become exhausted with what's happening behind the scenes. Let's go to Kyle Shanahan and Steve Wilkes. That's why after the Minnesota game, I knew right away, oh my God, it's not working. Or Kyle thinks it's not working because Kyle Shanahan took it to a press conference. Steve knows he messed up. We're not doing a zero blitz with 13 seconds. What the hell are we doing? Can't do that anymore. And he knows. I'm like, oh my God, he said that into a microphone?
Tip of the iceberg.
Right?
Yeah.
So just think about the little quirky difference between Andrew looks good and you win a game and someone goes, hey, Klay, how about Andrew tonight? Now, what's the stock response of a professional athlete when a teammate plays well? Oh, well, Andrew's one of the best players in the world. Like, yeah, I'm not surprised that we won by double digits tonight, and Andrew Wiggins is number 1 draft pick for a reason. And next question.
Yeah.
No Warrior does that. They never do it. Every time they go, yep, really good player. And, pause, take breath. That's the player we need. We tell him all the time. We really want him to be aggressive, and that's who we don't win the title 2 years ago without him.
You forgot two-way Wiggs.
Oh, my God.
Every time we use two-way Wiggs.
So good on both ends of the floor. It's like...
You get a gold star. You turned your homework in on time. Go ahead and put that gold star next to the box, next to your name up on the kindergarten board.
We're in therapy. We're not, it's not a basketball game. We're in therapy. And I it doesn't work. Whatever has been happening since the title run, and I'm fully open, it's not their fault. Like, I don't know. Andrew is clearly both years, there's stuff going on behind the scenes for him. I've got all the compassion in the world. We'll never know. And whatever it is, it's something, because he's left twice. His brother ended his season in another country. I don't know what it is, and I don't care if we all think it should be bad enough to make you do that. None of that matters. It's something. It's on his brain, and these teammates are all trying the exact same sort of a method over and over and over again, and it does nothing.
Well, it did last night. And maybe he comes out tonight and goes 26-12 because he feels emboldened by Klay's attaboy, his public attaboy.
Or maybe that happens because he's Wiggins and he has the talent to do that.
You never know. And, Klay...
But as we all agree, he has the talent to do that a lot more often than he does.
Right. And the question as to why he doesn't do it is unanswerable. And so when Klay does what he did last night and he speaks to it, for me, it's good to hear because he's saying what we're all saying. And I just wonder behind closed doors how that message is being delivered from Steve Kerr, Steph, Draymond, Klay, and everybody, even Pods, because he saw Pods kind of go at him a couple weeks ago on the court when he didn't pass the ball ahead to Pods and Andrew kind of lollygagged up and he missed the layup and he got fouled and Pods like, come on, man. And Wiggins, kind of clapped back at him a little bit. So that showed me, tip of the iceberg, that there's probably a lot more behind the scenes that these guys are saying to Andrew.
I mean, there has to be. Think of some of the personalities that we're talking about.
Some competitive people.
Probably drives Brandon Pajemski up a wall. And Paz is a rookie.
Right.
He's a rookie who, by all accounts, he will speak his mind to veterans more than maybe we would have realized or thought upon arrival. So I would imagine that he has. They're all teammates. They know how to be good teammates. They're going to have his back and all of that. But that's all left to the imagination. All I know is that when we hear that in the press conference, it means that whatever they're doing behind the scenes, they firmly believe it doesn't work.
Right.
And I firmly believe this doesn't either. And there may not be anything that works.
You just went right to where I was going to go as far as what I firmly believe. And that's why I also firmly believe in this offseason, you have to find a way to end this broken relationship because whatever you've tried in public, in private, etc., you get time away, kid gloves, all of it, nothing works.
It's a Warrior Wednesday. It's brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Your phone calls welcome, 888-957-9570. Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. And we're sponsored by Ashley Furniture Home Stores. I have a prediction with regard to Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins that I will share with you coming up next. This is Willard and Dibs.
Celebrate and save at Ashley's Anniversary Sale. With Hot Buys, your choice of colors starting at just $3.99. Ashley Sleep Mattresses.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. And you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors in, well, I should say, I was going to say in an hour, but it's less than that, actually, as we start the coverage of it. Warriors Live is coming up in a half hour. Ball game here in about 90 minutes, right here on 95.7 The Game, streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957 The Game, youtube.com/957 The Game. We love our audiences there. We interact with them all the time, during the breaks, during the show, everything. We appreciate you being there. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and you can now download the free Odyssey app by simply scanning the QR code in the bottom right corner of our Twitch and YouTube streams with your smartphone. It's right there. Open it up. Poof, it's there. Put your phone there, almost like a Super Bowl commercial.
Oh, yeah.
And it's fancy and it's quick.
Very fancy.
Yeah, it's like ordering a pizza at a brand new Union Square joint or something like that. You know those tables now?
Oh, yeah.
No menus, just a QR code sitting on the table.
My spot, the Canyon Club out there in Moraga, they got it. So no waiter or waitress necessary. It's just a zap, touch, and here's my beer.
There you go.
Thank you, Jeremy. And the beer.
Have a beer. Yeah. Prediction. Someday, Draymond Green on the podcast will address Andrew Wiggins.
Will he keep it real with what happened? That
he will share his truth.
Well, will it be the truth? I would imagine he knows the truth.
Everybody thinks that what they're saying is the truth.
Well, I would imagine that Draymond knows the truth, not only about where Andrew was last year and this year in the absence, but also what goes on with Andrew Wiggins. So he will share his opinion, and I think that's a great prediction.
Yep.
And it probably won't, I'm sure it won't happen until Andrew Wiggins is no longer a Warriors.
He's long gone.
Because Draymond has been, for the most part, and you could say KD and Jordan Poole, but he's been a good teammate for the most part. He wants to win. He's made mistakes.
He's going to back his guys.
He's not going to blast Wiggins while he's still on the Warriors.
No, but how long did it take him to go after Jordan Poole when he left?
11 minutes, Mark.
Right, and that was after he punched him.
Correct.
You know? More on this in a second, but some breaking news to share with regard to tonight's Warriors game. Trace Jackson Davis is officially available tonight. So he is in. However, Jonathan Kuminga is not. Both of them were dealing with knee soreness. Kuminga out, TJD in for the Warriors tonight against the Orlando Magic and Pablo Banchero.
Yes, and more. They've got 3 6'10" guys out there. So
tall.
Yeah, tall. And Banchero is a tough cover. And Orlando has been good. Orlando last played on Saturday, and that game was at home. So this is one of those spots that's a scheduled loss for the Golden State Warriors. Warriors second half of a back-to-back, third game of a 5-game trip, and Orlando coming off of a 3 days of rest at home.
But they surprise you when they're on the road, don't they?
They do.
They surprise you.
They do. But this stacks up as a tough one for the Warriors.
What's the stat? And Grandy, I might have heard you on the air one of these nights talking about this.
Steal from Grandy.
Well, is it only one time in the history of the NBA that a team has had a better road record than home? Is that accurate? I want to make sure I'm not making a stat up.
I definitely did not say that stat, but maybe you heard it elsewhere. I can double check for you.
I don't listen to anything else, Grandy. But no, maybe it was might have been Evan. I don't know. It was one of us. Somebody had that stat, and I think it's only happened one time in the history of the NBA that a team had a better road record than home, and the Warriors have, maybe have they even already clinched it? I think they've already clinched it. But it's going to happen one way or another. They're 19-15 on the road. They're 18-19 at home.
Right.
So they're going to have a better record on the road than at home.
The Sacramento Kings are actually close to being in that same group. They're 21-16 on the road, 21-14 at home.
Right.
So you might have a couple teams do it. I'd be surprised if no team's ever done that before.
I think it's only one, is what I heard, unless I heard it incorrectly.
Well, Washington right now has a better road record than they do home. 8-30 road, 6-28 home. So that's comparable.
Right,
but
right.
Maybe it's among playoff teams, or because the Miami Heat right now have a better road record than they do at home.
Good point. Yes, they do.
So I'd be stunned if it had never happened before, and you have 4 teams who might do it this year.
I agree with you.
That would be that would be shocking.
That would be quite quirky, wouldn't it? Anyway.
And the Clippers are very almost identical, home and road.
22-14, 22-13.
Correct.
Yeah. Half.
And New Orleans actually is better on the road than they are at home.
However, some of these teams don't have a home.
True.
The Clippers do not have a home. We know that there's like the Chargers. People go, oh boy, at home. No.
Pelicans better road than they are at home. 24-14, 20-14.
Gosh, yeah.
Maybe it's going to be the first year where 10 teams actually have a better road record than at home.
Yeah. So throw that one into the trash, or not. Maybe
Memphis way better on the road than they are at home.
Maybe it was a good team. Maybe it was a team with a winning record. I don't know what the stat was.
But
anyway,
to your point, I'm stunned at how many teams have been better on the road this year than they have at home. Just running through the standings.
Uncle Looney on our YouTube page says it was a playoff team.
Okay.
Only once was it a playoff team. Although the Warriors are probably, sorry folks, probably not going to be a playoff team this year. Yeah. Play-in doesn't count. You're not a playoff team if you make the top 10. You got to make the top 8 to technically be in the playoffs.
And last night, Grandy and I were talking about this yesterday in your absence. Last night was a golden opportunity to beat Miami and pick up a game on the Lakers because they were playing Milwaukee, and then LA with an absolute
Did you watch the
double
end of that
OT
game?
rescue job.
Good Lord.
Anthony Davis, and I know we're going to take more calls on the Wiggins conundrum, but Anthony Davis is a little Wiggins-esque in terms of why can't you always play like that?
Although I think the Davis frustration from Laker fans is much more about staying healthy than about playing well. But you're right. Like, I remember that in the playoffs last year. It was like, oh, it's an odd-numbered game, so Davis is only going to score 12.
Right.
Uh-oh, it's an even-numbered game. AD is going to score 40. Yeah, there's a little topsy-turvy nature to that.
34 and 23 last night.
Dude, he was
and
a
4
monster.
blocks. I mean, incredible.
And they were key blocks.
Yeah.
Like 2 of them on back-to-back possessions coming down the stretch when Milwaukee was trying to win the game. Beautiful, beautiful defense by him.
52 minutes he played. 52 of a possible 58.
Gosh. I've never seen exhaustion like what those 2 teams look like. The second overtime started, and they were, I'm not joking now, they're 3.5 minutes into the 5-minute period, no one had scored. No one.
Wow.
No one could hit an outside jumper until Austin Reeves finally hit a long, wide-open one that essentially put the game away for the Lakers. But yeah, watching that game, if you're rooting against the Lakers, you know what that was, Dibs? That was a frustration sensation.
Shut to the chin.
It definitely was. Yeah. And the Bucks were up 19 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
That was a Warrior job last night.
And the Lakers' reward is a turnaround game at Memphis tonight. So that's one to watch for you bettors. Lakers given 4.5, second half of back-to-back where you had to play double overtime and travel from Wisconsin down to Tennessee.
And is there still no LeBron? There was no LeBron last night.
I don't think there's a LeBron.
They did all this last night with no LeBron.
Right. He was there.
Yeah, he was there.
Streets.
He went to the game.
LeBron's a GTD for tonight.
He yelled at the refs. Well, so be careful on that one because LeBron might come in fresh.
Anthony Davis also game time.
So fresh and so clean.
Totally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Anyway, yeah. Don't you think that Draymond Green someday
no doubt,
is going to talk about being a teammate of Andrew Wiggins? Because this is one of the head scratchers of the whole thing. You have, who I believe in the entire NBA, is probably the most boisterous teammate anyone could have. The loudest, right?
He's one of the most boisterous players in NBA history.
Right, the most bombastic, intense, and a champion, prideful, all of the things that would lead someone down the road of, dude, we're not taking this crap from Andrew Wiggins. We're not coasting. We're not doing this. I find it hard to believe that Draymond Green hasn't undressed Andrew Wiggins multiple times through the years in a hotel ballroom, a locker room, whatever.
On the bus, on the plane.
If you were that mad.
In a car, on a train.
Look how mad you eventually became at Jordan Poole. And we gather, we don't really know, but we gather that was because of an attitude, trash talk, and sort of wayward on-court behavior, me stuff. Look how upset Draymond became. Got to the point where he so mad, he committed an unthinkable act. And then to this day, worked himself back around to it being Jordan Poole's fault. Not the hit itself, but the overall picture. All right, if that's how you feel about trash talk and anti-team play, how does a personality like that deal with somebody who is perceived, at least, to not try his best? And did you hear again what Klay Thompson said? We can't get to where we want to go if Andrew Wiggins doesn't play like that. And then when Andrew Wiggins doesn't play like that, I would think that these other veterans translate that to mean, dude, you're literally getting in the way of our own legacy. You're getting in the way of our legacy. I mean, I feel like Draymond Green's the type that would take offense to that.
I would imagine he takes offense constantly, but you realize what Klay said in that soundbite is absolutely true. You can't get to where you want to get unless Andrew Wiggins plays his best. So as a smart basketball player, and Draymond Green's one of the smarter players that I've ever witnessed, and a guy who knows a little bit about coaching. He's been playing basketball at the highest level for darn near 20 years, college and pro. You realize that you need this player to win. So how do you reach Andrew Wiggins? How do you get Andrew Wiggins to be the best version of himself? And, you know, there are certain ways to go about it with every different player. You've coached and, you know, at the youth level, and every kid you coach, you have to coach them a little bit differently. Some are more sensitive. Some can take direct criticism. Others can't. And Andrew Wiggins is a guy who comes across as pretty soft. And so if you really want to get the best out of Andrew, how do you go about doing that? Do you speak to the media? Do you speak to him privately? It seems to me like Steve Kerr has taken the tack of, we're going to just continue to build you up and prop you up and heap love on you, even when you may not deserve it.
They've had his back so many times.
They've never not had his back.
There is the thought that he might have felt like they didn't have his back when the vaccine thing came out.
Right.
That has been expressed. That, in fact, maybe that's why the next two scenarios with Andrew Wiggins, private off-the-court issues, have been handled the way that they have. Because the Warriors do sound like they're walking on eggshells when it comes to anything with Andrew Wiggins. There is one tone, there is one response, and that's it. We love Andrew. We've got Andrew's back. Leave it alone. And we think he's an amazing player. And boy, do we love building up Andrew, who's an amazing player.
At the time, though, with the vaccine, if he didn't get it, he wouldn't be able to play.
Right, but I think that Andrew was, at least according to some whispers I've heard, not thrilled that became such a public discourse. Right? There was time still for Andrew to make a decision,
right,
figure out how he's going to handle it, and in the end, he did handle it in the way that put him on the court. But,
under pressure, and he's spoken to that as well.
And there you go. There you go. Who opened up that pressure?
Right.
Well, because somebody shared it with somebody and it went public.
Yeah.
And that created a bunch of pressure on Andrew.
And Wiggins also was close with Jordan Poole. So when he sees how Jordan Poole gets dealt with, maybe that has spurred him into a feeling of, you know, maybe not being totally bought in to be a Golden State Warriors. I just look at how he plays and what that means for the team. Last night, plus 17. They win. Against Memphis, plus 22. They win. Against the Lakers, plus 7. They win. Against San Antonio, plus 9. They win. All the other games in between those, he's a minus and they lose. So it's not as easy to say when he plays well, they're going to win. But what Klay said is absolutely right. If they want to get to where they're going to go, he's got to play well.
For those of you who are wondering about our references to what Klay said and you haven't heard it, here it is after the Warriors win last night.
That's why we won the championship a couple years ago, is because of Andrew's two-way play. We obviously need him to be that, to go where we want to go, and he's so vital to what we do. Without him, we cannot reach our full potential. So we all love Wiggs. We know what he's capable of. And like you said, his defense is, when he's playing tenacious defense, it's going to fuel his ability to get to the rim, and just his confidence will improve as well.
I am so fascinated by this. Again, it may not sound like much, but in my mind, think about the tactical approach that's going on there by Klay that, by the way, we've heard a million times before, right, but we brush it off. Understand, that's not normal. That is not normal. You think if Brock Purdy had a rough outing and Christian McCaffrey got caught up there in the locker room with microphones, hey, Christian, what do you think? Or maybe a better example, Brock has a great night. Brock beats the Cowboys 42-10 on Sunday Night Football. You think you ever heard Christian McCaffrey go, now that's the Brock we need? Everyone knows we love Brock. We love him so much. And we need him to be that.
Brock's got to play like that to get us where we need to go.
If we're going to go somewhere, Brock's got to be that. It is such a tactical approach. You'd never hear that. No, when Brock had a great game, the 49ers were doing the opposite. They were pleading everybody else to think that he was good.
Right.
They're like, do you understand how awesome that guy is? He's incredible. And how many times did Fred Warner say, he's the reason why we are where we are? Not he's the reason if we get somewhere, right, we need him to be that if we're going to go anywhere. They're like, no, we're here, we're good because of that guy. It's such, it sounds like the same thing. It's so different. I hear that and I'm like, Andrew, Klay's pleading with you.
Yeah.
Do you even know that? I got to think he knows that.
I mean, you would imagine that he knows that. He's been in the association long enough to understand. I'm looking at the 11 games, Mark, since he came back from his last absence. And when Andrew is a negative in the plus minus 6 times, they're 1-5 in those games. The one win was a 35-point win over Milwaukee. He was a -5. Who cares? You won the game anyway. He played 13 minutes. And the other games that he's a positive, they are 4-1. So it's just as simple as when he plays well, when he's engaged and aggressive, they win more often than they lose. And it's not to say that he's the most important player, but he kind of is.
Well,
Steph is going to Steph. Draymond's going to do what he does.
They feel like he doesn't know that, or else they wouldn't say that, or they feel like it hasn't registered, because if it had registered the way other professional athletes are wired, these 3 champions and more, Looney's a champion, the way these guys are wired, cruising around the building, they're like, if I knew that I had the key to this entire team, I would be running through fire hoops every day. And they're like, Andrew does it sometimes.
Right.
He does it on Tuesdays. But then on Thursdays, he'll come out and it's Lollygag City. And so we got to tell him again. We got to tell him again. Everybody knows we love him. So we're going to qualify it first. We all love him. Everybody knows that being on both sides of the ball and playing with intensity, Steve Kerr said it to us the last time he spoke with us. I really want Andrew to be more aggressive. I want him to feel the need to be more aggressive. I'm just sitting here listening to this going, holy cow.
Right.
Y'all must be like just leaving this interview and sticking a fork in your ear. How many times you've had to say this and it hadn't sunk in yet?
Well, I don't know if it is ever going to sink in, because it strikes me that Andrew is a player that doesn't have that desire to win that the other guys do. Because if you did, you would look at the evidence of when you play well and you would see, whoa, when I play well, it leads to victory. Last year, Mark, he was a positive in the plus minus 21 times. What do you think their record was in those 21 games?
Last season?
Last season.
Oh, God, 21 times?
He only played 37 games in the regular year.
Right.
21 of those, he was a positive. What was their record in those 21 games?
I'm going to go 18-3.
17-4.
Yep, that was good.
You're damn good.
Damn, that was going to be my... I'm like, it's either 18 or 17.
And 4.
There you go.
And again, it's a little bit of a small sample, and I could go to the previous year, the championship year, and he played, I think, all 82 that year. And I would bet you that the winning percentage is around 700.
Yeah, there's a little chicken of the egg here. It's like when you win, there's more chance that you're going to be a positive plus minus.
Right.
But when it gets to a larger sample, you have a point.
And when you have, when you play well and when you have a better plus minus and you are a key contributor to the team, you're more likely to win games. The year before, he was a plus 45 times of the 73. And that was the championship year.
There's some people want to weigh in on this, and even though we're heading into Warriors Live, we'll keep taking your phone calls, so stay where you are, 888-957-9570. Also, Captain Klay Report is brought to you by City Cruises. Book your one-of-a-kind experience today at citycruises.com. Klay moved back into the starting lineup last night, mainly because Guru suggested that they should. And again, the power of 95.7 the game. So that happened in Miami, and he responded perfectly. Game high 28 points, 11 of 20 from the field, made 6 3-pointers, and was a team best, plus 25 in his 31 minutes in the Warriors' victory. Is he going to stay in the starting lineup? Time will tell. I don't think we've gotten a lineup for tonight's game as of yet, but we should be getting it very soon. I would imagine he will stay in.
Yes. Oh, captain, my captain. Keep Pods on the bench and roll with Steph and Klay. And, you're going to have TJD in, Kuminga out. Assuming TJD is ready to get through and make it happen. I just glanced at it, Mark. 45 times in the championship year. Andrew was a plus in the plus minus. What do you think the record was in 45 games?
40-5.
42-3, Mark.
Damn.
So maybe it is that simple. Andrew plays well, Warriors win. Will he play well tonight in Orlando? Stay tuned for that. Not to steal your tease.
No, let's I was actually just going to,
I mean, am I being too simplistic? And I know plus minus is, like you said, it's chicken or egg.
You are, but you're not. Like you are. It's not just that.
Right.
It's not if Andrew Wiggins plays well, there's no way the Warriors can lose. But that's a very large statement that Klay just made. If that locker room feels like his two-way play is their lottery ticket, that's their key, then imagine how frustrating it is for all of them that on half the nights they have no access to their key.
Right.
He's there, but it doesn't work.
Man, that hide key. Sometimes you forget where it is.
Doesn't open the door.
No.
You ever one of those that sticks?
The worst.
Right? And on some nights, just boop, door just opens.
The door to our garage in the winter, it swells.
There you go.
You can't lock the
Temperature goes below 40 degrees. Doesn't work anymore.
Man.
Frustrating.
And they've tried everything. And so now Klay, again, we're going to go to the public and make Andrew hear it and make everyone hear just how swell it is. Gee Willikers, when you go out there and you play well, Andrew. Keep it up, kid.
Yeah.
He won't.
I'm just exhausted.
It's maddening, yeah.
I'm exhausted for them.
I'm exhausted for all of us.
Andrew Wiggins, listen, I've said it 100 times. I accept him for the talent and the flaws that he brings. I'm a fan of the guy, and he's actually had a solid string of games. Solid enough in recent weeks. It's been pretty good most of the time. It's clear to me, though, that the Warriors, players and coaches, continue to believe that he doesn't play as aggressively as they feel like he needs to play.
It's an exasperation sensation is what it is.
Very good.
Get one in, Grandy.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Warriors Live is next with Willard and Dibbs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game.
Warriors basketball is back. Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, and Chris Paul. 60 minutes before every game, we get you ready for tip. It's Warriors Live, and it starts now.
Indeed it does. The Golden State Warriors on a back-to-back in Orlando tonight. We've got it right here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs kicking it off. Warriors Live, presented by Xfinity 10G, the network made for streaming. I'm just going to be honest and lay it out there for everybody, and we can talk it out, Dibbs. Like, it sort of feels like we've reached a spot in the schedule of acceptance that the Warriors are not going to be the 6. They're not going to be the 7. They're not going to be the 8. Even as you put it, that Lakers game last night makes you feel like they're not even going to be the 9. Hell, I don't even know if they're going to be the 10.
Right.
But games like this are going to have a lot to say about it, and I wonder if in a microcosm sort of a way, feels to me like you feel about tonight the way a lot of people feel about the rest of the season. A little bit of a fait accompli.
A little bit. This one feels like a Wisnowski special to me.
I don't feel that way. I don't know what we're going to see tonight. To me, this is a classic, like, boy, I got no clue what y'all are going to do tonight. Because the Warriors are so inconsistent. So when you tuck in the whole back-to-back, but they're on the road, and they're better on the road, and now Kuminga's out, and Klay's back in the starting lineup, you know this is Golden State Warrior basketball. If the three-pointers go in, they're going to kick everybody's butt. They don't always go in.
Right.
And so you're assuming tired legs, and I get it. But maybe not. Maybe they're going to go in tonight.
Maybe, and you get TJD back, and so he'll have some fresh legs. And, you know, Steph didn't play a ton of minutes last night. Our take it to the bank predictions, which are coming up. Last night, Grandy and I did them, and Grandy went over 30 minutes for Steph Curry, kind of tongue-in-cheek, playing off the Minnesota debacle, and then he had to sweat it down the stretch as Steph barely crested 31 and got to about 32. So
it's high-level comedy, Grandy. I love that.
No, my sides hurt from laughing all the way home. And I went over Wiggins' rebounds thanks to Goo and Prize Picks. 4.5 was the number, so that also came home. But my point is, you didn't have to tax your body too much last night late in that game as it got into as you like to call it, Ottoman territory, where you get your feet on the Ottoman.
Let me ask you this, and we haven't talked much about this yet. How much does the play-in tournament matter to you?
To me?
Do you feel...
Or to them?
You can answer it however you want.
To me...
10 seed versus 11 seed. How different?
Feels like it matters more to me, and I'm speaking for Dub Nation.
Okay.
It feels like it matters more to me than it does to the actual players. And maybe by players, I'm talking about the vets.
That's a bad spot to be.
It is, and it's a feeling. I have nothing. Right. I'm not basing this on any fact at all, but it feels like if they get the 10 seed, they're not going to be that, like, we're going to play Steph 46 minutes. We're going to throw all our caution to the wind to just get one more play-in game to win that and then get Denver in a best of 7. It feels to me like the vets on this team have that fait accompli mentality about, you know, at this point, no matter what we do, we're not going anywhere.
That's no fun. That sounds like being in a relationship where you care a lot more about it than the other person does. And by the way, if you're in one of those, I'd leave.
Right. Yeah.
So do you want to leave Warrior basketball for the rest of the year? Well, I don't ever want to feel like, I mean, God.
I might be looking at a trial separation, though, from April until October.
For sure. But I mean, as a fan, you don't, if you care more than they do, yuck.
I guess that might be over dramatizing the point, but I look at where they are in the 10, even getting to the 9 it's not a long shot, but it's not likely. Probably a 1 in 5 chance that they are able to get by the Lakers. The Lakers hold the tiebreaker and they've got a couple of game lead on you. And even if you beat the Lakers head to head, you still lose the next tiebreaker, which is Western Conference record. So you're probably going to be the 10 or the 11. I'd rather them be the 10, and I think they'd rather be the 10 than the 11.
They'd rather be the 10 than the 11. Sure, they want a shot, but
right.
I get where you're coming from. They do feel like, you know, and there's an aspect of it that I agree with, and it's not about making the play-in tournament. I think it's just processing disappointment that with your best efforts at this point and relative health, we can't use that excuse anymore. With your best intentions and relative health, you came in 10th in your half of the NBA.
Right.
You have a hard time reasoning with yourself that you're actually contending. The Warriors seem to, when they speak, they make it sound like they think they're contending. I wonder if they actually do.
Think that they're contending.
Well, keep in mind now, didn't we went through this last year. Oh, we can go on a run. We can go on a run. We can go on a run. And then the Lakers knock you out. And you're like, this is not a championship team. We all knew it all year. It's like, that's not what you said to us. Are you doing it again? I fear they are. When Steve Kerr comes on every week and says, I believe in this group, and if we got a shot, and I'll remind them about the Miami Heat last year out of the play-in tournament, we can beat anyone, and I have full belief that we can do this. Does he, like in a quiet moment with a snifter in a dark room by himself, believe that? I don't think anybody with the Warriors thinks that they're going on a run this year.
No.
They can. They're allowed to. They've got great players. But no.
And they're supposed to say that. And this is not the NCAA tournament where you get a good mini bracket of 4 teams and you beat a team, then you pull an upset, then you get a fluky bounce, and then the other team maybe gets an injury, and all of a sudden you're in the Final Four, and now you're 2 wins away. To win the NBA championship or to even go on a run,
make noise
out of the 10 spot, you need 2 road wins followed by an upset of the number 1 seed, who probably will be the defending champions,
right?
Including wins in a place that you've struggled of late at altitude against the best player in the world.
There's no way around it.
And that's just one round.
There's a discouraging, there's a discouraging cloud hanging over their head right now.
Right.
And I think what you're doing is you're feeling that. I think they feel that. You can't hide it on some level. Again, it's part of what we've been talking about for the last hour with this Klay Thompson comment, which we'll play for you again after the game last night. I fit that into the same bucket of Draymond on the podcast being like, come on, man, I'm not, right? The 10 seed, the play-in tournament, Steph Curry a few nights ago after the game when he's talking about, like, I don't even get into the whole, like, the seeding doesn't look good, but I'm more concerned with how we're playing. There are all these different comments from the Warriors where they are, in one way or another, expressing disappointment at their current lot in life. And I think you're feeling that. Yeah. As a fan, and you should.
And that's a big part of my feeling. And the other part is every time it feels like they've turned a corner, they turn back around that same corner. And, tonight's a good example. You look at the matchup and you don't have Kuminga and you've got tired legs and you think, well, this is one they probably lose. And I mentioned scheduled loss. And then I just ran the numbers on what they've done in the second half of back-to-backs this year.
That's interesting what they've been doing.
This is their 15th back-to-back. They have 17 on the year. So they have 2 more to go.
So 14 already.
Yes.
I bet it's better than people think it is.
They're 9-5.
There you go.
9-5.
That's why I'm not kicking dirt on them tonight.
But Mark, this is the greater point of me bringing this up is now that we have this conversation and they're underdogs and they're undermanned and Orlando's been home and resting and all the rest of it, the Warriors probably will win tonight because this is what they do. Then they'll go to Charlotte and gack it away and lose, and then they'll go to San Antonio and who knows what. This team all year has been a microcosm of Andrew Wiggins. It's been enlightening. It's been hopeful. It's been frustrating and disappointing.
Inconsistent.
I mean, over the course of a week, you're exhilarated and then you're absolutely exasperated.
By the way, this should be, it probably won't be, but it should be a night where the Warriors are able to breathe a little bit. The whole Houston is coming down our neck type of a thing. Houston's in Oklahoma City tonight. In theory, the 9-game win streak should end. Now, did I also hear that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a no-no tonight?
That is correct. He's not playing tonight.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thanks, Shai.
OKC. Thank you.
Right quad contusion.
Right.
That's
tired.
a Charlie horse.
Yeah. In other words, Shai tired. She's tired.
Charlie horse.
He's tired. Taking the night off. Rockets are in town. They think they can beat them without him. So if the Warriors were to win tonight, again, what's on paper, what's on the schedule would suggest that the Warriors can build up a 2-game lead on the Houston Rockets.
And they hold the tiebreaker over Houston.
They could also be tied in 4 hours.
No matter what, they will hold the tiebreaker over Houston. They've won 2 of 2. They have one more game against them. So ostensibly, they have a 2-game lead on Houston right now. If they win and Houston loses, that goes to 3 games. And then you can really breathe easy.
Then you can breathe.
A little bit.
And by the way, I'll say this real quick. I know that it may sound like too big of a nut to crack or whatever. I'm completely activated, if for nothing else, that game. Give me that game. Warriors at Lakers at the Crypt.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Warriors at Houston April 4th.
No, give me that 10-9 play-in game. If you lose it, you lose it. If the season ends on the same floor for the second year in a row, let's do that. And let that frustration take you into the offseason so that you can, same message I'm giving Klay with his comments about Andrew Wiggins, do something different. It's probably time to do something different.
That game would be 3 weeks from today. On a Wednesday. We just talked about this in our pre-show.
Oh, that game will be 3 weeks from today.
Whether or not the Warriors are in it.
Well, no, I meant with the Warriors in it.
Okay. I mean,
I guarantee.
Will they host it?
No.
Come on.
No, they're going to be
Captain
in LA.
Give up.
They're going to be in LA.
They're only, they're 2.5
2.5 games out.
Which is really 3.5 because the Lakers hold the tiebreaker. Last night was a gut punch for the dreams of hosting the play-in.
Yes, it was.
Double overtime, gut punch, double up,
Speaking of contusions, today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson. You're welcome. Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. If you were with us about 45 minutes ago, we already broke this to you, but we will mention it again. The 2 questionable players for the Warriors were Trayce Jackson-Davis and Jonathan Kuminga, both suffering knee soreness. Trayce Jackson-Davis is in. Jonathan Kuminga is out. It'll be interesting to see them play without Jonathan Kuminga because since January, he has become such a key piece in many ways. The Warriors look to him to be their 2 now. And Jonathan is out, and he's been largely in. He's been very, very consistent with his availability and his minutes. So what the Warriors now do without him and those legs and that dynamic, you see a lot. When the shot clock gets late, what do the Warriors do? This is who they want. They've always wanted Andrew Wiggins to be. It's who Kevin Durant was before him, which is when the shot clock hits 5. Like I call it the "Hey, dude, you take it" guy. Hey, dude. You take it. Go do something. And that's kind of been Kuminga. That's been a lot of Kuminga lately. Well, they don't have that tonight. They don't have that tonight. Unless Wiggins decides that he would like to play basketball tonight. Then he can be that, "Hey, dude, you take it" guy.
Yeah, and if he does decide to play and he is a positive in the plus-minus, they're going to win the game. This will mark just the 2nd game missed by Jonathan Kuminga this year.
Damn.
Leads the team with 70 GPs, games played. Klay at 68, you got to tip the cap to his durability. He's only missed 3 games going into tonight, and then the chef playing 65.
That's crazy because what was last year at this time that Klay Thompson just started doing back-to-backs.
Right. Good point.
Yeah.
And here he is playing 68, and it kind of plays off of what you said a few moments ago when you talked about excuses. They don't have the excuse of, well, so-and-so was hurt. Yeah, Draymond missed about 20 or so games due to his temper issues. But other than that, Steph has been mostly healthy. He had the ankle. Clay's only missed 3, and now Kuminga missing his 2nd game.
And Wiggins missed, how many did he miss when
he missed 4, but he was, he had a little injury earlier in the year. I think it might have been an oblique. He's played in 62 of 71.
I mean, when you look at this from the overall view, the Warriors have had a healthy season.
Correct.
Especially at their age.
Absolutely, for their age. Chris Paul broke a hand, and he's played in 47. He missed about 20 or so, but other than that, your top 5, Wiggins, Klay, Steph, Kuminga, and Draymond, outside of Draymond, they've missed a combined 12 games.
Wiggins has missed 9. The Warriors are 7-2 in those 9 games.
You don't say. Huh. I mean, Small sample size, but I'm going to reiterate my with a Oh, yeah, with a
I did it with my lips closed, yeah. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Yeah, it was almost like I put my lips on a farmer or something crazy like that. But anyway, stand by for that.
Okay.
Anyway, like
Granny did that yesterday.
He did?
It was awkward.
How'd it go?
Yeah.
Oh, I hit it out of the park.
Oh,
he did. Strong show.
Yeah, good
Strong
job.
90 minutes.
No, I don't know what to do with that number. The same thing that I don't even know that I can sort of buy in to the way the Warriors talk about this. It's like, well, Andrew Wiggins he's our entire key. Well, based on what we know inside the organization, 2 months ago, they were already resigned to trade him. They were already, that was done.
They tried.
That was a done thought process. I won't say done deal, because then things took a turn in late January and into early February based on his availability, based on the way the Warriors were playing, based on the wants and needs of other teams around the league. But if you had go back to like January 15th, the idea that the Warriors were going to move on from Andrew Wiggins at the deadline was an assumption. It wasn't a thought. It was an assumption. And, now here we are 2 months later, and it's like, well, we can't even do anything without him if he's not playing at his absolute best. It just lands different, man. It lands different because we've heard that now too many times, and I've got to feel like the Warriors have reached a point of massive fatigue with pleading with Andrew to play with aggressiveness. Because, when he does, my God, I mean, we all watch this. The guy's fantastic.
When he plays hard.
When he's aggressive.
When he wants to.
He's so talented.
I think that is, you talk about things you can't teach and you can't coach speed. You can get faster a little bit, but you can't teach natural ability. Like what Jonathan Kuminga brings at the peak of his ability, the athleticism, you can't really teach that. And you can't make a guy care about the game more than he actually does. And at the deadline, you couldn't trade him for pennies on the dollar because you still wanted to maximize the Steph window in season. But you get to like July and August, all of a sudden now you can trade him and maybe take less than you would want to take back.
I got a fun prediction. I wonder if you do too. Take it to the bank prediction. Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We love Fremont Bank, and may not sound like it, but just like Klay says, we all love wigs.
Yeah.
We all love wigs. Here's my take it to the bank prediction.
Bring it.
You going to get a 20-plus point game tonight from Andrew.
Andrew who? Andrew Sharich? Andrew Curry?
I said it.
Did you mean it?
I hope so.
Were you? Have you been dipping into the goofy pills?
I'll tell you what. So Matt Nahigian came to me before the show, and he's like, look, we want you to be more aggressive. And so I was like, all right, I'm going to say something crazy. Andrew Wiggins is going to score 20 points tonight. Waka, 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 waka.
That is crazy.
No, I do actually think, look, he had a good game last night. Maybe there's a positive frame of mind. And Kuminga is out. And therefore, that does make Andrew the, hey, dude, you take it guy.
Right.
And maybe that leads to a few more points. He's been playing well enough. I can totally see. In fact, I will say this, especially if the Warriors can make this another clutch game. If this is a close basketball game, Andrew's going to get the full complement of minutes. He's probably going to be in the closing five. He's the, hey, dude, you take it guy tonight. I think Andrew Wiggins gives the Warriors 20-plus points tonight.
I love it. I'm excited for it. His last 20-plus game was just a week ago against Memphis. They are 5-4 this year when Wiggs goes for 20 or more. So 9 times he's done it. The odds are not forever in your favor.
Nope.
But I like the prediction nonetheless.
Nope. Yeah.
I think this becomes a TJD game, and Kavon's minutes will be down. TJD back off the knee issue. I'm going to put him into double-digit rebounds. Pods is playing less. He's a big rebounding force in this team, but his minutes are going down a little bit. I got TJD double-digit on the REBs.
I like that. I like that very much. TJD's energy is always missed when he's not there, so good that he will be back in there tonight. But again, no Kuminga. What's on Tap is brought to you by Farmers Brewing Company. Have you tried Farmers Brewing Net? If not, it's time to put Grandy's lips on a farmer.
Hello.
That's right. Lips closed. There you go. A chance for some history tonight for Klay Thompson. He made 6 3-pointers last night in Miami. If he does that again tonight, he passes Kyle Korver for 6th all-time. Most made 3-pointers in NBA history. He's got 2,445 career made 3-pointers. That is currently 7th all-time in the NBA. 5 away from tying Korver. 6 passes him. The list, number 1. In fact, here, you want to try to guess real quick? Who's the list? The top 5 made 3-pointers of all time.
Curry.
That is correct.
Ray Allen.
That is correct.
Reggie Miller.
Correct. That's number 5.
Yeah.
You've got 1, 2, and 5. You need 3 and 4.
I don't think J.J. Redick played long enough, and he's passing Kyle Korver, right?
Passing Korver.
I'll say J.J. Redick because we're up against it, but I think that's wrong.
Incorrect.
He's probably like 11th.
Yeah. Think big names, stars.
LeBron James. He's on every list.
He's number 8. Klay just passed him.
Okay.
Klay passed him. Yeah.
Man. Who? Oh, Damian Lillard.
That is number 4.
Okay.
Damian Lillard.
I got them all.
Can you get number 3?
Sugar.
You've got 20 seconds.
To get number 3?
Yeah. You make fun of this guy or mention this guy a lot.
Russell Westbrook.
No.
James Harden.
There you go.
God.
I can't believe you said it wrong.
James Harden.
Thank you very much.
I'm under pressure here. The clock. It's relentless.
You don't have to feel any more pressure anymore. You're done. Do you want to do this again tomorrow?
Big time.
Okay, let's do it again tomorrow. But until then, Warriors Live presented by Xfinity at home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices. Warriors and Magic to the arena next.
Visit Friedman's.